challenges you to think. You know, it's not just to throw these balls. You've got to think about the tactics behind it. It's quite challenging at times.
Get involved. Step up to the plate, or drive up to it.
Boccia is a target ball sport, which tests both muscle control and accuracy. Two sides compete as individuals, pairs, or as a team.
Challenges you to think. You know, it's not just to throw these balls. You've got to think about the tactics behind it. It's quite challenging at times.
Seated position and therefore ideal for wheelchair users. One side player propels the jack, the target ball, onto the court.
Drive up to it.
Players propel balls to land. Boccia is a target ball sport, which tests both muscle control and accuracy. Or rolled down around. Two sides compete as individuals, pairs, or as a team.
Challenges you to think. You know, it's not just to throw these balls. You've got to think about the tactics behind it. It's quite challenging at times.
Seated position and therefore ideal for wheelchair users. One side player propels the jack, the target ball, onto the court.
Drive up to it.
Players propel balls to land. Boccia is a target ball sport, which tests both muscle control and accuracy. Or rolled down around. Two sides compete as individuals, pairs, or as a team.
Challenges you to think. You know, it's not just to throw these balls. You've got to think about the tactics behind it. It's quite challenging at times.
Seated position and therefore ideal for wheelchair users. One side player propels the jack, the target ball, onto the court.
Drive up to it.
Players propel balls to land. Boccia is a target ball sport, which tests both muscle control and accuracy. Or rolled down around. Two sides compete as individuals, pairs, or as a team.
Challenges you to think. You know, it's not just to throw these balls. You've got to think about the tactics behind it. challenges you to think. You know, it's not just to throw these balls. You've got to think about the tactics behind it. It's quite challenging at times.
Get involved. Step up to the plate or drive up to it.
Boccia is a target ball sport, which tests both muscle control and accuracy. Two sides compete as individuals, pairs, or as a team. Each side plays 6 balls, red or blue, each end, which is the boccia term for a round. From a seated position, and therefore ideal for wheelchair users, one side player propels the jack, which is the target ball, onto the court. Players propel balls to land as close as possible to the jack. Balls can be thrown, kicked, or rolled down a ramp.
And just go along to a local club and see what you think and have a go, you know.
When people ask me what boccia is, I normally say it's like balls, but it's a lot more.
Hello, and welcome to the first ever Big Bocciathon. Over the next 24 hours, there are going to be so many fantastic, fabulous activities lined up for all of you. We hope you will enjoy watching, interacting, and learning from everything that we're putting on offer. Thank you to all our athletes, volunteers, partner organisations who will be providing the content over the next 24 hours. We certainly couldn't have done it without you. The whole purpose of this 24-hour Bocciathon is to help us raise funds to help with our work over the next year and to help get everybody back to Boccia. It's been a tough year, particularly in terms of fundraising, but anything you can give will be much appreciated. So to start things off, over the next 40 minutes or so, the Boccia England team is going to be reflecting on some of the highlights of the past year and providing you with some updates of what's coming soon. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Kate and her team and the rest of the team at Boccia England to tell you a little bit more.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. The onset of COVID last year has changed so much about our lives. At Boccia England, it stopped the delivery of our sport in its tracks. No club sessions, suspension of competitions, and no coaching activity. Whilst we set up makeshift home offices and got to grip with Zoom, we got busy dealing with the impact of COVID and cancelling activity. But we also quickly started to look at what we could do and how we could do it to keep Boccia a part of people's lives as much as possible while it wasn't available in the way we knew it. We know what boccia means to so many people and the positive impact it has on lives, and this was certainly the time more than ever to make sure boccia didn't disappear from view. The development team designed and introduced new approaches to deliver activity. A new way to play virtually through the Rainbow Cup and its variations was launched, along with adapted games we shared with partners to engage existing players as well as new audiences looking for a new activity to do in their homes during lockdown. Our school competition programme has been remastered for the virtual world, with around 5,000 young people taking part to date, which is fantastic. We've developed and delivered a new online learning series to over 200 people, which has received great feedback, improving their knowledge within a range of boccia-related subjects, thanks to our super team of tutors. We've encouraged and supported our clubs, club forums and club forum leads to continue to engage virtually with their members, providing support in the way of resources and equipment through a recent initiative. As other organisations have also had to adapt the way they deliver too, we found new ways to continue our work with partners, engaging people in boccia during this challenging time. We hosted our development advisory group meeting virtually to provide an update on work, and recently held a series of webinars to engage and support players and volunteers in a number of areas, sharing the great work clubs and volunteers have done over the year. Throughout this last year, the safety and well-being of our community has been our priority, and we are focused on providing ways to engage with us. Earlier this year, the Charity Mind kindly agreed to host one of our webinars on the topic of supporting positive mental well-being. These webinars are still available to watch in your own time on our YouTube channel. A highlight for me over this last year has been hearing how people have benefited from the new activity we have put in place and how it's helped them to deal with the challenges they've faced throughout the pandemic. I'm pleased we've been able to provide boccia activity, although a little differently to normal. Although we adapted to a temporary new way of working, there are aspects of our delivery over the last year that we plan to integrate into our delivery in the long term and continue with, as we have found approaches to be accessible to more of our community. The other highlight for me has to be seeing the whole Boccia England team in action during this unprecedented year. Quick to adapt, innovative, enthusiastic, supportive and hardworking. When boccia wasn't allowed to be played, we have been able to keep people engaged, introduced new people to our sport and made a positive difference to people's lives. A big thank you to you all. It's been a year like no other. As we prepare to return, we will provide guidance and support for you for when you're ready to go back. Our Back to Boccia roadmap sets out how we plan to return from the 17th of May. We know it will be a while yet before we are back to where we were pre-COVID, but we will do what we can to make it as smooth as possible. Finally, this year, I'm most looking forward to seeing our players and volunteers back on the court when the time is right. It's been a long time and all of us at Boccia England have certainly missed the action. I'm pleased to now hand you over to George.
Thank you, Kate, and good morning, everyone. My name is George, and I'm the Development Officer for Clubs and Safeguarding here at Boccia England. Over the next few minutes, I'll be showcasing what my highlights of the last few months have been, and letting you know what I'm looking forward to this year. Firstly, we start back in September with National Boccia Day 2020 and the Big Bocciathon last year. This is our annual event aimed to celebrate boccia for those involved who play and to raise awareness of the sport all across the country. In 2020, we celebrated this through a range of online activity over a 10-day period, which reached an incredible 23,500 people. And of course, we held the first ever Big Bocciathon, which saw over 70 people from across the UK and around the world come together to all play boccia all at the same time. Boccia forums bring together clubs, groups, schools and organisations which deliver boccia in a certain area with the aim of growing and developing the sport locally. They have continued to meet virtually via lockdown over the past year, which I have enjoyed attending. There have also been two Boccia Forum development and Boccia Forum lead discussion group meeting, which brings together forum leads from across the country to network and support each other. Like I learned last year, we held the 2020 Boccia England Awards on the 5th of December, so in which we celebrated the sporting achievement of the whole Boccia family. During the awards, 7 awards were presented, and the ceremony was watched live by over 100 people online. And finally, between January and March this year, Boccia England delivered our series of Boccia Development Advisory Webinar, which supported our club and their members throughout the national lockdown and with a return to Boccia and beyond. I'd like to thank all nine guest speakers who spoke at each webinar, covering topics including online club engagement, positive mental well-being, and club funding. All these webinars are now available to watch on our YouTube channel, and they have already been viewed over 160 times. So, what am I looking forward to? Firstly, our fantastic Boccia club returning to regular training sessions again, which, subject to government confirmation, will be from the 17th of May, and full guidance on this will be published on our website very soon. And secondly, the National Boccia Day will be returning on Monday, the 27th of September, which will be bigger and better than ever before. So stay tuned to Boccia England's social media channel over the summer for more information on that. That's all from me. I want to say thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the Big Bocciathon. I'm now going to pass over to Rachel.
Thanks, George. Hi everyone, Rachel here, Competition Manager for Boccia England. Most of you would have come across me at competitions over the last few years. Recently, it's been very unusual time not planning any physical competitions. The last 12 months have certainly been a little quiet on that front. Thankfully, we have had the Rainbow Cup to keep us all engaged in some competitiveness. There have been a total of 6 Rainbow Cup editions that have run over the last 12 months. We've had a range of participants taking part, from academy athletes to family members, as well as our partner organisations. If we were to total up the number of throws in each Rainbow Cup challenge, it would equate to approximately 17,500 throws. It's been fantastic to hear so many stories of how our members, old and new, have taken part. The impact of our virtual competition has had an invaluable and feedback, such as the Rainbow Cup challenge has been the only reason I get out of bed, reminds us of the impact that Boccia has on people's daily lives. I'd like to take this opportunity to say a special thanks to our volunteers undertaking roles such as announcing and supporting players to take part, as well as those players and coaches who have supported game designs. As well as the Rainbow Cup, the pandemic has given us the opportunity to work on new elements of competition delivery and the technology that supports it. We have lots of exciting things to share with you ahead of the return to competition. I can say now that we can now look forward to a return to competition. Our Back to Boccia roadmap, released last week, outlines how we hope to give our members opportunities to take part in competitive boccia. Boccia will return over 5 stages, and competition can take place no earlier than the 21st of June 2021. The longer term aim is to return to the full Boccia England competition programme for the start of the 2022-2023 Boccia season. We are working hard with our experienced volunteers in local Boccia networks to provide the resources and advice to host Boccia competitions in your area. If you are interested in hosting a competition or just want to get involved, please do not hesitate to get in touch. Email competition@bocciaengland.org.uk. The rescheduled 2020 Tokyo Paralympics are just around the corner. The Boccia competition starts on Saturday 28th of August and runs over 8 days, with individuals BC1 to BC4 finals on Wednesday the 1st of September and teams and pairs finals on Saturday the 4th of September. Get the dates in your diary now. We hope to see a GB player representing us in the finals. We also hope to get some backstage insight into the games with our very own Dan Headley flying out there to referee. I cannot wait to bring safe and organised competition back to our members and provide opportunities to attract new Boccia players across England. Whether you take part in competition for personal progression, social reasons, or just for the enjoyment factor, Boccia England are here to support you to reach your potential. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to pass you over to Dan Headley now.
Hi, I'm just going to take you through some of the highlights from the schools programs over the last year and looking forward to the year ahead. Over the last few years, we've had a significant proportion of our young people taking part in Boccia through education. This has been through the Skills Award, the Boccia-land schools competitions, the school games, and within the college activity. Earlier this year, we started the first round of Virtually Boccia, which was launched back in October last year. I'd just like to share with you some of the images and thoughts of the members that take part in the schools competition. And these are some of the things that I'm looking forward to getting back to. The happy faces, the smiles, and the interaction, not only within groups and within their team, but across schools, across counties, and bringing people back together when we're allowed to do so. In the schools section, we've also been recognised for 2 awards in the last couple of years. In November 2018, we were recognised as NGB of the Year at the School Games Summit. And in March last year, we were finalist at the Sport and Recreation Alliance Community Sports Awards for the Youth Development Award. These both recognise the hard work, not only of the students that are taking part, but of the staff and the schools that are involved in the activities, providing the opportunities for young people to take part. I'd just like to leave you with some of these quotes and comments from the young people that have taken part in some of the activities that I've mentioned before, and why they enjoy Boccia. With comments such as, "It's fun and I like the games," and "I have developed social skills through being challenged." These are some of the reasons why we like to get Boccia into schools to introduce more people into the sport. I'd just like to pass you on to Natalie to take you through the next section.
Thanks, Dan. So hi everyone, I'm Natalie, the Workforce Manager for Boccia England, and I'm responsible for growing and developing our team of volunteers and other workforce that make Boccia happen. This dedicated and committed group of people that we call our workforce includes officials, classifiers, coaches, tutors, and all of the volunteers that deliver our sport. Over the past year, one of our priorities has been to keep engaging with, supporting, and educating our workforce as much as possible, and ensure that the Boccia family could stay connected at what we know has been a difficult time. Despite there being no physical Boccia, we've certainly had an action-packed year of fun and social activities, including endless quizzes and cahoots, Boccia challenges and battles, So thank you to all the volunteers that got involved in this, including our team of quizmasters. It's also been great to hear about what our workforce have been up to during lockdown, and with physical activity being more important than ever, we've had a fabulous insight into how everyone has been keeping active in the absence of boccia and volunteering. And despite the situation, we've been delighted that many volunteers have continued to make a difference and help keep boccia alive during this time. From Rainbow Cup announcements in back gardens to coaches across clubs and academies engaging virtually with players, and completely new roles like Zoom tea break hosts. And because of the hard work that volunteers have been continuing to do, it's been as important as ever to celebrate their contribution to boccia. Last June, we celebrated Volunteers Week, followed by Coaching Week in September, and not forgetting the recent Sport England campaign to thank volunteers nationwide, which featured some of our boccia players. Another huge milestone has been the launch of our first ever online learning series. Since September, we've had over 200 attendances at our Wednesday evening webinars, which have provided informal training opportunities to help upskill officials, coaches, players, and volunteers. A big thank you to our team of tutors that made this happen. Looking forward, we hope to continue the success of our online learning, but also start preparing for the safe and timely return of face-to-face education again, which includes the launch of a brand new Leaders Award workshop delayed from last year. Over the past few months, we've trained a team of 30 tutors who are ready and raring to go on delivering the Leaders Award around the country. We're also making exciting developments with some of our other courses, which we hope to move to a blended learning approach to make them more accessible. And finally, we're always exploring new ways to recruit, develop, and deploy our volunteers. So if you'd like to get involved in any way, now or in the future, we'd love to hear from you. That's it from me, and I'll pass you over to Andy now.
Thank you, Natalie. I'm Andy Partridge, and I'm the head of talent at Boccia England. And today I'm going to talk you through some of my personal highlights and some of the work that the Pathway team have been doing over the last year. Over the past year, the Pathway team has continued to provide support to our athletes via virtual Pathway camps, as well as hosting some virtual one-to-one training sessions. In the Pathway camps, we've been focusing on the holistic development of our athletes, as well as performance analysis of previous competitions, and the key skills that our athletes are going to need when they finally return to the court. At Boccia England, we want to promote and raise awareness of maintaining good mental health, and as such, we've invested support in this area, providing all Pathway members with an opportunity to access direct mental health support via a clinical psychologist, as well as signposting to other mental health charities whilst running mental health awareness workshops. We're also very passionate that our athletes feel valued and that they can contribute strategically and operationally to our Pathway programs. And as such, we've created an athlete leadership group. This group consists of 3 England Performance Group athletes and 2 academy athletes. The purpose of this group is to support the development and establishment of Boccia England as a world-leading pathway. The group is chaired by Rachel Morris, a 2-time gold medalist in paracycling and para-rowing, and Rachel brings invaluable experience to the group and to all our Pathway athletes in sharing what it's going to take in order to be an elite athlete. With direct athlete financial support being critical for athletes to continue their development, we've recently applied for £54,000 worth of direct athlete funding. And as of today, we've received £53,000. And we're still hopeful of securing the final amount in the next couple of weeks. I would personally like to thank SportsAid, Backing the Best, and TAS for their continued support of our athletes in our pathway. We've also continued to offer development opportunities for our athletes, coaches, and support staff by bringing in experts in their field to share their experiences in sport, which will only help to further develop the quality of experience within our pathway. We've also been signposting pathway members to other external opportunities with stakeholders like SportsAid, TAS, UK Coaching, and EIS. With all the good work the pathway teams contributed to over the last year, we're really excited about returning to the court, and we're especially excited and hopeful to be able to return to some form of camp-based activity later in the year. However, the last year has taught us that we can function in a virtual way, and we look forward to still continuing to some of our group online learning and community practice sessions whilst we operate in smaller group and one-to-one practical training. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the pathway, as without your support, your dedication, and your time, it wouldn't be the success it is today. Thank you, and I now hand over to Emma.
Hi everyone, Emma here, Head of Business Support. I would like to share an update with you on the social media activities that we've undertaken over the last 12 months. Back in April of 2020, two exciting things happened. We launched the campaigns #BocciaAtHome, #ActiveAtHome, and we also created and launched the campaign of our social media calendar across our social media platforms. These were both exciting and new things for Boccia England, with our focus to help people stay active, social and engaged with us during the lockdown period. Internally within the team, we set up a small social media working group, and working remotely, we met each week to plan activity sessions and posts to support the calendar. Throughout the year, we asked for feedback from you to identify what was working and what you would like to see, and we adapted and changed our posts accordingly. It has been a huge undertaking for a very small team, and we estimate that a total of around 5,000 posts have been uploaded during this time. In addition to supporting us to adapt to be more virtual and online, we also sourced and purchased additional tools and platforms such as Kahoot for quizzes, Zoom for question and answer sessions, and subtitle platform as well to make us more accessible. The next slide will show some of the stories and the posts that we shared, which show the impact that Boccia has had on many of our players and people involved with the sport. I'll just wait till the next slide appears. Yeah, so this is just a range of posts, and like I said, show the impact that Boccia has had on our players and people involved within the sport. We communicated and kept you up to date, providing updates on the planned return to sport, the response to government guidance, and provided and shared updates on our business from our CEO. Some of the things, as you can see on the slide, were fun activities. We held Q&A sessions with various people, and like I say, we shared the stories as well. One of the key things on our social calendar was our Tea Break Tuesday, and they say a picture tells 1,000 words. Well, how about a photo and the various photos on this slide? Look at all of those smiling faces. With now around about 50 tea break sessions held, and we've worked out that is roughly around 440 cups of tea that we've shared. The Tea Break Tuesday has been a great success, and we've received some fantastic feedback, one of which can be seen on the slide. One of our participants told us it was great, it was a time to catch up, and it helped with mental health. It has been a lifeline for some, and it has been a social activity, especially during lockdown, when getting to speak to people was either not happening or limited. A wide range of subjects, because it has been a social tea break, have been covered. We've talked about things like lockdown haircuts, holidays, and we even had a participant dial in from Australia for some of our sessions. Our 1-year anniversary of our tea break will be taking place next week, and we hope you can join us to celebrate. The impact of all of this activity has been that we have reached more people. So more people have heard how Boccia really does change lives. You can see from the slide some of the impact there. And what I would like to do is take this opportunity to thank every one of you that has liked or commented or shared a post. It has really helped us reach more people and share the good news stories that we have. Please continue to help us spread the word and continue to like and support our social media. Thank you. I'd like to pass on to Callie now.
Hi everyone, I'm Callie, Fundraising Manager at Boccia England. I'm responsible for generating fundraising income for our charity through grant applications, partnerships with companies and other organisations such as community groups and schools, and from individuals. As you'll appreciate, we've had to think a bit differently about fundraising over the last year, as the pandemic has caused competition for grants to be higher than ever, with some funders reporting double the number of applications they usually receive, and the cancellation of all physical mass fundraising events. Despite this though, we've had some exciting successes. As well as quite a few small grants, we received £30,000 from the Garfield Weston Foundation and an extension grant of just over £13,000 from Children in Need towards our work in schools. We've also had 4 emergency COVID grants from the local council where our office is based, which have really helped us out. We're beginning to apply for grants for our Back to Boccia activity and have already had some success there. But we've begun to explore new avenues for fundraising too. Last April, as you can see in these pictures, many of our staff and Paralympian David Smith took part in the 2.6 challenge to raise sponsorship money. Thank you to everyone who bought a pack of the first ever Boccia England Christmas cards, and we'll be selling Christmas cards again this year. This was something that was new for us this Christmas. And of course, the Big Bocciathon. And we're really grateful for anything you can give to support us today, and thank you for being here. So looking ahead, we've got lots of free places to give away for the At-Home Superheroes event, which is organised in conjunction with Marvel. This is for you to take on a challenge at home, like it says on the tin, in July or August. Georgina and Tom, who you can see in the picture here, have signed up and will be throwing boccia balls until they reach a cumulative distance of 2 kilometres, which will probably take them around 12 hours. All the time, they'll be dressed as superheroes. So do get in touch if you'd like to take part in your own challenge as part of this event. We've got a group taking on the Robin Hood Marathon and Mini Marathon in September. And this was deferred from last year, so they've had an extra year to train. John, one of our volunteer officials, who you can see here, will be running the London Marathon for us in October, which is an amazing commitment. And I've signed up to walk 100 kilometres continuously at an event in the Peak District in July. So if you would like to get your hands on one of these snazzy t-shirts, which you can see John and myself in the slides, or I'm wearing one now, then just let me know how you'd like to fundraise and I'll get you all set up. So finally, we're about to launch our newest fundraising initiative, the Tea Break, and this has been inspired by our Tuesday tea breaks that Emma was talking about earlier, that we've been holding for players and volunteers during lockdown. The idea of a tea break is simple. Anyone can sign up to host one, either virtually or in person, and then you invite guests to come along. Each guest is asked to donate £10 towards Boccia England to attend, and each tea break will have its own donation page on our website where the guests can make their donations. The picture here shows the pack you'll receive to run your tea break with invitations, stickers, bunting and much more. Look out for information coming very soon on our website and social media about this. So that's it from me. We're now going to show a short video with some of our players expressing what Boccia means to them before Chris says a few final words.
I mean, Boccia means a lot to me. It's mainly one of my hobbies that it just gets me outside, because being a disabled person, you don't get to do a lot. Yet, given if like a lot of people would go out and play football or tennis, yet I can't do that, so Boccia gives me all of that. It just gets me out.
Quite honestly, the game has literally saved me life. It's given me the confidence to be disabled. Boccia pulled me round, it gave me skills. I've made tremendous friends throughout it.
I used to be a primary school teacher and I had to give it up because my disability worsened. So it was kind of a thing where you just sit at home and you don't really know what to do. So it's completely changed my life in that respect, that it's got me out of the house, it's got me mixing with people, socialising, leading the club, and my family are a massive support.
It's made us a lot more supportive towards each other. I never really used to speak to my family because I got really nervous, but being able to speak to everyone here has made me be able to speak to my family a bit more.
It's very amazing as well, just to have fun, enjoy the environment, try your best. just enjoy.
Thank you, everyone. There's some really exciting things coming up. So don't forget, you can donate via text or online at any point over the next 24 hours. The details on the slide. Yeah. So what's left for me to do now is to introduce you to Peter Langton, who will be taking over as your host for much of the next 24 hours. Peter is one of our academy players, and it's because of Peter we need to thank him that we have this event taking place. It was Peter's idea, and we're really grateful. So hi Peter, looking forward to watching you take you through the next 23 and a half hours and hope you survive. So thank you everyone and enjoy.
Hello. Thank you very much for joining us on this fabulous day. Lovely sunshine outside. I'm a bit ashamed that we can't go outside for this, but thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you for the whole Boccia England team for giving us the update and the information that they've given us for the last 25 minutes. We're doing the Boccia-thon to raise money for the charity of Boccia England for the income that they've lost from the pandemic last year, as I mentioned earlier in the week. And we're definitely doing this for morale for everyone for this challenging time of coming out of lockdown as well. So thank you everyone on YouTube for joining in, or if it's just rewinded, welcome again. So we would like to ask you in the comments of YouTube, if you've got a YouTube account or if you've got a Google Mail account, you can log in and tell us on the YouTube channel where you're watching this from around the world or in the UK, and we would love to hear what you're most looking forward to for the next 24 hours. Of course, you can post about the event on your social media accounts, and please do not forget to tag Boccia England in. It's at Boccia England for most of the social media accounts of Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And of course, please use the hashtag, as you will see throughout the event, of hashtag Bocciathon 2021. Of course, you can share all of these or the bits that you're looking forward to with your friends and family as well. So please do get as many people as you can involved. It is going to be a cracker of the event. And I must remind you that there is still time to get a Zoom pass, and a Zoom pass you can get into any of our live segments. There are quite a few of them coming up, and you can actually get involved yourself rather than looking on YouTube doing it. You can actually, probably get yourself on the Zoom call and actually getting involved yourself with the person hosting the segments. Thank you very much. I would like to just say something before we go on to what's coming next. Everyone you will see across the whole 24 hours are being safe. We are following government guidelines and Boccia England guidelines. Everyone is either at home or there are Boccia England staff in Nottingham, I believe. They are all social distance and all wearing face masks, one or the other. And throughout the event, if you see two people in one camera that are in their bubbles, whether it's a social bubble or whether it is their friends or family or PA's bubble. So we are keeping everyone safe for the whole 24 hours, and we have that for the last 12 months as well. So I'm going to go off to anyone who is showing some of what's coming up. slides. And I will see you briefly before 11 o'clock. Thank you. Hello. I'm pleased to welcome Jenny and Gareth from Smile Food Sport. They are one of our delivery partners in the northeast of England, and they run some absolutely amazing boccia events for us. This Boccia-land event is one of the 3 segments Smile are going to put on. So it's this one and then 2 others across the next 24 hours. So thank you very much for to Rachel and her team for getting this sorted for Smile Food Sport and for them to join us today. This is a session that the Zoom classes can get into. So this is the first interactive session that you'll have. It's still not too late to get a Zoom class for any future live segments that you can get involved in. So I will hand over to Smile and I will see you at 11:55. Over to you, Smile.
Hi everyone, is all right? Yeah, everyone good?
Yeah.
Nice one. Everyone had a good day so far?
The sun's shining.
It's the sun shining.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Nice one. Well, we've got a bit of a boccia adventure planned for this morning. Does that sound all right for everyone?
Yep.
Yeah. Brilliant. So it's going to be just a bit of fun, bit of labour. We're going to get some exercise going. Get a bit of try and get that heart rate going a little bit if we can. Yeah. So just before we start, if you can just make sure you've got a little bit of room so around you. So if you're moving around, you're not going to knock anything over. You're not going to kick anything. You're not going to knock anyone's valuable ornaments over. So I don't know, and if you've got valuable ornaments with you, go to the side. We will stop for a water break halfway through. But if you've got a drink of water and you want to just have a drink while we're doing it, feel free at any time. But we'll stop halfway through. That sound okay for everyone? Brilliant. Just to say as well, like I know most of you are already on mute there at the moment. But if you can stay on mute, it's just so you can hear me and you can hear the music that we're playing in the background as well. Yeah? Brilliant. So if you can, just give us a little bit of a thumbs up when you're ready to go. Spot on, brilliant. So like I said, we're going to do a bit of exercise. So what I want from you is if you can, so whatever your range of movement you've got, that's what I want you to do, if that's okay. So as always with an exercise session, we always start with a warm-up, and I've got a bit of a boccia themed warm-up. Yeah. So we're going to start our boccia themed warm-up in the call-up room. Yeah. So we're going to pretend we're in the call-up room. We're going to start our boccia themed warm-up in the call-up room. And one of the first things you do when you go into the call-up room is you shake hands with your referee or your opponent. So what we're going to do is we're going to shake hands. So what I want you to do is to reach forward, shake hands, reach forward with the other hand and shake hands. Yeah, or you can touch elbows, whichever one you want. Or you can move your wrists up and down like that. So reach forward, move your wrists, reach forward, move your wrists. So you're just going to copy me. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, off you go. So reach forward, shake hands. Reach forward, shake hands. Well done. We're shaking hands with our opponent, we're shaking hands with our referee. We've got Anne as a referee today, she's a nice referee. That's it, side to side, reach forward, side to side. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brilliant, well done. So now what we need to do now is we need to do a coin toss. But this time we've got a really, really big coin to toss. So we're going to reach down to the floor and we're going to toss the coin. So we're going to reach down as far as you can and toss the coin. Yeah? Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, up you go. So reach down, toss the coin. Sit, reach down. Sit. Well done, keep it going. That's it. Who's calling heads? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. So we've done a coin toss. We now need to make our way on the court. So for this one, if any of you are standing, what I want you to do is to march on the spot. So you're going to march on the spot, lift those knees up really high, best you can. If you're sitting down like me, what I want you to do, you can either do some knee raises, so get those knees going the best you can, or you can do the arms like this, or you can just move your arms, or you can push your chair, whichever one you're doing. That'd be brilliant. Are you ready? So let's go make our way on the court. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, off you go. That's it. Make our way on the court. That's it. Keep it going. That's it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. So we've made it on the court, we've had our bit of a warm-up. What we're going to do now, we're ready to play, so we need to collect all our balls in. So what we're going to do is we're going to reach down as far as you can, collect your balls. Reach down as far as you can and collect your boccia balls. Or if you want to lean forward as far as you can and back. So lean forward as far as you can and back. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, off you go. Let's collect all our boccia balls up. Reach down as far as you can. Collect your boccia balls. Take 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. So we've collected our boccia balls in. And there's an old famous saying when it comes to starting a boccia match. If any of you are familiar with Richard Mann, what he normally says is, we're ready to play, send the jacks on the way. So what we're going to do, we're going to be the referee. So we're going to send the jack away. So the referee, hands out to the side, we're going to send the jack. Hands out to the other side, then you're going to send the jack. Yeah? If you want to do just an arm rotation out to the side like that, whichever one's best for you. Are you ready? So we're ready to play. Send the jacks on the way. Side to side. Sit. Sit side to side. Twist those tummy muscles if you can. Sit side to side. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brilliant. What do you reckon, Jenny? Do you think we should go for a minute and go through them again a bit quicker?
Yeah, let's go for it. Get that heart rate up.
So we're going to get that heart rate going. So we've gone through all the moves we're going to do in the warm-up. Now what I want you to do is Jenny's going to play the music for a minute and I'm going to call out random ones and we're going to go a bit quicker if we can. Are you ready? So you just look and listen for me for the instructions. So the first one we're going to do is we're going to shake hands again. So you're going to reach forward, shake hands. Reach forward, shake hands. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, off you go. Forward, shake hands. Well done. Reach forward, shake hands. Well done. Good. That's it, keep it going. Well done. So we're gonna do the coin toss again. So you're gonna reach down as far as you can and flip the coin. Reach down as far as you can, flip the coin. Well done. Keep it going. Reach down as far as you can, flip that coin. Well done. So we're going to make our way back on the court. So you're going to march on the court. So you can march on the spot. You can push your wheelchair, move your arms, whichever you can. So keep it going. March on the spot. So keep it going. So we're going to ready to play. We're going to send the jack on its way again. Side to side. We're going to turn side to side and send the jack on its way. And you can do just like this with your arm if you can. That's it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Is everybody warmed up? Yeah? Everybody ready to go on our Boccia-land adventure? Brilliant. Well, the first thing we need to do is we need to play our jack ball. Yeah? So we always start a game, we always need to play our jack ball first. So for this one, what I want you to do, if you can, we're going to propel the ball from our chest. So you're going to put your hands in the middle and you're going to push out forward. So hands in the middle, push out forward. Yeah? You can use one hand at a time if you want, or you can do two hands, or you can stretch forward and up as far as you can. Are you ready? So send your jack on the way. So 3, 2, 1, off you go. That's it, keep going. That's it, so chest pass, hands out forward. We're going to go for a long game, so we need to go right to the back of the court. That's it, keep it going. That's it, so hands out forward. That's it, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, everyone. Send the jack. Oh no, Jenny.
What's happened?
Can you feel that rumbling?
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Something's happening. I think that must have been a magic jack ball.
Oh.
It's not good when we throw these magic jack balls out. Everything's changing. We're getting teleported.
What?
We're getting teleported. We need to jump. On the count of 3, we're going to do some star jumps. So for this one, if you're standing, I want you to do a star jump. If you're sitting down like me, you can move your arms and your legs, so out to the side like this, if you can. Or you can just move your arms best you can. Are you ready? So we need to do a star jump. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, off you go. Star jumps. I'll take keep it going. I don't know where we jumped in there, mind.
I'm intrigued, Gareth.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out. Stay star jump. That's it. That's it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, well done. Oh, I don't know where we've landed, Jenny. It looks a bit, I don't know where do you think we're at, Jenny?
Looks like an island of some sort.
It does look like a mysterious island. I don't know who brought that jack ball to the competition, but you know what I mean? She brought a regular ball. Never mind. Never mind. Well, I don't know where we're at, so should we try and find which way to go, do you think, Jenny?
Yeah, I think we need to have a little look around.
I think we need to have a little look around, don't we? So for this one, if you can, what I want you to do is you want to turn side to side, put your hand above your eyes like this, turn side to side, and turn side to side. Or if you can, just turn side to side the best you can. Whatever your range of movement is, or you can turn side to side the best you can. Are you ready? Let's see where we can find. So 3, 2, 1, off we go. So side to side. Sit side to side.
Laura wants to look in the cave, Gareth.
Laura wants to look in the cave?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't know what. This cave here, behind us.
The other side.
The other side. This one.
That's the one.
I'll figure this out eventually. So side to side. Side to side, see where we're going. That's it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Well done, everybody. Look. Everybody did some good looking there. Laura looked in the cave. Do you know who I think was in the cave, Jenny?
Who?
Boccia Jack.
Oh, was he?
He was. I think he's hiding in that
Hiding.
cave. I wonder if he can tell us where we're at.
Do you think he knows, though?
I think, well, I don't know. We might do. I think we should go and see where, we should go and have a look at him. See if he knows where we're at. So, we need to go over. What was that one, Jenny?
You can hear us talking, but you can't see us. So I don't know if that's on our side or his. We just keep going and we'll try and sort it out.
Yeah. So we're going to go and find Boccia Jack. Yeah. So for this one, we're gonna march on the spot again. Yeah. So if you're sitting down, you're gonna march on the spot. You're going to move your hands on your legs. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, up you go. So take some march on the spot. Keep it going. Take some march on the spot. Let's go and see Boccia-land, see if he knows where we're at. You want to just move your hands, you can. Whatever your range of movement is. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1. Well done. Well, so we found Boccia-Jack, Jenny.
Does he know where we are?
He does. He says we're stuck in Boccia-land.
Boccia-land?
We are. We're stuck in Boccia-land. And he says to get home, what we need to do is we need to find the magic jack. So do you know that magic jack we threw before?
Yeah, did it go out of court?
It did. It went out of court. I think I threw it too far. It's probably my fault.
Usually is.
It's always my fault. Yeah. So it says to get home, we need to find that magic jack again. But he said we need to be aware of dangers.
Uh-oh.
So that's never a good sign, is it?
I'm not liking this if there's dangers around.
No. Oh, speak of the devil. Got a danger coming, Jenny.
What is it?
It's a boccia army. So it's a boccia pirate army made up of boccia balls.
Oh, goodness. Have
Boccia,
you ever?
And Boccia-Jack says they're also trying to find the magic jack to escape Boccia-land.
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, so we need to beat them to it. So first we need to fight them off. Yeah, so we're going to fight them off. So for this one, what you're going to do is you're going to make a punt, you're going to make a fist, and we're going to do some punches. Yeah, so we're going to do some punches if you can.
Next is what? Wait,
You move your wrists up and down, so one at a time. Do your punches like this. So one at a time. Best you can, whatever your range of movement. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, let's fight them off. We need to fight them off. That's it, fight them off. We need to beat them with that magic jack. I will never get home. That's it. Keep going as fast as you can, fight them off. As fast as you can, keep them going. That's it, keep them going. Fight them off. Nearly got them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. We've defeated them, but they're not totally defeated yet.
Oh,
no. They've all dropped all onto the floor, and they're trying to build back up to get them, to make them back into a boccia army. So we need to get rid of these boccia balls as quick as we can. So what I want you to do, if you can, I want you to reach down on the floor and throw the boccia ball. So reach down on the floor and throw the boccia ball. Or if you want to, so lean forward. So we're getting rid of that boccia ball down the ramp. We're going to lean forward. We need to get rid of these boccia balls as quick as we can before they all join back together. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, up you go. So pick them up and throw them. Get rid of them as quick as we can. Keep it going. Pick them up, throw them as quick as we can. Don't let them rejoin. Come back bigger and stronger. Don't want that. Now take this one, step down and throw. You can lean forward, up forward. Are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jenny, did we get them on?
I hope so, because I mean everyone did some really good throws, so I think so.
They did.
Can you see me?
I think we got them all.
Can you see me? Hello? Gavin?
Hello?
Hello? Can you see me?
Is that Daniel?
Yeah, how you going? Yeah, lad.
I can see you, mate, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm on.
Are we alright to stick you on mute, Daniel, just so you can hear the music and you can hear me talking? Brilliant. Right, well, we've got rid of that boccia army, Jenny.
Good work. Well done, everyone.
Did well there, didn't
Yeah.
Do you know where I think we might try?
Where?
There's a river over there.
Oh, yeah, I see.
I think we should try it.
Right.
See if we can cross it.
Okie dokie. What do we have to do?
Well, it's a river of blue bocce balls.
Ooh.
And luckily, there's some stepping stones to help us get across. So we need to cross the river on these stepping stones. So it's a river of blue bocce balls. We need to cross the river on the stepping stones. So if you're standing, what I want you to do is do a step to the side, back into the middle, and a step to the other side, and back into the middle. Or if you're sitting down like me, what I want you to do is step to one side. So you bring in one leg out, step to one side, bring in the other leg out, step to the other side. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, off we go. So step to one side, step to the other side. Try and get across this river. Or you can do some hip rotations like this if you want. Whichever one's easier for you. See if we can get across these stepping stones. Keep it going, let's get across these stepping stones. That's it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, well done. We've got another problem though, Jenny.
Oh, what now?
Because they're stepping stones, they're getting harder, they're getting smaller, so now they're too small to stand on. So we need to jump into the river. We've only got one thing to do, we need to jump in the river. So if you're standing, what I want you to do is to jump on the spot. If you're sitting down like me, what you can do is you can do a double leg raise if you can, so best you can. So whatever movement you've got in your legs, you do a double leg raise like this, best you can. Or you can do a jump action like this with your hands, whatever your range of movement is, that's what I want you to do. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1 minute, jump in this river, off you go. That's it. Jump as high as we can, get off these stepping stones. That's it, jump as high as you can. So keep it going. Get those arms and those legs going as best you can. That's it, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, everyone. Well done. Is everybody in the water safe? Are you in the water, Jenny?
I'm in.
Yeah, you're in.
Bit cold, like.
It is a bit cold. I think we should try and get out of there. I think we should get out as quick as we can because I think over there, I can see some boccia sharks heading out over there.
Oh, no. I do not want to be eaten by boccia sharks.
I don't want to be eaten by a boccia shark either. So we need to swim as fast as we can. So we need to do as fast as we can swimming. So if you can, what you're going to do is you're going to do a bit like a breaststroke and swim as fast as you can. Yeah? If that's just rotating your wrists like that, that's brilliant as well. Are you ready? So let's swim as fast as we can away from these boccia sharks. Off 3, 2, 1, off you go. Quick, don't let that shark catch us. Keep it going. He's coming.
Oh no.
Quick as you can. Quick as you can, they're coming. Don't let them catch us. Keep going. Keep it going, keep it going. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Did you get your toes bitten, Gareth?
Well, not quite, nearly though.
Oh.
Nearly though, nearly got my toes bitten. But luckily Jack's come to save us again.
Oh, good old Jack.
So Jack's scared off the sharks. And he wants us to climb into his boat and he's going to help us get to the shore without having to get chased by sharks. Does that sound all right with everyone? Does that sound all right with you, Jenny?
I think so. I'd rather be in the boat than swimming in this one.
Me too. Me too. So it's a good job Jack came, really, wasn't it?
He's handy, isn't he?
I don't know where he was before, like on that fight, or he just ran off. I don't know. Anyway, we're all going to get into Jack's boat. So everybody's in Jack's boat, and he's got some referee paddles that we're going to use to paddle the boat with.
He's good at that, Jack, isn't he?
He is.
Thought of everything.
Thought of everything. So what you're going to do if you can, and what you're going to do if you can, you got 2 hands on one side like this, 2 hands on the other side like this. So we're going to paddle the boat. So you can do 1 hand like this, or 2 hands like this, or you can move your wrists like that, whatever you can do. I'm going to help try and paddle this boat. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, off you go. So see if we can paddle this boat back to the shore. That's it. Side to side, paddle the boat. Or you can do your arm up and down like this. Whatever you can. The quicker we get to the shore, the quicker we get away from these boccia sharks. That sounds pretty good to me. That's it, keep it going, side to side. That's it, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Well done, we've made it to shore.
Oh,
hello.
Sorry.
Technical. We've made it to shore. Is everybody pleased we're away from them boccia sharks?
I am.
I am as well. Well, I think we had quite a bit of
I
a
am.
up there. So, do you think we should have a bit of a water break?
I think so.
I do as well. So, if you've got a drink, we're just going to stop for a minute or two, just have a little bit of a water break. So, just so you can get your breath back a little bit. Tell you what, I didn't like the look of that boccia army.
We did well to defend them though, defeat them.
Yeah, we did well. I didn't like when they were like coming back together. Creepy. Didn't like it. We got to get rid of them. Yeah.
I'm glad no one got eaten by them sharks as well.
No, I'm pleased. I'm pleased. It's a good job Jack turned it, wasn't it?
I mean, where did he get his boat from?
I don't know.
Maybe that's where he was when we were fighting.
Maybe he knew we were going to watch.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe.
Good for Jack. Good on Jack.
I think he was scared of that boccia around the radio.
Do you think?
I think so. Man, I think he was like, oh, we don't know somewhere.
It's like, you guys can deal with this.
Yeah.
I'm off.
I don't do fighting. I row a boat, but I don't fight.
Where are we going to go next though, Gareth? I'm intrigued.
Well, we need to find out. We need to find our way out. We need to find that jackpot, don't we?
We do, the magic jackball.
Magic jackpot. Hope there's no more dangers.
Me too.
Like, I don't know if I can take any more dangers with sharks and boccia ball armies. Can't take any more dangers. Everyone's ready to go, do you think?
Yeah, should we see if we can explore this Adventureland even more?
Should we try and explore Boccia-land a bit more?
Boccia-land, you're right, Gareth.
Yeah. Everyone try and right. So we're gonna go. We need to find that jack from somewhere. Don't know where it's at. Can you see that over there, Jenny?
Oh yes, I can.
It looks weird. It looks like a field full of scarecrows.
Scarecrows? You're right.
It is. Oh, it's not.
What?
It's not scarecrows.
No.
Do you know what it is?
What is it?
It's a field of referees.
Oh, just as bad as scarecrows, half of them.
It's a field of referees. So we need to cross the field of referees. But to get across the field of referees, we need to do the referee actions. Yeah? So the first one we're going to do is our jack to play action. So we're going to hand in the middle, turn to the side, and go jack to play. Hand in the middle, turn to the side, jack to play. Yeah? Best you can. If that's just this, that's brilliant. Or if that's just this, that's also brilliant. Are you ready? So let's make our way through this field of referees. So 3, 2, 1, jack to play. Sit side to side. Sit side to side. That's it. Side to side, jack to play.
Is Anne dancing now? I bet she is. Anne loves a good dance.
Sit side to side, best you can. Send those jacks down the way. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Well done. So the next referee signal we need to do is our red to play signal. So for this one, what you need to do is you need to reach forward like this and go red to play and bring it back. So you reach forward, red to play, bring it back. Yeah? Or if you want to turn your wrists as though you were turning a paddle, you can do that. Are you ready? So we need to ready to play. 3, 2, 1, up you go. Ready to play. And back. Ready to play. And back. Well done. Keep it going. Ready to play. And back. Okay, well done. Ready to play. And back. Well done. Keep it going. Take it forward and back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. We've got past that referee. The next referee now is doing the dead ball signal. So what you need to do is you need to reach down to the side, pick up your boccia ball, and go ball out of play. So reach down to the side, pick up your boccia ball out of play. Yeah, or you can lean side to side. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, off you go. Take ball out of play. Ball out of play. Take, keep it going. Take side to side, ball out of play. Side to side, ball out of play. That's it, well done. That's it, well done. Move side to side. That's it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Well done. We've got past that referee. That one was looking at us a bit funny, that one. Where that must have been. Anyway, we've got one more referee signal to do, and it's end of end. So for this one, if you can, you're going to do some arm swings. So you're going to start in the middle, you go end of end. Start in the middle, end of end. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, off you go. That's it, end of end. That's it. Some arm swings. That's it, keep it going. End of end. Well done, keep it going. Get those arms swinging, best you can. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Well done. We've made it out of that field, Jenny.
Oh, good work, everyone.
We did well
that was
there.
tough.
We did well. We made it out of that field. I can see a bridge over there, Jenny.
Oh, yes, I know. I can see that too.
Looks like a good bridge to cross that, doesn't it?
Yeah, wonder where it's going to take us.
Should we find out?
Yeah, let's go.
Well, might as well. We don't know where it goes, but might as well find out. Oh, it's got a bit of a gate on it.
Oh.
It says to unlock the gate, we need to knock the boccia balls out of the way. Yeah? So we need to knock the boccia balls out of the way as though we're doing a knock-off shot. So for this one, what I want you to do is I want you to do the action, whatever action you do when you propel a boccia ball, that's what action I want you to do. So if you do a dart throw, I want you to do a dart throw like this. If you do a pendulum swing, I want you to do a pendulum swing like this. Or if you use a ramp, what I want you to do is to lean forward as though that ball is right on the top of your ramp extension. So lean forward as far as you can to release that ball. Are you ready? Let's see if we can knock these boccia balls out of the way. So 3, 2, 1, up you go. Give us your best boccia shot. Whatever you do to propel a boccia ball, that's what I want you to do. So I'm going to do a dart throw. That's what I do. I'm not very good at it, but that's what I do. That's
Keep
it.
practicing.
So keep going, see if we can knock them all out of the way. That's it, keep it going. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tell you what, we've got one more to do, and I'm just going to do one more shot. I'm going to try a big pendulum swing this time.
Go for it.
Try a big pendulum swing. Let's throw it. Oh, I got rid of that one. Oh no, Jenny. I can feel some rumbling.
I can hear rumbling.
Oh no. I've only gone and released a big giant boccia ball.
Oh, Gareth.
And it's heading right for us. So we need to run as fast as we can. So if you're standing up, what I want you to do is to run on the spot. If you're sitting down like me, what I want you to do is run as fast as you can so you can get those arms and those legs going as fast as you can. Or you can get those arms going. We need to run away from this giant bocce ball before it squishes us. Are you ready? So 3, 2, 1, let's run across the bridge as quick as we can. Take run as fast as you can. Take keep it going as fast as you can.
Quick, it's coming!
Quick! It's coming! Oh, it's getting closer. As fast as you can, keep it going.
Go, go, go!
Keep it going as fast as you can. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, everybody. We've just made it. We've just made it the other side of the bridge.
Whew.
The big, massive bocce ball just come crashing past us and hit the wall in front of us.
That was close.
Oh, it was close.
That was really close, that one. Good
That was
running.
my fault again. I always get people into trouble, don't I?
You always do.
Every session I seem to be the one that like pulls the wrong cord. You know, anyway, never mind. Never mind. Jenny,
What now?
there's something sticking out of that wall over there.
Oh, so there is.
There is.
Let's go have a look,
There
shall we?
is. Shall I have a look and see what it is?
Yeah, go for it.
Have a look. It's whatever this is here.
Oh. Nice
It's a little note. So the note says, to find the magic jack ball, we need to create a bocce court. Yeah?
That would make sense.
It would make sense. It would make sense. So, to create the bocce court, what we need to do is we need to do 12 big steps forward, or 12 and a half big steps forward if we're being precise.
Which we have to be, Gareth.
Well, sorry, Jenny?
We have to be precise.
You have to be precise.
Yeah.
So 12 and a half big steps forward, yeah, and then 6 big side steps. So what you're going to do, if you're standing, I've dropped the map. It's all right. I'll pick it up there. So if you're standing, what I want you to do is to do 12 big steps forward, and then 6 big steps to the side and back into the middle. If you're sitting down like me, you can either move your legs, so 12 big knee raises, the best you can. Move your arms like this, and then you can step to the side 6 times. Shall I count them down, Jenny, do you think?
Yeah.
Shall I count them out even?
Yeah, go for it.
Are you ready? So we're going to do 12 big steps forward. So 3, 2, 1, up you go. So 1, 2, take it going. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then a half. We're going to do a little half step. Well done. So we've done our 12 steps. So now we need to do 6 steps to the side. So 6 side steps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So everybody stop there. Well done. We've marked out our bocce court. Looks pretty good, this bocce court.
Probably the best one you've done, Gareth.
Well, it is. It's not like this. The lines don't go like this. This is why I don't play a bocce court, because their lines they look like this. And everyone complains about the wavy lines. Never mind. that's weird.
What is it?
It looks like so right in the middle of where we've laid our bocce court, there is a penalty box appeared with a cross in the middle.
Well, that's handy.
That is handy, isn't it? Almost like an X marks the spot, isn't it, Jenny?
I think so.
It is. Almost like an X. Should we dig?
Why not?
Why not? You never know. It was a magic note, and then we made a bocce court, and our big penalty box with a cross in the middle appeared, so we might as well dig to see what happens.
Have you got your paddles?
I have got my paddles still.
Good.
So we're going to use the paddles to dig. So what you're going to do is you're going to reach down and dig, throw it over your shoulder, reach down, dig, and throw it over your shoulder. Yeah? Or you can use one hand, you can do like a bicep curl. So dig down, throw it over, dig down, throw it over. Are you ready? Let's see what we find. So 3, 2, 1, up you go. So dig, throw it over. Dig, throw it over. Or you can do a big dig, throw it over that way. Big dig, throw it over that way. Well done. Don't we get rid of the mud. want to keep it. That's it, keep it going.
I wonder what we're going to find.
That's it, keep it going. Dig down as far as we can. Never know, we might find something, we might not. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jenny, I think we've hit something.
Oh, I should hope so after all that digging.
I know, we've done quite a bit of digging there. I think we've hit something though.
Can you see what it is?
I'll pull it out now. I'll
Go on then.
Reach down. I'm going to pull it out. Oh, whatever it is, it's big. I've put it down there on the floor. Jenny, do you know what it is?
No. Come on.
The suspense is killing me.
It's absolutely killing me.
It's a giant Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box.
A giant Jack in the Box. So, as you might know, to open a Jack in the Box, you need to wind the box. So it's got a big lever on the side. And we're going to wind the box. So you're going to reach forward and pull back. Reach forward and pull back. See if we can wind this Jack in the Box and see what pops out. That's it. So wind forward and pull back. Wind forward and pull back. So 3, 2, 1, up you go. The quicker we do this, the quicker the Jack in the Box pops. 6, keep it going. 6, keep it going. Wind that Jack in the Box. What's the tune that usually comes with the Jack in the Box, Jenny, as the pop goes the whistle? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Oh, it's popped.
Whoa!
Something just shot up. How did you say it?
I did.
You just, oh, hang on, I'm going to try and catch it.
Oh, go on.
I'm not very good at catching.
Go on, go on.
Catch it.
You've got it, you've got it.
Oh,
Well done.
I caught it. Guess what it is?
What is it?
It's the Magic Jack.
Yes!
We found the Magic Jack. So well done, everyone. We've found the Magic Jack. There's a little note on it though. The Magic Jack says, to make your way home, we have to do a really, really good victory dance. It says we have to do a Richard Mann victory dance. We all know Richard Mann likes to dance, doesn't he? Yeah. So we're going to do a Richard Mann victory dance. So, what I want you to do this one is any dance you want to do. So your best victory dance. So this one's mine. This one's mine. Jenny's doing hers behind the camera.
It's your go-to, that one, Gary.
It is my go-to. It's the only dance move I've got, really, let's be honest. So, everyone ready? So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do your victory dance. Any dance you want. Keep it going. My God. This is going live on the internet. It's not like that.
Keep going, Gareth. You've got this.
This ends up on you being free. That's it, keep it going. That's it, keep it going. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. Leave it there. Well done.
Are we home now, Gary?
Yeah. We must have done a really, really good victory dance because we've all been teleported back home. We're back in the office, Jenny.
Oh, are we not back on the boccia court?
We're back on the boccia court even, yeah.
I don't know, Gareth.
Good remember. So well done, everyone. So that is the end of our boccia adventure. So you've all done really, really well there. But before we go, what we need to do is we need to do a bit of a cool down, just to stretch those muscles out and set us up right for the rest of the day. So Jenny's going to play the music. And you're just going to listen. Yeah, are you copying me? Are you? Good stuff. It's a good victory dance. That one, to be fair, to copy. Yeah. So these exercises are doing nice and slowly. So we're just trying to lower our heart rate and stretch those muscles out the best we can. So first one we're going to do is we're going to turn our heads side to side. Turn our heads side to side, nice and slowly. So 3, 2, 1, off we go. That's it. Nice and slowly, side to side. Nice and slowly. Sit side to side, nice and slowly. Then we're going to rotate our shoulders. Rotate your shoulders forward. Rotate them back. Just do it up and down if you want. And our shoulders moving. So go up, hold it for a second, and back down. That's it. Keep it going. That's it. Rotate those shoulders. Well done. Now we're going to do twist side to side like this best you can. Side to side, nice and slowly. Hold it there. And on that side, hold it there. Best you can, side to side. Take it going. Well done. Now we're going to lean to the side, we're going to stretch this muscle. Well done. We're going to lean to the other side and stretch this muscle. Side to side. That's it, keep going. Side to side, nice and slowly. Well done. And you want you to stretch up as high as you can. That's it, stretch up as high as you can and back down. Up as high as you can and back down. So one more, up as high as you can and back down. And then we're going to try and reach our toes. So you want you to lean forward and reach your toes. Come back up. Reach forward. Try and reach your toes. Don't worry if you can't. It's fine. Right down as far as you can and come back up. Brilliant. Then if you can, I want you to point your toes to the ceiling. Point your toes to the ceiling. And then down to the floor. Point your toes to the ceiling. Down to the floor and just swap legs. Ceiling, floor, ceiling, floor. And then the last one, what we're going to do is we're just going to shake it off. So everybody shake it off like a jellyfish. Shaky, shaky, shake. Well done. That's it. Shake it off like a jellyfish. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Leave it there. So well done, everyone. That is the end of your Boccia adventure. Did you enjoy it? Yeah? Nice one. Nice one. Brilliant. Did you enjoy it, Jenny?
I did, Gareth.
It's all right. Jenny was doing it behind the camera as well.
I was just dancing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well done. Nice one.
Are you all looking forward to the rest of the day? You're welcome, Laura.
You're welcome. I might pop on later to see what's going on.
Terry's doing a quiz tonight. Our Terry's doing a quiz, so we'll be taking part in that.
Oh, nice one. What time's the quiz on?
9 o'clock tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. Nice one. Nice one. It should be good. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day.
Yep. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
Yes.
You're more than welcome.
Gonna go now.
Boccia-land.
Did you find what was in the cave, Laura?
What?
Did you have a look in the cave?
No.
That's where Jack was hiding. I wonder if that's why he hid his boat.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Could have been.
Could have been. I don't know.
We'll just never know.
As soon as the fight broke out, he ran off.
Okay. I'll see you later. I'm going to go now.
Will do. No worries, Laura. See you later. You're more than welcome, Ian. You're more than welcome.
There's some more Smile stuff happening this afternoon. So I think we're back on at 7 o'clock this evening.
Yeah, 7.
For our scavenger hunt.
Well, it should be good.
And then the early hours of Saturday morning, well, not too early, 6 o'clock, we're back. I think your fun boccia session, I think it is, Gareth, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. I think so.
So you're going to have us 2 more times today in the next 24 hours?
Yeah. I'm looking forward to the scavenger hunt. Scavenger hunt should be good. I like the scavenger hunt, do you, Jenny?
I do. think it might be a tricky one, this one.
Yeah.
Rachel's done it, so it will be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Well, thank you very much, guys.
You're more than welcome, Peter.
Thank you. So thank you very much for joining. For those of you that had the Zoom pass to enter the Zoom, lovely to see you all exercising and getting involved with the first interactive session. So thank you guys for that. So we're now going to go with the donation information, and it should be on the slide now. There it is. So you can donate. There are 2 ways of donating this year. There's a text donation. So to donate £3, text Boccia to 70331. To donate £5, text Boccia to 70970. Or to donate £10, text Boccia to 70191. This is for a text donation. However, if you want to choose how much you donate, or if you want a wacky number, say £7 or £8 or whatever, you can donate online instead on the link of www.bocciaengland.org.uk/appeal/Bocciathon. And of course, please do, for the 24 hours, do post the selfies or post a selfie of you doing the live interactions on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and please do tag Boccia England and use the hashtag Bocciathon 2021. Okay. And Boccia England is a charity that relies on support from fundraising for the years to carry out its work to change the lives of disabled athletes and boccia players. By supporting us today, you're helping to change the lives of disabled people playing boccia and going forward from the pandemic easing as well. That's it with the donation stuff. There's going to be quite a few of them now. What boccia means to me, there are little sort of advert-like videos of various boccia players and various boccia staff, volunteers and referees and the like, and that's what boccia means to them. And our first one is Tia's Rule video, and she is a BC1 athlete, and she's a member of the EPG England Performance Group, and she's on her way to go up the rankings of the boccia ladder, going up to almost the England talent. So she's doing very well so far in her boccia journey, and we're going to introduce her video. So here it is, and I will see you at 12 o'clock before the next video. Thank you very much, and here is Tia's video. So, thank you very much for Tyrell for that video. So thank you very much for that video. Now we're going to hear from Howes Primary School in Coventry, and then we'll show a short video about Boccia England's Virtually Boccia Challenge, which of course has been replaced by this year's traditional sports competitions. We normally have those sport competitions, but due to the ongoing pandemic, we've had to do it virtually. So let's hear from the school's showcase in Howes Primary School. And I'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Well, generally they have fun. Zach, do we like boccia? What do you like? You like what? Boccia. We play the games. Do we like using the...
Hi Gemma, can you tell us when you started leading boccia?
Well, a few years ago we went on the Boccia England course, and when we came back to school we've tried to bring it into quite a few lessons.
So what sort of boccia activities do you do at Howes?
We've had tennis and boccia festivals, we've had children from across the city come in, we've led skills games and actual games with the children in those groups.
And what are the best things about doing boccia at school?
I think it teaches the children to work together when they're in their teams. They also have to think about strategies, follow simple rules, and just, well, generally they have fun. Do we like boccia? What do you like? You like what? Boccia. We play the games. Do we like using the ramp as well?
Hi Mohammed, so you've been practicing boccia. Do you like it?
I like it because it's fun and easy to learn.
Oh wow, so it's good then.
I like boccia because it's beautiful and fun. Boccia because it reminds of me when I was doing bond when I was little.
I like boccia because I like to learn and it's good fun.
For this fun activity, you will be needing 2 sets of 12 cards. With the first set of cards, you will be needing to lay them out in this position, and for the second one, you will be needing to shuffle them and hand them to the person playing. With the person playing, they will be needing 4 boxes. How this game works is they will pick a card at random from the shuffle pack, and whatever card they get is the number on the set of cards laid out that they would have to on the boccia board. And if they get it on the right card, then that means that that score will be added to their total. Would you like to have a go?
Yes, please. So do I throw the ball into the net?
Yeah, but first of all, you need to pick a card at random. So now you have to try and roll the boccia ball onto 2.
High balls to knock the skittles. Number of the points.
Do you want to practice your accuracy?
Yay, I want to play.
I'll explain the Japanese. So you have 6 balls to start with, and you have to throw the ball to hit a skittle. If you hit a skittle and it doesn't go past the line, you get an extra bonus point. You get 10 points if the ball doesn't go past the line, and also if the ball hits the skittle. Bocciathon from everyone at house.
Thank you very much for House Primary School for that. We're now going to go on to about challenges with Sandra King. Sandra used to be one of the staff at Boccia England and has recently, end of last year, retired. But you know, we can't. Everyone that leaves Boccia England can't just get rid of Boccia completely. So she's back with a pre-recorded segment with Boccia challenges. You cannot. I've challenged to play along with us, but you can always rewind and go back to it if you wish to. So it is Sandra's challenges, and I will see you in 12:30. Over to Sandra.
Hi, Sandra King again here. This is a little weekend challenge for you, set up with 4 cans with a 30 centimetre ruler, and simply you can measure from the middle of each can with your 30 centimetre ruler. The aim is to get as many balls as possible into the middle of the square. Any ball that is pushing out of the square when it's finished doesn't count. So we might, and if we move the cans, actually we need to check the ruler still balances. If it does, the can can stay there and you can carry on. The idea is to get as many balls as you can in there. Obviously, after a little while, you might have to try and get up on the top. Don't know that I got the skill to do that. Maybe I'll try a different shot. Oh, not so good. Hey, and then to check how many you've got, what I need you to do is keep the ruler on the cans, look down from above, and I can see that this blue one here isn't counting, the others are, so I've scored 10. Okay, so we can make this a little bit harder by turning the cans from a square into a diamond. So just move these around. So now we have a diamond. Same again, we're going to go from middle to middle on the cans. Just pretty rough, it's fine. And now this is going to be a little bit more difficult because you need to find the way into the cans. So you might be able to get straight in with some. Oh, that was a bit too heavy. That one's going to need to be pushed on. But again, the issue is if you push the cans and the ruler will no longer fit on top of the cans. So if I did that, for instance, well, that's okay because the ruler fits on top, but actually I've just made my scoring zone a lot smaller. So ideally, you want to keep the cans in that nice open position and you want to use the balls to get in off of. Okay, so in this particular test, we don't really want people bouncing over the top. Okay, let's move the can again. Really want you to try and get in off or to set something up that you can push in. I've probably got to about the limit of my ability now. It can allow you to move a little bit from where you are, but remember that you've only got a metre for your square. So in this case, there's 4 there that don't score. 1 at the top I can see, so I've scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you beat me? Have fun trying. Bye. Hi, Sandra King again here. This is a little weekend challenge for you, set up with 4 cans with a 30 centimetre ruler, and simply you can measure from the middle of each can with your 30 centimetre ruler. The aim is to get as many balls as possible into the middle of the square. Any ball that is pushing out of the square when it's finished doesn't count. So we might, and if we move the cans, actually we need to check the ruler still balances. If it does, the can can stay there and you can carry on. The idea is to get as many balls as you can in there. Obviously, after a little while, you might have to try and get up on the top. I don't know that I got the skill to do that. Maybe I'll try a different shot. Oh, not so good. Hey. And then to check how many you've got, what I need you to do is keep the ruler on the cans, look down from above, and I can see that this blue one here isn't counting, the others are, so I've scored 10. Okay? So we can make this a little bit harder by turning the cans from a square into a diamond. So just move these around. So now we have a diamond. Same again, we're going to go from middle to middle on the cans. Just pretty rough, it's fine. And now this is going to be a little bit more difficult because you need to find the way into the cans. So you might be able to get straight in with some. Oh, that was a bit too heavy. That one's going to need to be pushed on. But again, the issue is if you push the cans and the ruler will no longer fit on top of the cans. So if I did that, for instance, well, that's okay because the ruler fits on top, but actually I've just made my scoring zone a lot smaller. So ideally, you want to keep the cans in that nice open position and you want to use the balls to get in off of. Okay, so in this particular test, we don't really want people bouncing over the top. Okay, let's move the can again. Really want you to try and get in off or to set something up that you can push in. I've probably got to about the limit of my ability now. It can allow you to move a little bit from where you are, but remember that you've only got a metre for your square. So in this case, there's 4 there that don't score. 1 at the top I can see, so I've scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you beat me? Have fun trying. Bye. Hi, Sandra King again here. This is a little weekend challenge for you, set up with 4 cans with a 30 centimetre ruler, and simply you can measure from the middle of each can with your 30 centimetre ruler. The aim is to get as many balls as possible into the middle of the square. Any ball that is pushing out of the square when it's finished doesn't count. So we might, and if we move the cans, actually we need to check the ruler still balances. If it does, the can can stay there and you can carry on. The idea is to get as many balls as you can in there. Obviously, after a little while, you might have to try and get up on the top. I don't know that I got the skill to do that. Maybe I'll try a different shot. Oh, not so good. Hey. And then to check how many you've got, what I need you to do is keep the ruler on the cans, look down from above, and I can see that this blue one here isn't counting, the others are, so I've scored 10. Okay? So we can make this a little bit harder by turning the cans from a square into a diamond. So just move these around. So now we have a diamond. Same again, we're going to go from middle to middle on the cans. Just pretty rough, It's fine. And now this is going to be a little bit more difficult because you need to find the way into the cans. So you might be able to get straight in with some. Oh, that was a bit too heavy. That one's going to need to be pushed on. But again, the issue is if you push the cans and the ruler will no longer fit on top of the cans. So if I did that, for instance, well, that's okay because the ruler fits on top, but actually I've just made my scoring zone a lot smaller. So ideally, you want to keep the cans in that nice open position, and you want to use the balls to get in off of. Okay, so in this particular test, we don't really want people bouncing over the top. Okay, let's move the can again. Really want you to try and get in off, or to set something up that you can push in. I've probably got to about the limit of my ability now. It can allow you to move a little bit from where you are, but remember that you've only got a metre for your square. So in this case, there's 4 there that don't score. 1 at the top I can see, so I've scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you beat me? Have fun trying. Bye. Hi, Sandra King again here. This is a little weekend challenge for you. Set up with 4 cans with a 30 centimetre ruler, and simply you can measure from the middle of each can. Hello once again, it's Sandra King from Boccia England with your weekend challenge, and this one's called Over the Top. And the idea is that you have to either bounce or roll your thrown ball, and it must touch the ground before it goes over whatever you're going to use. So the idea is either to bounce it and get it over the top, or to roll it and have it roll over the top. And we're going to work up from something nice and low to using a set of balls and seeing if we can get your ball over the top of that. So persistence will pay with this. Unless you're used to using this shot, it'll take quite a bit of time possibly. So I've started with this is one of those wheat-filled pads that you can heat up in the microwave. But any you could put some tissue inside a sock, anything you like, to try and get over the top of. And that should be relatively easy with a bit of pace. And then I tried some different things out, and I realised that this really wasn't a very good idea. It's far too square, so it's got some quite sharp edges here, and the ball really just wanted to rebound off of it, didn't want to go over at all. So I think that if it's more than sort of half the depth of the ball, something like this with straight sides probably isn't any good. So we'll put that back away again. So that got me to thinking about rolling pins. You know, I'm sure you all roll out your pastry every week. Rolling pin with a couple of tins behind it so that it won't go too far, and then we should be able to get over the top of that. Oh, come on. Well, I got over the top of it and knocked the tin as well. So that might be something if you can raid a rolling pin from somewhere. And we could go for even bigger things that rolls. I've got a kitchen roll here. Haven't tried this one yet. I'm suspecting this one might only work with the bounce. Oh yes, there we go. So bounce it in front to get it to climb over the top. Oh, there we go. And but of course in the end what we really want to use is boccia balls. And you could set up a nice wall of boccia balls. I'd actually maybe put a couple of extra in there, and the aim is to try and get your ball to climb over the top and get down into the gap or beyond. So again, you can bounce it and over, or you can roll it and over. A little tip here is just to think about where you're going to hit in here. If you hit in the middle of the ball, is that different in its result to hitting in between 2 balls? I'm going to leave you to come up with the answer to that once you've tried it out. So Good luck, have fun with Up and Over, and I'll see you again next week for some more Boccia at Home. Bye.
Thank you very much, Sandra. If you want to see more of Sandra's videos, they are on YouTube. I think she's got her own channel somewhere. So that'll be, I think, in the comments at some point in the next few minutes, Sandra's channel on YouTube, if you want to rewatch any of that. I must apologise for the technical difficulties we had there with the grey bits at the top of the screen. So we do apologise, and of course that happens to any online event that we've done, and anyone's probably done. So we do apologise for any of that for the next 24 hours. Or less than 12 hours now anyway. But we did forget to show you the virtually Boccia challenge that has replaced this sports competition this year. We forgot to show you, so we were going to show you that now before our next segment. So over to the virtually Boccia challenge. Thank you very much for that. Now we're going to go back on the section now with the England Performance Group Coaches and Conversation. Again, another pre-recorded slot now. We're going to hear a conversation between Andy Partridge, the head of talent, has been put in the last few months, and three of our coaches in the England Performance Group, Dan Headley, also Boccia England, Dan Bentley, of course, the athletes advocate, and Sandra In, now retired Boccia coach. So we're going to hear from all three of them now, and I will see you just before 1 for a totalising. So here is the conversation with three coaches. Thank you.
Okay, guys, so welcome to the Boccia England Big Boccia event. I'm Andy Partridge, the head of talent at Boccia England. Joining me is Dan Headley, Dan Bentley, and Sandra King. They're going to share their stories and experiences of working, competing, and refereeing in boccia. So, firstly, guys, welcome and thank you for taking the time to share some of your stories with us. I'm sure everyone in the Boccia England community knows who you are. But what would be really nice if you could introduce yourselves and share some of your stories and your journey through boccia.
Okay, I'll go first. So hi everyone, I'm Dan Headley. So you might see me more with a black shirt on or a red shirt on as a referee, or a white shirt when I'm working at competitions as a member of staff. I wear many hats in the sport. But I'm also a coach with the England Performance Group and have previously coached in the pathway before. Yeah.
Dan, do you want to go next?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Dan Bentley Woods, former athlete of now lead coach with the Hawks, and I also referee at the Info Cup level.
So hi, I'm Sandra King. There's probably not many jobs I haven't done in boccia, but I'm not a classifier. I got introduced to boccia by a former headmaster who'd spent all the PE money on a set of boccia balls, and I didn't know what it was. So it's thanks to him that I got into it. I've been in boccia for over 20 years. And during that time, I've been involved with the England squad on and off for a lot of that time. My proudest moment in boccia was probably delivering the London 2012 boccia competition. And currently I am an EPG coach, that's the England Performance Group. I volunteer as a coach at the Hawks Academy, which is my local academy. I tutor for Boccia England on a variety of boccia courses. I also tutor for BISFED, and during my career I've sat on the international governing body, actually before it was BISFED. So I've been around a bit.
Brilliant. Cheers, guys. Thanks for that. Some really insightful introductions there. So you guys have all been in boccia in one role or another for many years. But my first question to you guys is really, what does boccia mean to you, and how has that impacted on your journey today? Sandra, can you want to go first?
Yeah. Look, the thing I love about boccia is that I have never ever had to turn anybody away from boccia, and it's I've worked with a lot of people with different levels of disability, but specifically with people with high levels of physical disability. And I just love that there is a way, there is a piece of equipment, there is whatever adaptations are needed that anybody can play. And I think quite recently actually had that kind of reverse thing of having the first non-disabled person ask me where their local boccia club was and where they could go to play. So that's what boccia means to me. It's inclusion in the wider sense of the word. I'm very athlete focused, and I love the fact that a lot of our athletes have to have a lot of help with a lot of things, and in boccia they are completely independent and they are in control of absolutely everything. That also I find very empowering and enabling, and is another reason why I really like boccia.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo some of the points, Sandra, you've made there, and just add the sort of community family feel that you get around the sport. I think 11 years ago when I first came into the sport, probably similar to you, Sandra, I've never heard of it before. So I came into sort of first event quite sort of shy, didn't know what to expect. But quite soon, after sort of picking it up, there were quite a few mother figures that obviously 11 years ago was a lot younger than I am now. And yeah, I never felt like I'd be left out or left alone or ignored. There were always somebody there that could make sure I was okay, make sure I'd had something to eat or to drink, or just being around you in that sort of family feeling. The longer you're in the sport, the more you get to know people, the bigger that gets. And obviously wearing those different hats of officiating, coaching and working in the organisation as well, that family just naturally grows, and you know that it's not far until you sort of see a familiar face that you can sort of turn to, and just a smile or an acknowledgement across the room. I think it's just that togetherness.
Actually, I hadn't really thought that before, but like I was drawn in as a coach, and where I was a PE teacher before, and it was that aspect that drew me. And it was the competition and the, being able to coach people to play. Whereas actually you came in through the officiating route. Yeah,
and it's obviously we've all had different journeys and different sort of involvement with the sport, but I think through each pathway, I guess this togetherness and the family feeling that I refer to comes at some stage, and no matter which avenue you come in through, there's always somebody that you can turn to.
Yeah.
I started as a player, and of course, afraid you want to win. As you get higher, you want to win even more. But as I sort of tricked my roles to mainly coaching and the pavilion, it has opened my eyes to the teamwork and the togetherness when we're behind schedule. We already come together and make it up. And as a coach, I just love seeing young athletes progress through the pathway and hopefully get them to the highest level that they can.
But Dan, I think you're a really great example of something that some athletes don't think about, because as an athlete, you come in and your thoughts and what you want to do is all about being an athlete. So as you say, you want to win more matches, you want to get higher, and you reach that very pinnacle of becoming a Paralympian and a gold medal winning Paralympian at that. But then you have to start thinking about exit routes, and it's something that's really hard for a player to think about. So what's going to happen when I don't want to play anymore, or whether perhaps somebody else doesn't want me to play anymore. And we do have quite a few athletes that come in, people that come in as athletes and divert into officiating, into organising, into coaching, and so on. And I think we're beginning to see more and more athletes realising that and getting qualified in different areas so that they can give back to the sport that they've enjoyed so much.
I think as well, the past year has helped me realise what I want next, and I enjoy helping with all aspects of boccia.
Whereas you see, I'm waiting for Boccia England to bring in seniors boccia, you know, for the OAPs. I'm going to be the first in the queue.
You guys talked a lot about inclusion, togetherness, family, and the kind of progression, seeing people develop over time. So I think that leads me on really nice to my next question, is that all three of you at some point within the Boccia England pathway and at some level have coached within the system. What would you say as a coach is your proudest moment to date within the pathway?
It's probably going to sound a little cliche, but every time I pull on the shirt as a coach, when you've got the badge on your sleeve or the logo on your chest, I think as an athlete myself back in the day playing cricket, I never got to the level I wanted to. And just to know that sort of through coaching, I've supported athletes to get to the level I wanted to as an athlete. And yeah, like I say, little cliche, but it's an honor to pull the shirt on. And I think that's the proudest moments of sort of walking into that venue going, we are Team England, we are England, we are here as a group, and I'm part of that group. But I guess that also sort of translates into my other roles. So as an international referee, obviously you go and I'm representing the country as an English referee. So I guess it's just that honor and the pride of being able to either wear the badge or know that you're representing your country in whatever role it is, refereeing, coaching, and obviously for the athletes when they're playing.
You're right, actually. I won't ever forget, I think, that feeling when you first go out onto court at an international event and you've got the St George's Cross flag on your shoulders, and it just makes the hairs on your arms stand up, and it's amazing. And it doesn't matter, they're always playing the wrong national anthem for us because they always think we're Great Britain, but it's still great to hear that. I think the other proudest moments for me have all been times where I'm so proud I'll probably in the back of the sports hall somewhere crying my eyes out because somebody that I've had some influence perhaps over in what I've done has just achieved something that perhaps we or they hadn't thought possible or had dreamed and worked for a long time. And sometimes it's small things, sometimes it is that beating that opponent that you've always had a thing about and couldn't beat. And sometimes it's that first national championships, but sometimes it's just the first time you pulled off that lob shot, you know, or whatever. And some of those things you think, yes, you know, you've worked so hard for it. And there's the athlete getting that achievement at whatever level it is.
I just want to make one point. Don't cry, Sandra.
It's all right.
When we won gold in Beijing, and I sort died in the crowd for passing over and up to and helped with Sandra King because she started my boxer career, and that was before hugging mom and dad, and but my best coaching moment was at the last team and pairs. I got asked to coach the England team at pretty short notice, and we won the competition, and for me, the best learning experience was when we got beat in our second to last match. It was just like I said to the team with me in the reception for the chat, and I was walking with Saunders, and I said, "What do I say?" And that was a big learning experience for me.
Because I said, you know what to say.
Yeah, all you said is
We apologise for this. It'll be up shortly, hopefully.
Stands in Beijing in 2008 at the opening ceremony. And I was there because of my involvement with London 2012, and all of the competition managers had gone out to observe so that we could, you know, find out lots of stuff ready for London. And you were there coming out in the athlete display, and another player, Ali Lalani, that a lot of people will remember, he hadn't quite made the cut. He was the 5th player in the team, and at Paralympics, the boccia team only play with 4. So he was in a hotel watching the ceremony from outside. And I just thought back, because it was about 7 or 8 years since I'd first met the two of you and introduced you both to boccia. And I just had that moment of, who would have believed that, you know, 8 years later, you would be parading out at the Paralympics. I'd be sitting in the stands about to prepare the next Paralympics, you know, and Ali would be out there as the 5th man in the 4-man team. And that was definitely a very, yeah, I probably had a few tissues then as well, let's say.
Some really powerful stories there. I quite like, again, leads me really well into my next question. It's almost like we planned this, guys, about you guys working together and have started that journey together as well. So that's yeah, I didn't know that. So that's really really interesting. I mean, since I've come into the sport, because obviously I'm new, one of the things that I've seen anyway with working with these 3 in particular is how well you guys work together. And I know you guys have spent a lot of time together, whether it's coaching, whether it's in your kind of rules within Boccia England, or whether it's on the competition field as a ref and as an athlete and as a coach. For the guys out there, for other people that are looking into this group, what would you guys say is the top tips in how you guys make this team so good?
I think a bit of it's about respect for each other. It doesn't matter whether you are the newest coach in or the oldest coach, the one with the most experience, not whatever. Everybody's got something to say that's worth listening to, and to have that respect and to have that mind that is open enough to go, you know, actually one of us might have a completely different take on something to the other person. That doesn't mean that one of us is right and the other one's wrong. Actually, if we can pick the best bits from each, then we give an even better product to our players. We can support our players even better. And it's recognizing all those, the different things we have. You know, I think we all try and we kind of complement each other, and we fit together and we bring the best stuff we can.
Yeah, and I think linked to that is the honesty and the communication. Is actually you're only going to be able to support each other if you're honest about either not knowing something or having a different opinion on what someone said, and being able to and confident enough to communicate that with each other. Because you could quite easily go, actually, I've just been at a session with Sandra and I didn't agree with a thing that she said, but I didn't say anything, and it's just going to eat away at you when you get home. But then Sandra would never know that. So actually, after, I think a lot of the learning can almost come after a session, after a camp, where we sit down as coaches and maybe challenge each other a little bit, and sort of go, I liked this, but maybe I would have brought this in, or try, like Sandra said, actually bring in what we each know together. But that's linked to the communication. If you don't talk to each other, then you can't sort of build this trust and the relationship and that rapport that we seem to have when we're on a boccia court.
It's that kind of safety to be able to say it as well, is to know that, yeah, I might disagree with you too or whatever, but I'm not going to be judged for that. You're not going to think any worse of me because I have a different opinion. So it's kind of safe for us to explore these different avenues and to
one is you're behind or cutting it short. Please get back to the headrest and say, I'm free. If you want me to take that gun, on top of that, it's the thing that I've done before. I've come in, handed the shit over and said, Dan, I've made the mistake of taught him through it, and Dan has helped me process my mistake and then help me get on with the next game without it being in my head.
Yeah, and I think another probably an off-court thing that we all seem to do, more so at the longer competitions and the international competitions. Yes, it might be round a table in a bar with a drink in hand, but get to know the people. Like, yes, we're coaches, yes, we're officials, yes, we've all got the same role, but we're all different people. And not necessarily say and be a complete open book and give everybody chapter and verse of what you've done throughout your life, because for some people you might be there for a long time. But actually just getting to know each other, finding out what hobbies people have got away from boccia, or what kind of music they listen to, or what they like to read, or what they do away from the time where they've got the shirt on and they're actually they're refereeing. And I think that is something that I've learned through going to more competitions is actually the more you get to know the people, not the role, or the person, not the person in the role, the more you can almost relate to somebody. Or like Dan's just mentioned, that he could come over and we can have a discussion about a game. I think we could also probably say that we've got to a stage that Dan could come over to me, give me a score sheet, and I could probably turn around to Dan and go, "You're going to hate me if I give you another game now," because we've got to a stage where we can read each other. We know, actually, if I give Dan another game now, that's probably going to be the last game he can do, because he's sort of hit the wall. And just sort of getting to know each other, that we've sort of, we've been able to support each other in that way as well, that you've not necessarily had to say, "I need a break." We've been able to sort of read each other's body language, or read each other to be able to support each other.
I think it's something that actually all three of us have got in common as well, is a lot of experience of events. And I think we're all people that would stand back for a moment and see there's jobs that need doing here, and be able to go up to somebody and say, sometimes like at the beginning of an event, the head referee, the competition organizer might be just absolutely up to here in people arriving late, people not turning up at all that sort of thing. There's so much going on, and just to be able to go up and say, "What do you need me to do?" And for them to know, I can give Sandra that job, I can give Dan that job, but then that'll get done. I think that's great. And it's you can offer that help, but also you can equally say, "I'm really sorry, I can't do another match now. If I'm referee, I've got to have a break." You've got to have that honesty as well. And I think that's part of the Boccia family, but also parts of the more you're involved in it and you've seen it from all these different angles, the more you understand. Look, I know for the athletes over here who want to know who's playing who in what event, that's not helpful at all. But I know that the competition organisers just had to redraw 3 out of 4 classification groups, and they're having an absolute mare at the moment. So,
what I like as well is the Tuesday competition on the Saturday night. We try and eat together, but not talk about Boccia. It's like, switch off and read the normal people.
So there's a lot there about communicating with each other, open and honest conversations. And I know already, having worked with you guys, about having not just the positive feedback, but also the negative feedback too, to try and, well, not negative, but constructive feedback in order to progress and grow. I think, Dan, you touched a little bit about interpersonal skills, as well as what both Dans did, about, getting to know each other, even sitting down with a meal together as well at competitions and not being afraid to talk. So some really, really good and really insightful information there. I'm sure when we're back at competitions again, I'm sure you guys are going to be inundated for people having a drink and having a meal with you guys. So that's really good. My final question for you then is really just around, if you could sum Boccia up in one word. I know it's difficult, but in one word, what would it be to you?
Mine's got a hyphen, so I hope you're going to. Life-changing, genuinely life-changing.
I'd probably say empowering, in whatever role you're in.
Emotional, but positive and negative.
Emotional, but positive and negative. Yeah.
Cool, guys. Well, I appreciate the time taken tonight. with some really good stories and some really good insight into all things boccia. So I really appreciate you guys sharing that. I'm sure the viewers would appreciate it as well. And as I said, if anyone wants to buy these guys a drink or a meal, more than welcome to. Thank you very much, guys.
Sandra, Dan, and for all of that, and Andy, of course, yes. So thank you all for that lovely video there. Now it's just before one, so I better quickly go to go to Richard Mann. He's going to go. He's going to give us regular updates of how much we've raised, and Richard Mann is also the regular commentator. So I'm going to go over to Richard now, and I'll see you after he's just said how much money we've raised so far. Over to you, Richard.
It appears we've lost Richard Mann temporarily. So thank you for everyone so far that's donated. Your donations really will make a difference to the people playing boccia when we are able to get back to boccia this year. Every amount given really does make a difference. For example, you are helping to provide competitive sporting opportunities for disabled people. £5 will provide the tape to mark out 2 boccia courts at a competition. £10 could pay for a volunteer's officials t-shirt. £20 could pay for a medal for an athlete at the BE Cup competition, and £100 could cover 1-day van hire to transport all the equipment to one of the competitions. So we've been on for 3 hours now. I can reveal that the total at this stage is £421. Thank you so much for everyone who has taken part so far, that has raised this fantastic amount, like I say, in the first 3 hours that we've been online. And just to reiterate, this really will make a difference to changing people's lives through boccia. Please don't forget that there's still time to donate. You can give a text donation by texting boccia to the numbers on the screen now. These numbers are also in the information below on our YouTube live stream, along with the terms and conditions. You can also visit our website, www.bocciaengland.org.uk, to give us an online donation via debit or credit card. Thank you to everyone, and we'll be giving you another update in 3 hours.
Thank you very much. It's just gone past 1, so a bit behind schedule, but we're going to go to Sport for Conference now. They're part of our boccia delivery partners in Essex. They do some fantastic work driving the provision of inclusive sporting opportunities in mainstream leisure facilities for mainstream people. I'm very excited to have them with us today and taking part. And they're going to talk here about our news boccia in about 20 minutes time after this. Hopefully, if I've got time, we will do the boccia activities. Of course, we're going to give you a 20-minute window now to get a Zoom pass. So in 20 minutes time, there will be an interactive thing for you to get onto. So of course, a Zoom pass is all about getting involved in the session itself, and you can do that on the Boccia England website. So we're going to go over the sport of confidence now, and I will see you at 1:55. Over to you guys. Thank you.
Hello. Does the host just want to give me a thumbs up, or just let me know if you guys can hear me okay, or I need to turn myself up, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody, so welcome to the Big Bocciathon. I hope you guys are having a good time. I hope you've enjoyed the content so far. So welcome to Sport for Confidence's section of the Big Bocciathon. My name's Tom Doughty. I am one of the head coaches at Sport for Confidence. To give you a little bit of background about Sport for Confidence, Sport for Confidence is an organisation where we place occupational therapists alongside specialist sports coaches within leisure centres to provide sporting opportunities for anyone who faces a barrier to participation. So that barrier could be a learning disability, that could be somebody in a wheelchair, that could be someone who's living with mental health, somebody who's living with dementia, and a wide variety of other people. We do loads and loads of sports at Sport for Confidence. We obviously boccias, we do boccia, multi-sports, basketball, lots of other sports, and try and give people the opportunity to come down to the leisure centre and play sport and almost use sport as a tool to help with, whether that's help people with employment, whether that's help people, pardon the pun, gain confidence, and loads of other reasons as well. We use boccia, I would say. I wouldn't say we use boccia. I would say boccia is our most popular sport that we do. We're currently in 10 leisure centres in Essex and 3 in London, all of those locations offering boccia, a boccia class at least once, if not twice a week. I would say before lockdown, we would have, I would estimate, probably close to 500 people a week coming down to our centres and playing boccia. Some of those centres might have 10 people. Some of those centres might have 30 people playing boccia. Now, we're a little bit different, Sport for Confidence, as a sporting organisation. As I said earlier, we place occupational therapists alongside specialist sports coaches. So we might use boccia as, well, our occupational therapists might use boccia as an intervention tool. This means that they'll take a graded approach when the client comes down, and we'll look at various things and try and help the client along their journey of Sport for Confidence, whether that be helping them get into employment, whether that be maybe putting them on a boccia's leader course, maybe giving them that sense of belonging and that sense of focus by letting them do the scores, maybe letting them help in referee, various other things. Maybe they'd like to hold the ramp for clients, maybe they'd like to go and collect balls for people. So I think boccia is fantastic as a sport, as it is probably the most accessible sport that you could play, whether you are fully able or whether you only have mobility in your little finger, you can still access the game of boccia. It's that sense of community, it's that sense of bringing everybody together, everyone coming in, everyone having fun in a fun and safe environment. So what we're going to do today with myself is we're going to go through a little bit of a different routine, I would say, in that we're going to be using a ball, or we're going to be using a round object, So whatever you've got at home, whether that be an orange, whether that be a sock, or if you've got boccia, and we're just going to go through some kind of hand-eye coordination things that we can do, and just some hand strengthening, little drills that we can do. Maybe you might want to do this before your boccia match. Maybe you might want to do this in the car, or you can just do this sitting at home. Simple things that we're going to do that are going to get our brain ready to play boccia, and also we're going to have a little bit of fun along the way. After that, we're going to get into what we call the Sport for Confidence 10 sock boccia challenge. So what you're going to need for that is you're going to need 10 balls. Now, if you don't have balls, please don't worry. I've just got 10 rolled up socks here. Look, so really simple. Don't worry if you haven't got 10. You can just use 3 and you can just keep grabbing those. What you're also going to need is some kind of bucket. So as you can see here, really bog standard. I've just got the laundry basket here because we're going to be throwing our balls into something. Now, that could be, you might want to use a bucket. If you've got a little bowl, you can use a bowl. If you don't have any of that, don't worry. Maybe just a sheet of paper that you can lay on the floor, and then you can just try and land your balls onto the piece of paper. So there's some kind of target is what you're going to need. You're also going to need a drink as well, because we are going to take regular drinks breaks as well. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll pass over to the admin, and then if anyone's in the waiting room, we can start to fill in, we can start to introduce ourselves, and then I can give you a little bit of a taste of what we do at Sport for Confidence, and we can also involve a little bit of boccia. So I hope you guys are going to come, going to have a good time, and I'll see you very soon. If anyone from Boccia England, if we got anyone waiting for the interactive part, please do feel free and to let them in. I'm happy just to have a chat, with them. Hello, I do see some people joining in. If you want to unmute yourself, please do feel free, come and introduce yourself. If you've got any questions for me, please feel free to ask any questions.
Hi, Tom. I'll come in with the first question for you.
Yeah, no problem.
That's all right. So why is it that you sort of enjoy using boccia as a tool for physiotherapy?
Occupational therapy.
Oh, occupational therapy, sorry.
That's fine, no problem. I think we use boccia as a tool for occupational therapy. As I said, we kind of like to take a graded approach. And I think that, especially with boccia, as the sport's been so accessible, whatever kind of your ability level, there is a role for you in boccia. So as I said, we might have someone who's fully able who wants to come down, and maybe they want to gain a little bit of confidence. So we might use refereeing, or we might use saying out the scores for that, just that little bit of confidence and that responsibility. Equally, if we have someone coming down and they feel like they need to improve on their hand strength and stuff like that, we might give them a little bit of a heavier ball. So each time they throw it, they're building up that strength in their hand. Maybe they can do that so they can then begin to use a knife and fork if they might have unfortunately suffered a stroke. So I think boccia, especially, it's not when we kind of speak to people when they're first coming down to see us, no one's really heard of boccia before. So I think it's good they're playing a new sport, they're meeting new friends, everyone's always welcome to come into boccia, and whatever whatever their kind of outcome is of what they want to do at Sport for Confidence, we can offer that to them through Boccia.
That's great. Thanks, Tom.
No problem. Anyone else? Anyone else got any questions? I do see a few people. Let me see who's here.
I think we've got one or two coming to join as well, Tom, that may be coming in with some questions as well.
No problem. Yeah, that's fine.
Hi Tom, quick question from here at Boccia England. We were interested to know what you've
Yep.
been doing during lockdown. Have you been able to do any Boccia activities or keep people engaged through Boccia while they've been at home?
Yeah, no problem. So as you can imagine, lockdown was a big shock to us as an organisation and all of our clients, as we do normally operate out of leisure centres. So during the first lockdown, we got our 10 sock Boccia challenge. We kind of put that out on our social media streams, and we got all of our clients to send in their videos of them throwing their balls or their socks or apples, oranges, whatever objects they had into the bin. So that was quite good. We also went to Boccia England along with the activity pack, which we found very helpful, which we sent out to our clients, so that kept them involved with Boccia. We also run our virtual service, which is called our Stay Connected service, which was for residents in Essex, as that's mainly where we're based. And we was running lots of virtual classes on there.
That's great, Tom. Thank you very much. Really interesting.
Welcome. If you are just joining, us, you will need a chair. You're going to need a chair to sit on. You're going to need some kind of water. If you haven't already, you're going to need kind of 10 round objects. I've just rolled up 10 socks here. Don't have to be socks. You can use apples, you can use oranges, as long as you make sure they don't splatter everywhere. Boccia balls, you've got boccia balls, tennis balls, whatever you've got. And you're also going to need some kind of bucket, or you can use a laundry basket. You could use a little bowl, something that you can throw them into. If you don't have one of those, don't worry. You can just you just need something for a target on the floor. So if you just want to use a piece of paper and they've got to land on there, but just anything that the balls can land on and stay on there, that will be great. Again, please don't be shy. Come say hello. Let me know what Boccia club you're from.
Hi everyone, how are we doing? How long have we been playing boccia?
I think that was a question there for you, Tom. How long have you been doing
Was
boccia?
that for me? So I hadn't heard about boccia at all until about 3 years ago when I joined Sport for Confidence, funnily enough. I was previously a primary school teacher, and again, I'd never ever heard of boccia. But yeah, so I'd say I've been involved in boccia. I wouldn't say I've been playing boccia. I wouldn't say I'm that good. But I'd say I've been in and around boccia, delivering boccia sessions, watching people play boccia for around about 3 years now, I would say. And correct me if I'm wrong, but am I right in thinking it was recognised as a Paralympic sport at London 2012? Is that right? Am I correct in saying that?
So it was first Paralympic sport in 1948 at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games.
Okay.
But since then, it's been growing and getting a bit more popular, and appeared at Paralympics since then.
Since 1948.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm clearly way off.
That's not a problem.
I'm interested to know if we do have boccia players out there. Do you guys prefer the kind of hard boccia balls, or do you prefer the quite soft boccia balls? Personally, I prefer the soft ones because I'm more of a thrower than a roller when I play. So let me know what ones you like, whether you like blue or whether you like red team. I'm blue. I'm never really red, as I'm a Tottenham supporter, and I can't stand red.
I'll ask Jonathan, Dan, you're both on the call. Do either of you want to unmute yourselves and answer that? What sort of compound of ball do you guys prefer? Or have you got a preference of colour when you're playing?
I also like to be blue team, as red, as you know, throws first. So that kind of gauges where I need to be. So I can get away with a bad throw then. Red always goes first.
Tactical.
That's it. I'm always tactical.
Go on then, Jonathan.
I like playing with blue, but red's good as well.
Mm-hmm. And what compounds of balls do you use, Jonathan? Do you just use one, or do you mix them up?
I've got a bit of mixture.
A mix-up.
Yeah, from soft to hard.
Quite a mix-up.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Dan, have you got a preference? No. Peter, you're still with us. You're a player at Solent Boccia. Have you got a preference of compound or a preference of colour when you're playing?
All you players are going shy on me.
I think they have, Tom. I think they might be having a bit of a siesta.
Yeah, it's weather for it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Not necessarily boccia weather. I always find boccia weather when it's a bit rainy and a bit drizzly. You go inside, it's nice and warm.
Yeah.
But, I'm sure you could do outdoor boccia. Ball might not roll as much, but
yeah. So I've got another question for you, Tom.
Yeah.
Roughly how many people do you sort of deliver boccia with? Obviously outside of the current circumstances, but roughly how many people do you engage with in boccia?
That's a good question. So I think it varies from location to location. I would say in Basildon on a Tuesday, we probably have sometimes 70 players playing boccia at once. So yeah, it gets pretty. We're very close to running out of balls, but then it's equally as enjoyable when we might deliver in Clacton and there's maybe 10 people there. So I think it just kind of varies location to location. I would say. I think personally, I prefer the lesser the lesser number, just because I think you get to kind of know the other players more. You can have a little bit more of a conversation, things like that. But then saying that, I equally enjoy it when there's loads and loads of people, and we probably take up a double sports hall just playing boccia. So I would say probably pre-lockdown, I would say we was probably having, maybe 500 interactions a week, I would say, of people coming down and playing boccia at Sport for Confidence. I'd say it's our most popular sport that we deliver. Yeah, by far, boccia is our most popular sport. We've had clients who have come down as a Sport for Confidence client, have gone on to the Boccia's Leaders course, and now volunteering to deliver boccia for us, or are qualified as a boccia referee. I think boccia's definitely opened up a lot of doors for our clients, which is fantastic.
Yeah, that's great. And to hear that people have gone not only down sort of playing a bit more, but down the other avenues of leading or officiating or doing other roles within the sport. I think that's great to sort of show that no matter how you come into the sport, there's always a pathway or an exit route for you.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree.
Yeah.
If everyone's ready, we can get into the interactive part of our session.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, everyone. So what you are going to need for the interactive part is you're going to need a ball or just a round object. So I've just got a rolled up sock here. So really easy to start. That's it, there we go. Okay. So all you just follow along with me. It's going to be nice and simple. So all I want you to do is, if you can just place the ball, sock, whatever object we'll call it, just place it in your hand there. That's nice and flat. All we're going to do is we're just going to give it a nice big squeeze. We're going to give that 5 times, okay? So you're just going to go 1 and then really spring your hands back. That's it, 2, 3, 4. Really try and separate your fingers. 1 more. Excellent. If you swap over for me, my sock's going to come apart, but doesn't matter. That's it, there we go. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. If you can place it back into the first hand for me, just there. So what I want you to imagine here, very easy, nice little bit of balancing, do a bit of strength for arms. If you imagine an egg in a frying pan, all I want you to do is just move your palm around, but try and keep the ball in your palm. So just give your hand just a little bit of movement. Don't worry if it falls off, and just give it just a little bit. Just start to move it a little bit, but try and keep it away from your fingers. So if I go close to the camera, as I shake it, look, I'm keeping it away from my fingers. Excellent. And then swap over, this in your hand, and just slowly just start to move that around. Just give it a little wiggle.
I'm finding it harder with my left hand, Tom, than I was with my right.
It's much harder than it looks, isn't it? Excellent.
Yeah, thanks for me, Dan. I'm putting on my left.
Perfect. Okay. Right, we're going to move up the difficulty level now. What I want you to do is keep it in that it's still in. Place your hand over so your palm is facing downwards. Palm facing the floor, and I want you to put whatever you've got. Put it on almost where your knuckles are, where your fingers meet your palm, and hold it there. Ready for this? What I want you to do is we're going to keep whatever object you've got on your hand. I want you to move your hand as far close to the floor as you can, and then try and raise your hand up above your head, but keep your object on top of your hand. That's it. And then you're going to slowly move it down to the floor again. Can you do it without looking at the ball? That's it. Nice and slowly move it down. And then nice and slowly move it up. And then move that over onto the other hand. So this would be a typical boccia warm-up that we might do here at Sport for Confidence. So you're going to slowly move it down and then raise it up to the sky. Excellent. That's it. Just keep it nice and controlled. Just warm up our arms so that all that throwing, all that rolling, all that pushing, however you release your ball. Some people who put the ball on his head. Okay, and then keep it in that same hand, whichever hand you prefer. It's fine. All we're going to do is we're going to go 5 times again. We're just going to throw it up and just catch it just in one hand. That's it. Done that, just move over to the other side. Nice. Now we've done that, can you now throw hand to hand? And if you're finding that easy, can you change the height in which you're throwing the ball? Yeah. Excellent, really good. Perfect. So now, still gonna throw it, but can you just put your hands are going to be in front of you, so the back of your hands are facing outwards, palms are facing in. That's it. So you're going to start, I would say, about a yard apart, so about there. I'm just going to throw it just in between our hands, but keep our hands in that position. That's it. And then can you move your hands up above your head and keep that? That's it. Excellent. And then can you move it down? And then can you just go as low as possible? That's it. All the way to the floor. And then you're going to come all the way back up again. So just moving it. Perfect. One more time. Great work. And just keep it there. So we're going to have a little bit of a competition now on a warm up. What we're going to do is we're going to hold whatever we've got in our hand. We're going to throw it up in the air. You've got to clap as many times as you can before the ball comes back into your hands, or sock or orange, whatever you've got. You ready? We'll do it 3 times. Here we go. Off we go. 3. Good. One more time for me. Good. Perfect. Without ruining my fan up there. Nice. Okay. Last couple of bits here. Last couple of bits. So we're just going to move down to our legs. So all I always do is hold whatever you've got, and we're just going to pass it around my leg. Just going to pass it around my legs. Nice and simple. Just little circles. If we can slightly lean forward as we do it and get our hips involved, then perfect. And go around the other way. But when you go around the other way, can you lift up your knee each time it hits the floor? Work. And go around to the other side. So again, just go one way. Just go around. So let's say clockwise. Keep your knee on the floor. And then round the other way. I'm just going to lift up our knee. Just warming up our bodies, getting us used to the ball, used to the feel of the ball, getting our body nice and warm. Perfect. And can we now go in a figure of 8 motion? So you can go through the middle and then over one leg. So each time you're passing it through the underneath of your leg and then going through the middle. That's it. Really good. Okay, last one, everyone. Last one, and then we'll get into our throwing motion. So what I want you to do is, like we did when we bounced it on the back of our hand, can you place it just on there? So just on the back of your hand. So the easiest way to remember this, easiest way to do this is think of a spider. So your other fingers are going to be the spider. So just place it on top of the ball. And what you're going to do is you're just going to use your fingers to roll the ball all the way up to your arm. go around, and then when you get to your neck, you're going to change, and you'll go down your other hand. So only using your fingers. So imagine like a spider creating its web. So we're just going to go to the very tips of our fingers. We're going to roll it up our shoulders, round the top of our neck. We can swap hands and then roll it over to the other side. That's it. We go one more time with that. So you're just going to roll it. That's it. Really concentrating on those fingers, getting all the tendons in our fingers warmed up. And round the other side. Excellent. Well done, everybody. If you want to grab yourself a quick drink for me, please. Grab yourself a quick drink. And then if you grab your items that you're going to throw into your bucket, we're now going to make this a little bit competitive. It's a bit fun on a Friday afternoon, eh? So I think we start off individual first. I think we start off individual, then we'll go into team. So what I need you to do is get all of your balls, socks, whatever you got, and then you're going to put your target, you're going to put that out in front of you. So just there. I'm going to put mine, grab myself a quick drink. I do need you guys a little bit of help. So we can either go, we can go overarm like a darts player, or we can go underarm. So if you can type in the comment box which one you'd prefer, that will be very helpful for me. So whatever answer comes in first, that'll be the one that we go with first. So we can either go overarm like a darts player, or we can go underarm into the bucket. If someone can pop it into the chat box, that would be very helpful. Underarm for me. Thank you very much, Natalie. Perfect. Okay, here we go. So what I want you to do is, don't worry if you haven't got 10, just have 10 tries, okay? So we're gonna have 10 tries. How many can we land in our bucket, our bowl, or how many can we land on our target, okay? Must go underarm. So when I say, we'll all throw, and then we'll all go around our scores. Person with the top score, they'll be the winner. Nice and easy, okay? Here we go. You ready? In 3, 2. Last time I've done this, I got 6, so I'm hoping I can do a bit better. Ready? Off we go. Roll, backboard. Perfect. Once you've done that, give yourself a little bit of a count up and then just pop your score into the chat box for me once you've done that. Let's see how many I got it. I don't think I did too well. What I get? Seven, good score. 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, exactly the same as I got last time. So no better off than last time I done it. 6, is that the score to beat, or is 7 the score to beat? Let me pop it in the chat box. So I got, or Callie got 7. She could be top scorer.
I think we're getting quite competitive here in the office, Tom.
That is the nature of bocce. That's what it brings out. Okay, excellent. So once you've done that, if you feel that was a little bit easy, I want you to move your target further away. If you were struggling a little bit, then move your target a little bit closer. Also, if you found that easy, can you throw it with your other hand? So if you're doing it right-handed, can you do it left-handed? Again, left-handed, can you do it right-handed? You ready? We'll go again with this one, then we're going to break off into some teams, and we're going to have a bit of team throwing. Okay, here we go. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Here we go. 1, 2. Oh, I'm on a roll here. How many you got? Pop it in the chat box. I got 7, so I was 1 better. 5. I think I'm going to go left-handed. I'm right-handed. I think I'm going to go with my left hand here. Move that back a bit. There we go. I can move my bucket as well. 8 and 8, not bad. Much harder with the left hand. That's what I'm about, Callie. Look, just simple changes make it nice and hard. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're now going to go into teams. Okay, so we're going to have a red team and we're going to have a blue team. Red team, you're going to throw first. So red team, you're going to throw. You're going to have an overall score. Once you've done that, blue team, we're going to see if we can beat their score. Okay, so how many? Hopefully we've got a nice even number of people in there. We've got 10. Look, what are the chances of that? So we're going to go 5 and 5. 5 red, 5 blue. So could admin, could you put us into teams for me, please? That is if everyone's playing. I do assume everyone is playing.
Okay, so on the red team, we will
Do you
have.
want me to type out the red team in the chat box?
Yeah, you can do. We'll have George, Callie, Dan Bentley, Dan, and Jonathan.
Sorry, I've got George, Callie, Dan B, Jonathan. Who was the last player?
The other Dan, Daniel.
The other Dan. Perfect. Yep. There we go. So if you can look at the chat box, that is currently the red team. And then on the blue team, we've got.
That'll be myself, Dan, Tom, you, Natalie. Who else was there? Ian. And Peter, are you playing? Peter or George?
Okay, perfect. So if you guys just want to have a little look at the chat box, that'll tell you what team you're on. So, Peter, you're going to watch, no problem. That's fine. Okay, so red team, you're going to go first. You can throw either hand. You can throw left hand. You can throw overarm. You can throw underarm. I reckon, should we do best of 3? Should we do best of 3 games?
Yeah, I think best of 3.
Give the red team a chance. Okay, here we go. So red team, if you want to throw your balls into your basket and then comment what score you got for me, please. Again, if you're watching this back, feel free, you can just score on your own. Can you beat our teams?
Tom, is that using 6 balls or 10 balls?
I think we'll use, what do you reckon? 10's a bit high. 10? Yeah, okay, yeah, go on then. We'll do 10. We'll do 10 balls. So nice and high. Aim high, everyone. It's Friday afternoon after all. Okay, here we go. So 10 balls, red team, when you're ready, if you want to throw your balls into your target or onto your target, and then write down your score out of 10 for me, please. Good luck.
So I think Callie's got in with her
5
first score.
for Callie. 5 for Callie. Is it? Who else was on that red team?
Thanks.
Dan or Jonathan, how many did you get? Oh, no, sorry, Jonathan, you're just watching. Apologies.
I think Natalie's jumped onto the red team.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. No problem. 4. Okay, so 9. 9 to beat. Come on, blue team. It's easy. Easy 9. Okay, ready? Ready then, blues? When you're ready, blue team, 9 to beat. Off you go then, blues. Remember, move it further away or move it closer. Here we go. I will admit it is a lot harder with your weaker hands. There's one. How did I get? That weren't very good for me, I'll be honest. I got 1, 2, 4. I got 4. Four for me, so 8 plays 9, so that's 1-0, 1-0 to the red team. 1-0 to the red team. So we'll go again. Red team, you can go first. Currently 1-0. Currently 1-0. Thank you, Ian. Okay, ready, red team. So when you're ready, red, you are going to go for your second round. Currently 1-0 to you guys. When you're ready, off you go, red team, if you want to throw your socks. Can just see balls flying past the screen. Again, let me know how you get on. Currently 1-0 to the Reds. You're playing along. If you're watching this back as well, write down your score, how many you got out of 10. Can you beat the joint scores? Currently your highest score we've had is 9. That was from the red team in the first round. 3. Oh, Natalie. No problem. Thank you. That's 3. That's 3 for the Reds. I think we're waiting on one more player. Oh, 4, 7. So 7 there. 7 for the Reds. That is easily beatable. Okay, blue team. Here we go. 7 to beat. You ready? When you're ready, off you go. Oh. Not bad. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 7 that time. I think that's already a win. Yeah, definitely. Bonus point for Dan. Good job, Dan. So the winners of that team, where does that one? It's the blue team. Good work, Blues. So we're going into a final round. We'll go final round this time. We'll go blue and red team are going to throw together. Okay, blue and red team can throw together. So it's 1-1. Reds have won 1 round. Blues have won 1 round. This is the last round. Here we go. All to play for the winners. Again, if you're playing along at home, final round. Can anyone get 10? I don't think we've had 10 yet. I don't think we've had 10 from anyone. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Off you go. Oh, I like it. Yeah, definitely triple bonus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6. That's it. The score 6 is 6 all. 6 all at the moment. 6 for the Reds, 6 for the Blues. Still waiting for scores to come in. 8. Oh, good score. Red team at 12. Red team got 12. Blue team got 6 at the moment. 9, which means the winners today is the blue team. Good work, Blues. Excellent work. Well done, everybody. Great work today. I hope everyone enjoyed that. I hope you guys enjoyed our little bit for our Bocciathon from Sport for Confidence. Make sure you guys check out loads of great content today on the Boccia England YouTube stream. Loads of great organisations all doing their bit for the great game of boccia. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. Have a good day, and I'll hopefully see you soon. See you later, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, Tom.
No problem. See you later.
Thank you very much for that, Tom. And thank you for Sport Confidence for that wonderful interaction video. So it's that hour of day again where we get to tell you about the donation information again. So here it is. To donate £3, text Boccia to 70331. To donate £5, it's text Boccia to 7090970. Sorry. Or to donate £10, text Boccia to 70191. You can also donate online at www.bocciaengland.org.uk/appeal/Bocciathon. And of course, you please do, if you can, take a selfie of where you are while you're watching this magnificent event, and use the hashtag Bocciathon 2021 and tag Boccia England in, please. We would love to see them. So we're going to have another What Boccia Means to You video, and this time it is two people, Anne and Tim McGuire. They are, in my eyes, legends. They have been with Boccia England for many, many years as volunteers and referees. They have done a massive amount of work for Boccia England in the last few years. They are long-standing volunteers based in Colombia. They've been involved in every aspect of boccia over the years, so we will get a little video of that. And then I will see you at 2 o'clock. Over to Tim and Anne.
Hello, I'm Anne Craddock.
And I'm Tim Craddock. Boccia volunteers for over 20 years.
And I really love boccia because it's a fun and fully inclusive sport.
I enjoy the spirit of and the friendship of the game.
What we most love is our wider boccia family, the players, the coaches, their families, and the technical officials from all over the world.
And our favourite boccia moment was when we were technical officials, national technical officials in fact, at the London 2012 Paralympic Games.
And we could only say to everybody, get involved. You will have a fantastic
Absolutely,
time.
it's a fantastic experience.
So now we've got Molly Winsby. She's a lecturer in health and exercise nutrition at Solent University in my University of Southampton, Solent. We're so pleased that she's able to join us today live, and we're so pleased she's able to share some information, answer your questions, and do a live cooking session with us. And the winner of the food question we had on the social media was flapjacks. So we're all going to allow to cook flapjacks today. If you haven't got your ingredients or the recipe, you can look on the Boccia England website for that. All the information are there, and of course you can always rewind and watch it again to make your own flapjacks. Please do show us your flapjacks using the Boccia England tagging and of course Bocciathon 2021 hashtag. Over to you, Molly.
Hi Peter, can you hear me okay?
can hear you fine, Molly.
Sorry, I think my internet just cut out, which is really embarrassing. But I will carry on and hopefully it's okay. Can everyone still hear and see me?
Yeah, we can hear and see you again, Molly.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know. I'm scared it's going to happen again. I might try and go on my mobile hotspot in case. It's never happened before. It's ironic.
It wouldn't be a live event or an internet-based event if there weren't a few technical hitches, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to see if I can put it on my hotspot just in case. Cool. I'm connected on the hotspot, so we should all be good. So welcome back. Apologies for the difficulties. And yes, cooking banana and peanut butter flapjacks today. And if you are here for the cook along itself, what we will need are 2 bananas. I've got some really long ones. The yellower, the better, as they are more ripe and easy to cook with. We also have 200 grams of oats, and they are just normal rolled oats as well. We have some honey or agave syrup or maple syrup, in which I have honey at the moment. We also have 70 grams of peanut butter, a couple of handfuls of dried fruit of your choice, and I have raisins today, and that should be about it, as long as we have some all-important chocolate as well. Feel free to add in any extras which you would like, and we can get going. Whilst I do this cook along, I will hopefully go at a pace which we can all stick along to. If not, it's always going to be recorded, so we can always look back on it. And I'll hopefully be giving some nutrition tips along the way. And it won't take overly long. They're quite nice and easy to make, so we can have some time for questions as well. So the first step being putting the oven on to about 200 degrees. And I normally like cook-alongs because we can just be nosy in everyone's kitchen. So about 200 degrees or just over 180. That should all be just to preheat the oven and get it nice and warm. And don't worry if you haven't already weighed out the ingredients, we can do that all together as well. So we should also need a baking tray, which we can put the flapjacks on, as well as a bowl, which we can mix it all together in. So the first step being, if we have both of our bananas, doesn't really matter what size, and yeah, like I said, if they're yellow, that's even better. And bananas are great as a carbohydrate source to fuel our training needs, as well as afterwards to replenish all of our training energy, which we have taken away when we've been doing our exercise. So the first job just being to peel your bananas, and if they're yellow or spotty, then that's a lot quicker to do as well compared to the green ones. So they will just go into your mixing bowl like this. Other fruits can work well, so things like raspberries that have been heated up on the stove to make them a bit runnier. Things like pureed apples and things like that can also work well, but I love bananas personally, and I think they go really well with peanut butter and definitely great for a training snack. So hopefully your bananas are in a bowl that looks a little bit like this, and we are able to get a fork and just mash them all together. I'll show you the finished product at the end. So they are all nice and squished into like a banana puree, and like I said, the yellower they are, the easier it will be. So this is just the job. I'll try and put my camera down a little bit just to get them all nice and mashed together. You can kind of also see the bananas as kind of like a binding agent to stick everything together. As there's quite a lot of dry ingredients in this recipe. So this is probably going to take a couple of minutes just to get it into some nice small pieces. Again, if you wanted to do it quicker, this could be done before, just beforehand and just left to the side. I wouldn't recommend the night before, but maybe a couple of hours beforehand if wanting to get ahead. So hopefully, if we're following on or just listening and wanting to do it at a later date, then we should have 2 mashed up bananas that look a little bit like this. So not the prettiest looking thing, but this aroma definitely pops out and smells really good there. And like I said, these are very versatile. If you prefer getting some raspberries and heating them in a saucepan with like some sugar, that can also work well, or like blueberries, apples, it can be very versatile, which is great. The next step being, oh, there's a question, fresh bananas, what's the difference between fresh and the black spotted ones? So really good question. The black spotted ones just mean they're a lot more riper, and in a nutrition sense or taste sense, they're a lot sweeter. So they're a lot easier to digest by the body. They release the energy a lot quicker, and they're a lot easier to cook with. As if you have, say, like a green banana, they're normally a bit stiff and quite chalky in the mouth. And if you put bananas alongside avocados in a fruit bowl, they both ripen together, which is quite interesting. So hopefully we have all of our banana that looks like this. The next step being putting 200 grams of oats, solid oats, into the bowl with the banana. So just placing it all in, and feel free if you have to go and weigh it as well. I don't want to rush too far ahead. Oh, there's a camera on, brill. So we can just mix the oats and the banana all together. Probably become quite thick and stodgy. Just mixing it all together. If you wanted a less chunky texture, feel free to put oats in a blender and make like a flour, and then they're less chunky. It's all up to your preference. And oats are also gluten-free. So if yourself or a family or a friend has a gluten intolerance, they should still be able to have oats unless it's been made in a factory with other flours. Then we have to be a bit cautious. But for the majority of people, a wheat allergy should be fine with oats. So just mixing the banana and the oats together. Oats are also a really great source of complex carbohydrates, meaning that they slow the release of energy in your body and keep you fuller for longer, and a great source of fiber, which also does the same thing. So oats are a big staple in my diet personally, especially for breakfast and things like porridge or other flapjack varieties. And I would definitely recommend them, and also very cheap to buy in a supermarket if wanting to be able to make it nice and accessible for everyone. So that should look like this. In typical Blue Peter style, I don't have what I made earlier, but we will see hopefully nearer the end. The next step being the honey or the agave syrup or the maple syrup, or whichever one with it you wanted to use. And that is about 50 grams, and I haven't weighed this, so I will make sure I weigh it now. I just have some scales. 50 grams is probably about 2.5 tablespoons, 3 tablespoons. If you don't have scales, just put a bit of that in, and just brings some more sweetness into the recipe. The sweeter the better, in my opinion. So I'm just going to be pouring some in. It's a bit clogged. Just going to take the little lid off it. Cool. So then we should have our banana, our honey, and our oats all together. And then just using a fork or a spoon, we can just mix them all around to make it nice and even and combined. And again, the honey or whatever you choose as a sweetener can just work really well to bind it all together and make it nice and sweet, like I mentioned before.
Hi, Molly. There's a question just coming in the chat as well. If people aren't sweet fans, is there an alternative?
I would say an alternative would probably be just to lessen the quantity of it and put a higher quantity of peanut butter in, just to make the balance that way. This is quite a sweet recipe with the chocolate and the banana, and there's definitely lots of savoury flapjack options, which I'm happy to send through or talk about afterwards. But yeah, if you wanted less, say, honey or sweetener, I would just recommend adding in more peanut butter that way.
Brilliant, thank you.
So it should all be together like this. And talking of peanut butter, that will be the next step. So 70 grams of peanut butter, which we can just put into here. It's a very simple recipe, like I said. It's mainly just getting lots of different ingredients and mixing them all together, which is definitely what we like to hear because it makes it nice and simple for us. So yeah, with the peanut butter again, just mixing it all together. If you wanted it to be runnier to make this process easier, feel free to put the peanut butter in the microwave for just a couple of seconds to loosen it up. And it doesn't matter if it's crunchy or smooth. It doesn't matter if it's almond butter. There's so many varieties out there. I guess you could even use Nutella if you wanted to, if we're feeling like we have a very sweet tooth. But with peanut butter, it's a great source of unsaturated fat, which means that it is a great source of energy and has lots of other functions in the body. And is, yeah, great to use and very versatile. So we can mix all of them together, which looks like this, hopefully. And the next step, hopefully we have some dried, oh, there's popple copped in there. So I have some dried fruit like some raisins, sultanas, cherries, apricots, a fruit mix. You could even add in some nuts or some seeds, like a trail mix. There's lots of varieties, say coconut, cinnamon, they're very, very versatile on whatever suits you. So if you do have more of a savoury tooth compared to a sweet one, you could add in, say, like some nuts or some seeds into this section to really make sure that we are not making it overly sweet for our taste buds. So that should all get mixed together to look a little bit like this. With the final ingredient, which I put on the list, being some dark chocolate or chocolate of your choice. I think dark works quite well because it's more bitter. I currently have a 70% cocoa one, which is like the lower side of the dark chocolate. So not too bitter, but still nice. They can just get broken up into little chunks. If you prefer it less chunky, you can make sure that they're a lot smaller, or if you prefer more texture, you can just put them in larger quantities, but they'll all get melted anyway in the oven. So all placed in and then just mixed around as well. That is the majority of the ingredients which we wish to put in our flapjacks, unless you would like to add in anything else. So feel free to look in your cupboards and see what's around, or if you're looking to make them, say, on the weekend, have a think about what you would like to be in there. So hopefully we have our bananas, our honey, our oats, our peanut butter, our raisins or dried fruit, yeah, our chocolate, that should be everything in, which is just like this, nice thick texture and hopefully easy to put onto a baking tray. So the baking tray being when it's cooking. Yes, Peter, good idea. And so a baking tray a little bit like this. And then feel free to grease it either with greaseproof paper if you wanted to, or some oil. I'm just going to squirt some oil on it and then make sure that's nice and spread around. If your baking tray is very new, then you don't need to oil it, as it should be nice and greaseproof, but mine's a little bit older, and therefore I don't want it all sticking and then be very difficult to get out once it's come out of the oven, and makes it difficult to tuck in that way. So I currently have a oiled baking tray. This size is probably maybe a bit too big for what we need. So I'll probably just need to cover half of it or 3/4 of it. So if you have a smaller baking tray, that's also completely fine. And I'm just going to, I will put my thing down, just going to put it all onto the baking tray, nice and even. It smells really good. You can also add in, say, spices like cinnamon or ginger, whatever you think might work well. Just trying to get the camera up again. And I'm just going to be spreading it all around. So, like I said, my baking tray is quite big. It doesn't look the most appealing at the moment, but it smells great. And I'm just going to make sure that it's just in a section of the baking tray. There is no raising agent, so they won't necessarily rise, but they might spread out a little bit when cooking. So nice and flat like this, hopefully. Yeah, so they would probably make about 6 to 8, maybe 10 if we're not feeling that hungry. Depends on our hunger levels and our physical activity levels, which I will mention as well once they're in the oven. So they should look something a bit like this. And again, if you wanted any extras, they would be in there as well. And the bowl is nice and empty, with a little bit maybe left in there to lick the bowl, as we normally do. So these are just going to go into the oven for about 15-20 minutes. Always happy to check on them, say like 5-10 minutes in, and see that it's all working okay. But I'm just going to go and put these in the oven. Hopefully, if you're following along, you've got to this stage as well. Or if you want to do it on the weekend, just feel free to pause it if you want to catch up, if we're having some difficulties or something like that. So they have just gone into the oven, and like I said, will probably take about 15-20 minutes. So I'm definitely happy to talk through things and questions at the moment, and we can wait until they come out at the end. Or if we run out of questions, we run out of time, then I will let you know how to do the toppings on the top with the remaining chocolate too. So there was a couple of questions that have come through about when in the day is the best time to eat them, what are they good for, and some really good questions. So what I would say is, due to the bananas being a really good source of carbohydrates, and so are oats, and our carbohydrates are what we use as fuel for the body. So I like to associate carbohydrates with fuel food. So just as you need petrol to put into a car, you kind of need carbohydrates to put into the body to make us to be able to go like exercise for longer, just in a general day, just to have energy on any activities that we're doing, just for some mental clarity as well. And due to that, I would recommend the flapjacks if we are doing some exercise or any activity in the day, to be eaten as a pre-workout snack idea. So just taking one of them and perhaps having them, say, about an hour and a half before you go out and do your activity or do something in the house. That's normally what works the best for the flapjack to be able to be digested by the body, so we're not feeling sick and just having it 5 minutes before and then not feeling too good on the stomach. So we normally take about an hour to an hour and a half beforehand. Or if you wanted them after some activity or after some exercise, whatever we're feeling up to, I would say again, so yeah, maybe like half an hour afterwards, as when we're doing exercise and activity, we are depleting our body of our energy stores, our carbohydrate stores, and therefore back to the car, just like we would refuel the car with petrol to be able to go more miles. We like to put more carbohydrates into our body to be able to go for longer as well. And the raisins also, or the dried fruit, are also a good source of carbohydrates. So our flapjacks are definitely a high carbohydrate meal. Is there any other questions as well? I see some cameras popping up. I don't know if there's a question or if I'm just going to carry on.
No, that's fine. We've had a couple of questions come in while you've been sort of going through the assembly of the flapjacks. Just one on the flapjacks themselves. You said about not necessarily making them the day before. How long would the flapjacks sort of last for once you've made them? You said it makes about 10, depending on the size you make them. How long could you sort of keep them for?
I think I explained that idea wrong. I meant just the mashed banana. We probably shouldn't make
just
the day
mashed
before.
banana.
But for the flapjacks, feel free to make them the day before or a couple of days before. They'll probably last 3 to 5 days in some Tupperware, into some containers. So yeah, they're great to make, say, on like a Sunday, and then you can have one every day of the week. That works quite well.
Brilliant, thank you. A couple of others that have come in. One around fluid intake. So how much water is sort of recommended to have a day?
That's a great question. Yeah, great question. So our government recommended guidelines, if we refer to the Eat Well guide, which people might be familiar with, are 6 to 8 glasses a day. And that can be things like water, squash, tea, coffee, anything really, just with a limit on fruit juice is the current recommended guidelines. The more active we are, the hotter the weather, so today is quite warm, the more we'll need, so that'll probably go up to say like 10, well, yeah, probably like 10, but really done on your own, have like your personal preference, and if you're feeling thirsty, obviously drink. It doesn't sound very pleasant, but looking at the colour of your pee to know whether you're dehydrated or not, usually aiming for that pale straw colour. And yeah, so there's a lot of individual differences, but if we get in a good 6 to 8 cups in a day, that's normally the recommended guidelines.
Brilliant. That's really useful. So obviously a lot of people watching today might be boccia athletes or like with people in boccia, but some of the coaches or other people involved might do other sports. What are there any foods that are better for doing different sports? So you might see that, or somebody said that cycling, they can eat a cake during the sort of cycle, but actually when they're running, they might struggle to sort of digest or eat that snack.
Yeah, definitely. So the higher the intensity of exercise, so say we're doing an all-out sprint, the harder one it probably is to actually intake the food, as we're busy focusing on trying to do the exercise, and the more our stomach gets a bit unsettled. So if we're running or doing any exercise in general, recommendations are to have food if we're running or exercising for over about an hour, 90 minutes. So definitely if we're exercising over 90 minutes, we'll need to consume something during. So cycling wise, things like bananas could work quite well. It's easier on a bike because you're normally going at a lower intensity and for longer. So you can consume things like more solid products. And there's always that coffee stop, which cyclists like to do on the roads, and get a cake that way as well, just to refuel. So I would say the longer and the higher intensity, the more fuel you'll need during, but the type of fuel itself is quite similar between sports, just whatever works well for you. If you don't like eating, then like a drink can work well as well.
Excellent, thank you. And then the last question that I've got that's come in so far is around what kind of snacks have the most energy? So obviously replenishing the energy that you've burnt in your activity, what kind of snacks, if you want to sort of get a bigger hit, if you like?
Yes, I would definitely recommend these ones that we're doing today. So something carbohydrate based. So like I said, like oats, fruits, dried fruits, they're always great to replace energy with our carbohydrate stores. Also maybe a little bit of protein in there as well to help prepare the body. So if we wanted, say, like some yogurt or some milk, something like that, or if it's actually a meal, then that works well. But something high carbohydrates, so thinking our grains, our pastas, our rices, our breads, our crackers, our fruits, and then maybe something with a little bit of protein as well to help that recovery. So today's a really good option. And there's, like I said, it's quite versatile, so you can just tailor it to however you want, really.
No, that's great. And anyone that's watching along on YouTube, please feel free to put your questions in the comments at the side. Or if you've got any questions on Facebook or Twitter, please put them in there and we'll try and get them to Molly as well. While you're answering that one, a couple more questions have come in. So
very keen on nutrition. I love it.
What's the latest time you should eat before going to bed? Or how long before going to bed?
Good question. I would say that if you are exercising, say late in the evening, say you come back from like a run or something at 9 p.m. or you have one of your sessions late, it's still vital to have that post-exercise snack. So don't try and skip it because you want to go to bed. I know it's quite hard to eat late at night and you might not feel hungry, but maybe like a smoothie or a snack bar or something could work well. If it's just a general day and you've either done your activity earlier or you're just not doing any today, I'd probably say just an hour, a couple of hours. You just want to make sure that your body is digesting the food and that you're not going to bed on really full stomach, because that might be quite uncomfortable. There is no carbs after 6 make you fat. That's all a myth. So we don't need to worry about it from that perspective. It's more just how comfortable you'll feel going to sleep on a full stomach. Some people quite like it because they feel like it can make them like feel more tired and sleep better. Because if I go to bed hungry, I'm never going to sleep well. But yeah, it's all to do with personal preference, but probably like an hour, I would say, minimum before sleeping.
Yeah, brilliant. And linked to the sleep, but at the other end, so how long before exercise should you have your breakfast? If you were doing like an early run, like a park run that starts at 9 o'clock, how long before that should you really have breakfast or something to eat?
Yeah, good question. It's a tricky one when we're getting in early sessions. I tried to go out before work one day and it was hard. So I was like, I'm not doing that again. I would say it's always good to get something better than nothing. Recommendations are for like a meal, so like a breakfast, at least 2 hours before for a big meal. So I would always suggest, say you're going to the swimming pool at 8 a.m. or doing a park run or something, just having a snack beforehand can be up to like an hour before. So you give yourself a little bit more time. So something like a banana, like a smoothie where you could have, say, like some milk, some oats, some fruit, something in it like that, or some juice. So yeah, normally recommendations, if it's a snack, an hour. If it's a main meal, about 2 hours. It just makes it more difficult when it's early because you don't want to get out of bed. Yeah,
no, excellent, thank you. The questions are sort of flooding in now.
Okay, it's plenty of time. As long as I need to run. Does anyone have note of when I put the flapjack? I think it was like 10 minutes ago. We'll be fine.
Yeah,
if I start burning, I'll begin to worry.
Yeah. So thinking about sort of replenishing between a boccia match, so you might have a quick turnaround between games. I know some athletes sort of go to almost replenishing electrolytes through sports drinks or things like that. Is there anything you would recommend for an athlete that might only have sort of 10 minutes between finishing a game and starting their next boccia match? Do you think could sort of have as a snack or to refuel?
Yeah, I would definitely say preparation would probably be key for this one. So making sure we do prepare it, say, the day before or the morning of, just so we're not stuck either hungry or dehydrated or running to the nearest convenience shop, which is probably not going to have the best food. So ensuring that we just have like our bottle of water near us. Electrolytes can be absolutely fine if you don't want to actually use the sports drinks itself. Just having like a salty snack can help replenish hydration levels. So maybe like some nuts, something in that form. Some quick snack ideas could just be like, it sounds a bit boring, but just like fruits or thing like popcorn, some dark chocolate coated rice cakes. They're a good carbohydrate source. Like some peanut butter and apple sticks, or like hummus and crackers. Things like that are quite easy to pack up. They don't really require like a fridge or anything. They're quite easy to eat and normally quite quickly, and also provide that good source of concentration.
Brilliant. No, that's really useful. And I think there's a few athletes probably watching either on YouTube or tuned in that have maybe tried some of those ideas before, but just to get some different ideas and variations, quite useful.
It's the question I get a lot. It's always like, what can I snack on? And it's quite hard because obviously there's loads of snacks out there, but if I'm putting like my sports nutrition head on, some of them aren't as good as others, and it's really difficult to get like a nutritionally complete snack that's out there in the supermarket. So it normally requires being a bit clever, thinking about what you can use from home. There are some good brands as well, like I don't know if you've heard of like Naked Bars or Kind Bars. There are always some good like snack nut options if you're into that, obviously being careful of allergies and preferences. But yeah, I would say thanks.
Yeah, great. And you just touched on some different products that you can buy then at the different bars. Are there any that you would sort of recommend that are a good one to probably have in your back and in your bag, and then some that may be worth keeping away from because of you might think they're really good for you, but actually they're not?
Yeah, great question. It's really complicated when going to the supermarket. I definitely understand people's struggles because we can look at traffic light labeling and not really understand what it means, or different shops are different things. I would try to steer away from cereal bars, things like Belvita bars. Their advertising is quite clever, so it makes it sound like they're all great and nutritious. And while they do have some elements in there, their sugar content, so like added like table sugar, which you would put in like your tea and your coffee, is quite high in those bars, and they're not very filling. They have quite a low fiber content, where fiber is really good to keep us full and help protect against lots of comorbidities and everything. So I would probably stay away from like Belvita bars and all the typical cereal replacement bars. So there's normally like, if you don't want breakfast today, have one of these. I would probably recommend staying away from those. But things like Naked bars are really good, Trek bars are good, Kind bars are all good. It's kind of requires, if you want to look more into it, kind of just requires looking at the labeling and seeing what's in there. And if there's if the ingredients list is like 15 ingredients and you don't understand them, then it's kind of has a red flag. But yeah, I think there's definitely space in the industry for a new one. So if anyone wants to get creative and think of a new snack bar, that's a good idea.
Great. Did you want to check your flapjacks to make sure they've not?
That's a good idea. Also, if you know the brand, what brand is that? The Snacker Jack rice cake brand, I love those. They're really good. And like the caramel flavour, yeah, they're a great sauce as well. So I would recommend those. Or
Excellent.
just like rice cakes with any topping you like. But let's check the flapjacks. Yeah, so they're looking good. And for the recipe, is it okay if I just crack on with those?
Yeah.
Yeah. So with the recipe, it is, hopefully we have a little bit of chocolate left over and we're just going to melt it. So if there's like a microwave, that would be ideal. However, if you need to put it on like a saucepan to melt it, that's fine. It will take a bit longer to do. So a microwave will be ideal. This doesn't look like much at all, but because the surface area is quite small, we should hopefully cover it all. Otherwise, I might need to find a bit more chocolate. So what I'm just going to do is put some chocolate. Mine is the same as what was in there, in the microwave for just a minute, 30 seconds, having a look, seeing if it's been melted. And then once those flapjacks are done, which they should be by the time this chocolate's been melted and we're ready, then we can put those on top and they will nearly be a finished product. So I'm just going to put these in the microwave quickly. If you are following along on YouTube or Facebook or any other device, feel free to have a look at yours as well if they're in the oven, see how they're doing, making sure they're not too brown. If the oven temperature was too high and they look like they're burning, but the bottom of it isn't cooked, feel free to put some tin foil, if you have any, on top, and that will stop the top from burning, but will still cook the underneath. So I will just double check mine again, making sure I'm not burning them. So mine, can't really see, but currently look a bit like this. They basically look like how they went in, but they're just cooked and browner. So yeah, by the time my chocolate has been melted, they should hopefully be done. I believe they have been in the oven for about 10, 15, probably about 15 minutes. So by the time we put it on, it'll be about that 20, which is normally works well. But again, the different ovens, the different thickness, the different baking trays can all slightly vary the cooking time. So it all depends on what you want. And if you kind of want a chunkier, chewier flapjack, I would recommend leaving them in there for longer. If you wanted like a softer, more like one that can kind of like crumble a little bit, more like sticky, then I would say you can take them out short for the shorter period of time. So yeah, let me go and put my chocolate in the microwave. And again, if there's anything you would like topping wise, any of the nuts and seeds which you put in, any of the fruit, anything else, feel free to put that on top as well. So I'm just going to put this in the microwave quickly. Bear with me, you might hear some noises. So I'll put it in for 30 seconds and see how melted it is. Hopefully your kitchen isn't too much of a mess. I'm a very messy chef sometimes, but hopefully it's all okay. It's all where the fun's at in a way.
We've just had a question come in while your chocolate's melting. So, boccia athletes, obviously normally at competitions at sports centres that have got either pre-packed foods or they might have a canteen or a restaurant there. Are there any meals or foods to potentially avoid if they're sort of during the day between matches, or anything they should be wary of or look out for?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's quite a hard one to answer as well. I would say I would go for what you know works for you and stick to that. So for example, in between competitions or matches, normally going for what you normally have and you know that works well, that helps your energy levels, your concentration levels, you have a good performance with it. It's worth sticking to, because if we swap it around in between games, then it can get a little bit risky, whether we don't know whether we're going to work well with it. So either practice it in training or just stick to your normal things. I would probably say, if I had to say anything on this question, to just avoid heavier based meals, so things that might make you feel quite sluggish and be like quite heavy on the stomach, as that's, for me personally, I feel like it kind of like makes me just a bit sleepy, a bit tired. I kind of just want to like sit and relax for a bit, and I'm not as focused. So if there's more of like a sandwich, a wrap, a baguette option compared to like a main meal, then that would probably be my recommendation, just to avoid the sluggish feel. But if you have, say, an hour or a couple of hours in between matches or games or different competitions, then feel free to have that larger meal. It's quite individual, but yeah, I'd probably say I'm not very good at summarising. In summary, have something that you know works for you, and don't bother changing it in competition if you think it already works, and probably avoid the heavier, gluggier stuff, which can make you feel a bit lethargic.
Great, thank you.
No worries. Let me check my chocolate. Mine's still a bit solid, so I'm just going to put it back in again. My flapjack should be okay because they weren't too brown, so I'm sure they'll be okay for a couple of more minutes.
There's another question that's come in linked to the like packs of foods and like snacks and things. Is there anything that people can particularly be looking for on the packaging or the wrappers that might help them to know that they're getting the right choice?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would definitely check out a traffic light labelling system if you're cautious of the nutritional contents of food. So red being it's probably too high in that amount. So normally like something like a high saturated fat is what we need to be cautious of. So if that colour is red, be a bit cautious. Salt as well. So if that's red, be a bit cautious, as well as like added sugars in the ingredients or on the label. It will probably say free sugars or of which sugars. Just be a little bit careful of that. Normally opting for the green and the orange varieties if possible, if cautious. That just helps us be aware of the nutritional content of the food. As the ingredients list goes, if we're looking at the ingredients list, I'm going to find an example. So I have some saurine, some malt loaf, which I actually forgot about. So this is a good option as a snack, which you can bring with you. It says the ingredients in the highest quantity first, and then it goes even lower. So the first ingredient will have the highest quantity in the product, and the last will have the lowest. So for example, in this, it is wheat flour. So flour will be the highest. And basically, my recommendations would be have a little look. And if the first ingredient is, say, butter or sugar or something that we know is not really recommended, then maybe look for a different option. But if the first couple of ingredients are things that we're looking for, then it should be suitable.
That's great. I didn't realise about the ingredients list, so that's really useful to sort of take away.
Yeah, so it normally goes in order of quantity. So the last one on here is some salt. So the lowest in salt, but yeah, mainly flour in something like this. So it's quite good just to have a little look at different ingredients and see what's in there as well. But I know I talk about traffic light labelling. Some of them don't actually have them on there, or they're quite hard to find. So for example, this one isn't actually on the ingredients or the nutritional list itself, but it does pop it here. So it's got a couple of greens and a couple of ambers. So yeah, or you can even download an app. I think it's called the Sugar Smart app, which you can just scan barcodes and it pops up saying everything as well. So there's lots of cool technologies out there.
Cool. We'll leave you to crack on with the next bit.
Thank you. So yeah, my chocolate is all melted, looks and smells lovely, and hopefully I haven't burnt them now. So I'm going to turn my oven off. I've got all the smoke coming up. So currently mine looks a little bit like this, which they are all nice and cooked. You probably can't see that well, but the outside is starting to brown up a bit. All the chocolate looks nice and melted. So I'm just going to put it on a surface which isn't going to burn. So ideally not on like the hard worktop and pieces like wood, and it's going to burn or scorch it on, say, like a tray or a chopping board or something. And just getting the chocolate. And I'm going to have to put the camera down because if I hold the tray, I'm going to burn myself. And I'm just going to get a knife or a spoon, whatever utensil you have, and just get the chocolate and just pour it all over the top. And then you can just use the back of whatever you're using to just spread it out all over. Also, as the flapjacks are still hot, if your chocolate hadn't melted that well, it definitely will do now. And I think I might need a bit more chocolate as it is covering it, but we'll see. It might need a little bit more. So yeah, should be all covered. I know it's not covered the thickest. I'm probably not gonna, for now, add any extra, but feel free if you want to. Mine currently look a little bit like this. So the middle is definitely covered. I think I might go away and melt some more and maybe put those on the edges. And you can just leave them to cool down on, let me show my face. You can just leave them to cool down on the baking tray until they remain cool. You feel free to eat them now if you want to, being careful that you don't burn your mouth or your hands or anything. But normally, once they harden up a little bit, they're a little bit easier to work with and nicer to eat. So yeah, feel free to leave them to cool. Once they've cooled, hopefully if your tray is non-stick or has been greased, they can just slide off, and feel free to cut them up. Normally probably like 8, 10 pieces. Again, completely up to you and your portion size preference. If you're about to go and do a game, a competition, or if you're watching this and you're someone that likes running or cycling, you might want to alter the portion size to fuel that. But yeah, hopefully everyone's has all worked well. And if you haven't done it today, you can refer back to it for future use.
Thank you, Molly, for that.
No worries. Thank you for having me. It's been so fun.
Yeah, lovely to see your lovely kitchen, almost entirely. And thank you very much for joining us today.
No worries. Thank you very much for inviting me, Peter. It's been a pleasure, and good luck for the rest of it. And it's a really great event. So well done for hosting.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
So we'll now give you another donation information, and that should be on the slide now. There we go. So you can donate again by text to donate £3 text Boccia to 70331. If you donate £5, text Boccia to 70970. Donate £10, text Boccia to 70191. You can also donate online. Visit www.bocciaengland.org.uk/appeal/Bocciathon. Please do, of course, send us your flapjacks if you've cooked it, and tag Boccia England on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and also use the hashtag Bocciathon2021. Me and Molly would love to see your photos and your flapjacks. Thank you.
I'll definitely be putting mine on there, Peter, and I'll make sure I use that.
So I think now before 3 o'clock, introducing Ian's video. Ian is a BC5 player, Boccia England player, and he is with the Blackpool Boccia Club. So there will be a clip now, and yeah, I will see you at 3 o'clock. Over to you, Ian.
Hey there guys, it's Ian Behaviou here of Blackpool Boccia Club. What does boccia mean to me? Well, boccia means to me the ability to be able to play a very good quality sport at a very high level amongst some of the closest friends I could ever have made. Boccia also signifies to me the camaraderie between the players, because no matter what your ability, no matter what your background, whether you're a Cockney from London or a Scouser from Merseyside, we're always very welcoming and we always give each other advice and help. My favourite boccia moment was when I got through to the Heathcote Cup semi-final on my first go and came away with a bronze medal after playing one of my best friends in boccia and my club mate Dan Clegg in the semi-final, and I only lost 4-3. That's also the other thing I like about boccia, is that the matches are really close and they make you really think hard. I would encourage anybody to take up boccia. It really has changed my life. Thank you very much.
We've got 5 minutes before we introduce Ella. So if you're planning on joining us for this lovely workout, please do get a bottle of drink of water, some weights, or some of the light weights like tins of bean, buzzer of water, blars of flour, anything you can find in your household to act as weights if you want to join Ella's water workout. It is from 3 to 3:30. So if you got So you can use the 5 minutes now to look around your house for weights like stuff, and come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
there guys, it's Ian Morphew here of Blackpool Boccia Club. What does boccia mean to me? Well, boccia means to me the ability to be able to play a very good quality sport at a very high level amongst some of the closest friends I could ever have made. Boccia also signifies to me the camaraderie between the players, because no matter what your ability, no matter what your background, whether you're a Cockney from London or a Scouser from Merseyside, we're always very welcoming and we always give each other advice and help. My favourite boccia moment was when I got through to the Heathcote Cup semi-final on my first go and came away with a bronze medal after playing one of my best friends in boccia and my club mate Dan Clegg in the semi-final, and I only lost 4-3. That's also the other thing I like about boccia, is that the matches are really close and they make you really think hard. I would encourage anybody to take up boccia. It really has changed my life. Thank you very much.
So it is now coming up to 3 o'clock. We have done 5 hours already of this event, so far so good. We're now gonna have Emma coming on. She runs our water workouts, and she's been showing it via Willpower, and Willpower is a disabled charity based in Stepmanville, home of the Paralympics, and it's always been a very good place to go to really achieve the sense of what disability means to everyone in that place. And Willpower has been incredible for most of us that throughout our lives, whether it's from national junior games in schools or whether it's been just going there for one of the training camps or whatever else they do. So Emma Felix is going to take the lead on this, and she is a great British wheelchair basketball under-25 Women's European Championships silver medalist, which sounds like a mouthful to keep saying to people. And she's going to join in now, and she's been sharing this through Willpower throughout the lockdowns, and for many other disabled sport organisations, so it's just Willpower as well. So she's going to come on for half an hour. So whenever she's ready to go, over to you, Emma. Ella.
Hiya, guys. Yeah, as you guys know, my name's Ella, and I am originally a wheelchair basketball player. I used to play for GB and then have recently retired, but still play for fun, and I still absolutely love it. Yeah, I've been doing wheelchair workouts throughout lockdown. I have my very own YouTube channel, which you can find at Ella's Wheelchair Workouts. You just type that in on YouTube, that'll all come up. So if you want something to do and keep you busy over the next few weeks whilst we're still fairly locked down, then they're a perfect option for you. And I've been sharing these with Willpower. It's a fantastic charity that has very much helped me over the years and has got me into sport. So I've got a lot to repay them for. They're a great charity and so lovely. But guys, as we go along, then please do remember to share your pictures today. We want to see them for this massive Bocciathon. So hashtag it Bocciathon 2021, and we will then be able to see them and share them all with you as well. So please do get sharing. It's so lovely to be here with you all today. As mentioned at the beginning, I am going to be doing a half an hour workout, well, about 20-25 minute workout with you. And we've got a bit of a leeway time then in between. So for this workout, guys, you are going to need some weights of some sort. So whether these are small weights like I've got here, or if you don't have weights, then you might use tins of beans as an option, or tins of anything really. I know you've all got tins of something in your kitchen cupboard somewhere. Or if you don't have tins, then 2 big litre bottles of water are a really good option as well. So if you want to go grab them now. Along with that, you're also going to need a broom or a big long stick of some sort. Now, you are going to need to have lots of space for this workout, or just some space around you so you don't hit things. And I will explain this a bit later. I have got myself a bit of a reputation as the broom girl over the last few months. So hopefully that will become clear as to why, and I'll show you some exercises we can do with these. And finally, guys, as usual, whenever we're exercising, it's always really important to keep a bottle of water nearby so you can keep nice and hydrated throughout. And we'll just have lots of fun as well. Remember, you guys are muted. I can't hear you. I can't see what you're doing. So please stay safe. Please just do as I say, and hopefully you won't injure yourself. And if you want to put any music on the background for a bit of motivation, then we can't hear your music choice. So go ahead and go for it. And just go crazy. Just have as much fun as possible. But that's me, guys. That's my introduction. I hope that makes sense and gives you a little bit more understanding about me. I am actually in a wheelchair myself. That's one thing I didn't mention. Sorry, guys. I am paralysed from the lesions T1 to T4, so spinal injuries. So I can't feel or move anything from my chest downwards. But that's never stopped me, and I've always been very heavily involved in sport. So some of you might be similar out there to me. And if you are, great. If not, then I'm sure you're very good at sport as well, and we can all get involved. Perfect. So the format of today's workout is that we're going to do 20 minutes mainly. We're going to do 5 minutes of warm up at the beginning, just get our arms moving, get those muscles working, and so we don't injure them, get them nice and warmed up and ready to go for exercise. We then have 5 different exercises to do. We'll do each exercise twice, and we're going to work for 30 seconds on and have 30 seconds off. So we have 30 seconds resting time. It's really important that you have that resting time to help your muscles recover before we go again. And with each exercise, the more you put into it, the better it's going to be. So the more effort you put in, the more it's going to work you, and the more it's going to get that heart rate up. So if you really want to work hard, go for it. I like hard workers. And then finally, to finish off, we're just going to finish with a 5-minute cool down, which will be some stretches to make sure our muscles are nice and stretched out, so we're not injuring them, and so then hopefully you're not as sore tomorrow either. But I've talked enough, guys. I'm ready to get going, so hopefully you are too. And let's get on with today's wheelchair workout. So I'm going to start my timer. Hopefully you've got your equipment ready. Yep, all good. I'm going to start my timer, and we're just going to start off with some punches. So you can have your elbows in, get in a boxing position, and you're just going to punch out in front in the same spot every single time. Yeah, well done. So right, then left, right, then left. Nice gentle pace, and we'll speed it up as the minute goes on. Really good. Let's get those arms moving, get them working nice and hard. Yeah, really good. Well done, guys. And you've done 30 seconds. If you want to speed it up even faster now, get those arms working even more, then please do. Remember, I like hard workers, so really good. That's it. Keep those arms going as fast as possible. Right then left, right then left. Same spot every single time. Yeah, really good, guys. You got 10 seconds left. Well done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And rest your arms there. Well done. Shake those arms out. Get them nice and loose. It's really important our body is nice and loose throughout this workout. And we're just going to go on to some reaches with a side bend. So you're just going to reach over to one side, then reach over to the other side, as far as you can go. Really good. Really reach over, get those arms stretched through your body. And we're actually stretching the oblique muscles here, which are down the side of your body, which we usually get forgotten about. Really good. That's it, keep those arms going. Oh, it feels good. All right, we're just going to do 5 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 more. 5. Really good job, guys. Well done. And as usual, shake it out again. Make sure you're nice and loose. And we're going to go into a dynamic stretch now. So a dynamic stretch is like a moving stretch that we do to help us stretch our muscles out at the beginning. So I like to call this the lawnmowers. So what you're going to do is a short pull with your elbow nice and high, and then another long pull following your arm all the way through. That's one movement, and we're going to do that 10 times on each arm. So when you're ready, off you go. 1. We call it the lawnmower because it's like you're starting up your lawnmower. 3, 4. That's it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and one more on this arm. 10. Really good. And switch over. You're going to do 10 on the other arm as well. Off you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. 7. Keep going, guys. Really feel a nice good stretch. 8, 9, and one more on this arm. 10. Really good job, guys. Well done. Shake them out again. Make sure you're nice and loose. And finally, at the end of every warm-up, I like to stretch my neck out because I don't know if you're like me, but when I do exercise, my neck gets quite tight and quite sore. So I'm just going to sit nice and tall, relax those shoulders, and all you're going to do is look from left to right, nice and slowly. And we're going to do this 10 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Keep going, guys. 6, nice and slowly. 7, 8, 9, and one more. 10. Really good job, guys. Well done. Shake it all out. Get nice and loose. Wiggly, wiggly. Grab a quick drink, guys, and that is your 5-minute warm-up complete. So really good work. I'm going to get ready to go.
I have a question for you.
Yes, please do.
I put it in the chat. You know, when you were like that.
Let's have a look.
When you were like that.
Yes, yes.
That just for the box ball.
That's a perfect stretch for a boccia throw for sure. Yes, it's a really good stretch because boccia, you're doing the same sort of action when you're bringing it back. So it's a really good dynamic stretch at the beginning of a boccia session. So for sure, really good question. Well done. So if you wanna steal that, I don't have a problem. Don't worry. I'm just gonna take my jumper off. It's quite hot in here, so it means I've warmed up nicely. And guys, for your first exercise, you are going to need your weights or your tins of beans. So if you want to grab them now, so you have them. And for the first exercise, we are going to do what I call a shoulder press. Now you're going to have your weights at a 90-degree angle on either side of your body. And you're just going to push them up to the sky and then come back down to a 90-degree angle. So when you're at this action, your elbows are level with your shoulders and there's a 90-degree bend in your elbows. If you struggle with this, you struggle with your balance and you can't do 2 hands at the same time, don't worry, then you can just do 1 arm at a time. Remember, we are doing each exercise twice, so you'll be able to switch over the second exercise to the other arm. So I hope that makes sense. And we're going for 30 seconds. So work as hard as you can for those 30 seconds. And then we'll have a rest and then we'll go again. So get ready. We're going to go in 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Up and down. Nice and controlled. You don't want to go too fast, but you want to work those arms hard by controlling the weight. That's it. Really good. Stretch up as far as you can with those weights. Really good, guys. Keep going. Now, all these muscles are perfect for boccia as they're building up our strength, which will help increase the throw. So 3, 2, 1, and rest your arms there. Well done. Really good. That's 30 seconds complete. We've got 30 seconds rest, and then we'll go again. So if you did 1 arm this time, you're going to switch over and do the other arm this time to make sure we work each arm fairly. You don't want 1 arm stronger than the other. You go around in circles otherwise. So we're going to go again in 10 seconds time. Get those weights ready. Get ready, 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Up and down, up and down. Really good. Reach up to the sky and down. Really good. You can even sing reach for the stars if you want. That's it, really good, guys. Keep going. Oh, don't lose your balance. Really good. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And rest your arms there. Well done. Really good job. What I didn't tell you at the beginning, guys, is we're going to alternate it between a weight exercise and like more of a cardio-based exercise. So that was our weight exercise to start off with. But you can pop your weights down for a minute. And you're going to need to grab your broom or your stick for the second exercise. Now, these broom or stick exercises really help to get your heart rate up and get those arms working really fast. So the first one I like to call is the broom in and out. Very confusing. Hopefully you can follow this. So all you're going to do is have your broom at a chest height and you're going to push it out from your chest as far as you can go. Bring it back to your chest and then push it up to the sky and bring it back to your chest again. So at speed, it looks like this. Out and then up. Out and then up. Always returning back to your chest. Hopefully that makes sense. And the faster you do it, the harder it's going to be. Let's get those arms ready. We're going to go in 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Out, up, out, up. Really good. This is really important that you try and keep your core engaged to help you balance. Some of you might be like me, you might not have much core, but you can just work whatever might be in there to help keep you nice and stable. 10 seconds left, guys. Keep going. Really good. 3, 2, 1, and rest your arms there. We've got 30 seconds rest again, remember? Then we'll go again. Really good job. Woo. I'm feeling hotter now. It's getting hot in here. All right, 15 seconds rest, then we're going to repeat exactly the same thing. Out and then up. And get ready going. Yeah, this is also a perfect throwing exercise as well. Well, exercise preparing you for throwing. So really good, also a good one to remember.
While I'm having a ball.
Yes.
Is it good for like throwing, like the boxer?
Yeah, definitely. Really, yeah, and it's that kind of action out, isn't it? So you throw action. Throwing action is with one hand, but you're just doing the same, but with two and holding a stick instead. Yeah. Perfect. So we're going to go again in 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Out and then up. Out and then up. Really good. Work those arms nice and hard. Really good, guys. Well done. 15 seconds left, or just under. Really good. See if you can keep up that speed. We'll go even faster. 3, 2, 1, and rest your arms there. Well done. Really good job, guys. You can pop your broom down again now. We're finished with it just for now. We'll come back to it again later, but you will need your weights again. In the meantime, just grab a drink, guys, as well. Make sure you keep nice and hydrated. And we're going to move on to what I call lateral raises next. So you need both your weights. And this works all like your shoulder area and all your arm muscles. So perfect for boxing to build up strength as well. So all you're going to do is have your weights by your side. You're going to raise them up so they're in a straight line with your shoulders and back down. You're just going to go up and back down. It looks simple, but it burns after a while. So get those arms ready. We're going to go for 30 seconds. In 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Up and down. Up and down. Really good, guys. Well done. Nice and controlled. You don't want to go too fast. You don't want to have look like you're flying. You just want to keep those arms nice and straight and controlled. And come up to the shoulder height. not any higher, and then back down. Really good. 3, 2, 1, and rest your arms there again. 30 seconds rest, and then we'll go again. Really good job. Whew. It's a hot day today, it's hot in here. Means we're working hard, which is really good. Get those weights ready again. We're going to do exactly the same thing with those lateral raises. That's it. We're going to go in 10 seconds time. I know you can go even more controlled than this. 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Up and down, up and down. All these exercises, guys, will help build up your arm strength and prepare them for boccia in general. So really good. Up and down. That's it. Okay, we've got 10 seconds left. Keep going, guys. Really good. 3, 2, 1, and rest your arms there. Really good job, guys. So that's 2 weight exercises done and 1 broom. So we're going to put our weights down and do another broom exercise now, which will help build up our muscle strength again. This is a fun one though, because this is more of a cardio one. It will get that heart rate up, which will improve our fitness, which is also important when playing sport. So you're going to have your broom out in front of you. This is what I call broom paddles. So you're going to pretend it's a lovely sunny day, a bit like today, and you're out in a lake, in a canoe, and you're just going to paddle with your broom from side to side, pretending you're in a boat, and you're just going to paddle as fast as you can. The faster you go, the more your heart rate will increase. So get those arms ready. You can race someone if you're with them. 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Fast, fast, fast. Let's go. This is one of my favorite drills. I love it. Right, then left. Right, then left. Got to get into a nice rhythm. That's it. Really good, guys. Right, then left. Right, then left. You're over halfway now. Keep going. Paddle, paddle, paddle. Got to make it to the end of the finish line first. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and rest your arms there. Really good job. Whew. It's a good one, that one. I really like it. Really good. So really relax those arms when you do it, and you're just literally going to go from right to left, as fast as you can. We're going to go again in 10 seconds time. So nice and controlled, but fast as well. Get those arms ready. 3, 2, 1, and off you go again. Paddle, paddle, paddle. Right, then left, right, then left. Really good job, guys. Keep up that speed. See if you can keep that same pace throughout the whole 30 seconds. You're over halfway now through this set. Really good. Well done, guys. Keep those arms going. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and rest your arms there. Really good job, guys. Well done. That is unfortunately our brooms done for today, so you can pop them down again. And you are going to need just the 1 weight for your next exercise. So if you want to grab that as well, grab another drink. And we'll finish with the last exercise for today before doing a 5-minute cool down as well. So this exercise is something I like to call the overhead tricep extension, because it works our tricep muscles, which is the muscle at the back of our arm here, really hard. And that is a typical, your biceps and triceps are both muscles that you use mostly in throwing, especially for boccia. So that tricep muscle really needs to be built up and made stronger. So we're going to do that now by doing this exercise. So the overhead tricep extension exercise is a tricky one. You're going to have both hands on your weight. You're going to raise your weight above your head, and then you're going to drop it down behind you and extend back up. Now, I do understand everyone who maybe has balance issues might struggle to get both their hands above their head. Don't worry. You can do this 1 arm at a time as well. So you can just simply sit nice and tall and bring that weight down behind your arm, behind your head, and extend it back up. please be careful and don't drop the weight on your head. That would be terrible. We don't want that. We don't want any incidents. So keep hold of it nice and strong. And we're going to go in 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Up and down. Sit nice and tall if you can. Really stretch your body out. Push those arms up to the sky. Really good. That's it. Keep going. Work those triceps nice and hard. You've got 10 seconds left. Really good, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and rest your arms there. Whew. I never get used to them. Always so hard now still. Okay, so if you worked one arm this time, you're going to switch over and work the other arm this time. Make sure it's nice and fair. And we're going to go again for the final 30 seconds in 10 seconds time. So throw everything you've got into this 30 seconds. We'll then finish with a 5-minute cool down. So 3, 2, 1, and off you go. Reach up and down, up and down. Really good, guys. Well done. Keep going, guys. Really good. 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and rest your arms there. Really good job. You can put your weight down. Oh, give those arms a nice shake out and a nice rest. And grab a quick drink again, guys. Well done. So that is all 5 of your exercises done. But we're not quite finished just yet. We have got a bit of a 5-minute cool down to make sure we stretch those muscles out so we're not sore tomorrow and we really hopefully prevent injury as well, because that wouldn't be any good. We don't want any of you getting injured. So all these stretches are all upper body arm stretches. So they relate to every single sport that uses your upper body. And so it's perfect for you to use in boccia as well. So you can borrow these, you can take them from me, whatever you want, you can use them as well. But we're just going to start off with our cool down and we're going to do our arm rolls backwards on each arm. And we're going to do 10 on each arm. Nice and slowly. Just follow me. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Really good. Nice and slowly. Not too fast. 5, 6. Oh, feels good. 7, 8, 9, and one more on this arm. 10. Really good. And you're going to switch over and do 10 on the other arm as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, feels good. 6, 7, 8, 9, and one more on this arm, nice and slowly. 10. Really good job, guys. Well done. Shake out those arms, get them nice and loose. And the first stretch we're going to do is you're going to have your arms straight, cross it across your body, and just like support it gently, putting it towards you with the other hand. Hold this for 10 seconds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really good. And relax. And then cross over the other arms, the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really good. And relax again. Well done. We're then just going to stretch our tricep out because you did work them nice and hard with the overhead tricep extension. So you're going to reach your arm up, drop it down behind your back like you're tapping yourself on the back. And hold it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, and stretch out and round as you come back down with it. Well done. Same with the other arm, stretch up, drop it down and hold it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really good. And stretch out and round again. Well done. We're then just going to stretch our body muscles out and our arm muscles still by reaching over to the other side as far as you can go. Holding it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really good. And then over to the other side as well. Hold it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really good. And come back to the middle. How are we doing on time? Oh, we've got time for just one more stretch. And this time we're just going to stretch our neck muscles out. So we stretched it out at the beginning. We're going to stretch it out again now at the end. So you're just going to tilt your head to one side. And if you gently want to hold it, you can as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then over to the other side as well. Hold it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really good, guys. Well done. And shake it all out. Get nice and loose. Wriggle it all out. Grab a final drink. And if there's any other stretches you guys want to do, then please do go ahead and do them now. Don't let me stop you. I really advocate stretching. It's so good for your body. So please continue to do them and stretch out. But if not, well done, guys. You've completed a really good 20 to 25-minute workout there. You've worked really hard. And thank you so much for letting me be part of this Boccia-athon 2021. And remember, please do share us your pictures and everything you've been doing today. We really want to see them. So thank you very much. Great session. And I'm really happy to have been involved. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ella. Just before you go, I wanted to ask you, because I know I've seen this on social media quite a bit and it keeps changing. When are you finally going to be on the One Show?
Oh, very good question. Very good question. So I was meant to be on the One Show today. It was meant to be at 7 o'clock today, but unfortunately, because of Prince Philip's passing, they've had to rearrange some of the programme around. So I'm now going to be on currently, hopefully, fingers crossed, on Thursday at 7 o'clock. So it's Thursday, the 29th of April at 7 o'clock. So please do tune in. It'd be great to show what Willpower are doing and the workouts I've been doing as well.
So please do tune in on Thursday. If you can't, you can always record it. If you've got recording, yeah.
Good old BBC iPlayer.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ella.
Thank you very much. Lovely to meet you all. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. So, yes, we're going to be on the One Show next week. So please do tune in for that if you can, or if not, record it if you can. So, now we're going to introduce you to one of my pre-recorded clips that I've done. And this pre-recorded clip is with Louis Saunders. He is a BC for England player with Boccia UK at the moment, and we're going to give you our sort of Boccia tips and thoughts of how to do certain things within Boccia. So I believe that's going to be on now. And I will see you just after 4:05. So over to you, me and Louis.
Hello everyone. I hope you're enjoying the 24-hour butchering the Bocciathon so far. Peter and I are just going to do a little discussion on kind of advice on training, advice on how to manage yourself on competition, during competition, and also, you know, after a competition, what you do next to get ready for the next one. We're just really excited to kind of share our personal ideas and what works for us. And we just hope that you find it an enjoyable discussion, and two, that maybe you can take one or two things out of it that help you. But mainly we just wanted to use this opportunity to discuss different training techniques. From Peter's going to focus a bit more on the grassroots kind of training, and I'll try and offer a bit more, a bit of a perspective on kind of the kind of like world-class program kind of level, and what kind of work I do and we do from that point of view. So Pete, why don't we start with, what does a normal training week look like for you, and what kind of drills and things do you usually focus on?
So in a normal world, away from this pandemic, is obviously I have a training session on a Thursday afternoon with Barry in the Silent Boccia team. So we all get together, the ones that can't make it, obviously the other commitments at uni as well, they've got to do as well. So we try and meet up on a Thursday afternoon for 2 hours. It's there that we do all our training, so it's never like little bits throughout the whole week. It's always been one big slot.
Yeah.
And obviously Thursday is very close to the weekend, so it's obviously like a competition week or weekend. The Thursday sort of helps, so it's very, very close to the weekend, keeps your mind fresh, and obviously when it gets close to the weekend, it's fresh in your mind. So if it was like on a Monday, and then they've got the week before competition, you're probably going to forget. So it's always very good to have it near the weekend, sort of thing.
Yeah.
All the competition are always on the weekend, most of them anyway, so that helps. So in those sessions we have at Solent is based on teamwork, and obviously we do a bit of individual first, so it's always like individual warm up, and obviously a little bit of team warm up, because obviously when it happens, when we come out of this lockdown, whether it's this one or the next one, what would happen is that we would go through, because we're in the National League, the one below from the Super League, what England does. So we normally do a bit of more training as a team if it's a weekend, a weekend game, and then but if it's an individual event on the weekend, we'll do more individual. We work on what we've done the previous week, build on those things we did the previous week, and then move on to other weaknesses that we've got. So we tend to always do like a little group version of an individual game, so that because in a team game we've got more balls, we've got more situations happening, like there's one over the far end, more people got their balls there. What you can do to sort of get closer to the right ball, or to sort of stop them getting their balls close. So it's always very helpful if you're in a team environment to sort of get those teams together and to sort of try and make good of those situations that might as well happen when you're doing individual. You might end up with all of the opponent's balls up there, like doing a team game, and try and get closer to it. So it's always very good, even if you're not doing it with one other person, if you've got 2 other people, get them in and sort of try and do different situations with all of them. And of course, if it's too much for you, do individual, and I always tend to do individual myself. So we do a team exercise, then about 30 minutes or 45 minutes, and then we move on to an individual one. So there's about 4 or 5 of us at the moment, I hope by the end of it as well. And we meet up, and we always tend to do, right, you two play, go on different courts, and then after that they go swap over. So it's always very nice to have like a little team game and then an individual game afterwards to sort of use those skills you've done in a team game and use it in an individual game, which for half my performance. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen for me consistently at the moment, but it does tend to sort of improve as the weeks go on. And of course, when every competition that comes up, because there's a training every week, it's probably a different approach to the competition each time, depending on who you're playing or depending what sort of environment you're in. Obviously, if you're in Sheffield, it's there's a massive room that you're in, more athletes, more like high-level athletes. If it's in Crawley or Hampshire or wherever, it's a little bit of a smaller atmosphere, some more grassroots player sort of thing. So there's always, you've got to think about what I do is sort of look at where it is and sort of, well, I'll be in this environment, there'll be a lot of shouting going on. What can I do to sort of get me in the zone? And of course, at uni, those sounds are always there. There's always like a basketball team going on in the other hall, whatever. So that obviously helps to try and get rid of those noises. So all in your head, all you're thinking about is your game. You can't hear any music, you can't hear other people going wow behind you or whatever. So all those skills that we use in training very helps toward the competitions. And that's grassroots. Louis, what about you for the sort of elite or pathway talent sort of thing? How do you approach yours?
Yeah, so at the moment I'm training about four times a week, about 3 hours per session. So, and then in those sessions, the majority of the shots I'll work on mostly the layups, you know, just trying to cover the jack, working on the angle, trying to cover the jack on. That's my big focus at the moment, is just trying to do that consistently across the whole court. So it's a lot of kind of repetition, but also varying that repetition. So, you know, moving the jack after every shot, so you can just quickly respond to any situation that arises on court. So that's kind of how I will get into the session. You know, is my kind of
individually. Is that on your own? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's by myself. Yeah, that's by myself, mate. I'll have like a sports assistant carer with me, but you know, there's no other athletes at the moment because of the situation. Usually I train with some other athletes in the kind of England setup. Used to train a lot with Matt Berry, England BC3. That's really useful because he's just so accurate. So it is useful having a training partner if you can get one. I find that helpful for the end of the session. You can then try and embed the skills you've been working on during the session into that little match play scenario at the end.
Definitely.
Because I'd say that's kind of the structure of my sessions. I'd come in straight away, just focus on the layups. That's what I do, because I think they're just the pivotal part of the game. Then the next part of the session will be a drill on a different shot type. And at the end of this session, we'll spend a bit of time trying to embed the drill and the shot we've been working on into match play scenarios. Or if you've got someone to play against, you'll do that against them. But obviously at the moment, we're doing a lot more scenario work than actual real match play work. But I think the other thing to acknowledge and think about as well is that personally, my training isn't just that 12 hours on court training. You know, on top of that, do some sort of, you know, gym work, some analysis, a lot of reflections on the training, you know, things like that, stuff to improve your sports psychology and mindset. So it kind of becomes quite a bit more of a holistical process for me, rather than just, I don't just view the training where I'm throwing the balls as training. It's kind of that whole rounded setup that becomes so important. And you almost realize that the stuff you do, well, what I've kind of realized recently is the stuff I do away from the bocce court is almost more important than what I actually do on the bocce court. And that's just fascinating. But yeah, so for me, the main focus of the actual sessions is that kind of structure that I described. But I was just wondering, for you, Pete, do you do any other stuff away from the actual throw-in in a normal week? Like, I know you have got those resistance bands at some point. Are you still doing that, or did you find that useful?
It was very useful in terms of flexibility, because obviously, which you don't have when I've got CP. So it's always nice to have a bit of strengthening sessions in between the week to sort of have control over the arm and sort of control the spasms if you've got them. So that sort of thing, or a bit of stiffness, they can't bend it properly.
So that helps.
Yeah.
That helps you, does it?
Yeah, it helps very, very well to sort of try and get a little bit more flexibility, because I know in the past, and I've seen other people in the past as well, they've sort of seized up when the ball drops, and then obviously the referee has to take it away. If they see it as a deliberate mistake sort of thing. So those resistance bands have really helped to sort of control me, and of course with my medication that I'm on as well. To sort of try and relax those muscles, to try and get as much strength and as much grip on the ball to sort of not drop it halfway through, or when you're doing those underarm, because obviously I've seen me and you, we both dropped it like halfway through before. So yeah.
So I was just wondering, say you've got a National League fixture, or the BE Cup qualifier round, or the BE Cup finals, whatever. How does then your training change in the 2 or 3 weeks in the lead up to that competition?
Yeah, I might end up being a bit controversial here, but with Bar's been everywhere. He's gone. A lot of players got the Paralympics is done. Well, he's done everything, so he sort of knows everyone that plays or lives, everyone who does consistent matches or competitions in the past and in the present. So he's always like, right, because we don't know who we're playing until the week. And obviously on a Thursday when we train, we sort of know who we're playing against. So Barry's like, right, you're playing against this person, this person, this person. This person, he always tells me a little bit of their weaknesses. Not that that's supposed to be a strength, to sort of know about your opponents. That doesn't really help, because on the day it's very different to what you might be told. So you might end up saying, "Oh, this person's terrible, he'll be fine," and then on the day you find out that they've trained very well, and you're not prepared for them to do any good shots, or you're prepared for them to have a good game compared to what you coach to. So Barry's always trying to sort of like play down how good or how bad they are, and try and sort of get a picture of how the person might play, and of course I try to treat them all the same in terms of don't know how you're playing.
Would you say
this way, this way, this way, and then sort of try and do that now, and then of course in the training, when it comes to that sort of scenario, he says that's me, and there's those sort of things that the opponent has previously done in other games beforehand. So he's always looking at previous games that I've done, and they sort of try and get a session plan to sort of try and exploit their weaknesses. So on the weekend, when it comes to it, we know what to do. So it's not like always looking at weaknesses. It's also looking at my strengths and their strengths and see how they compare. So having that sort of prep beforehand.
Would you say you focus a lot more on your own strengths?
Yeah.
And playing your game rather than being too influenced?
Yeah, because that's what happens sometimes. I do end up playing to their strengths, because I'm not concentrating enough, or I'm not, you know, focusing, or I'm getting frustrated and I can't get a clear head.
Yeah.
I get frustrated all the time. I get, you know, and it's to sort of try and bring me back to earth is very difficult for me to do.
Yeah.
And of course, Barry's always at the top, you know, he's on the balcony or whatever. So, you know, I know he's there watching me, so there's a little bit of pressure there as well. So, but it's always been the sort of case of trying to stay calm, don't listen to too much about their strengths, because they've got to play your own game, and if you play your own game, you're only going to be pleased with yourself that you played your own game, and you haven't played up to their strengths for them to win the game.
Sure. So you talked a bit there about the pressure and nerves. How do you kind of deal with that?
Breathing probably helps.
No, that's a good.
Yeah, what we tend to do is, obviously, every game, well, it should be at least timed. So always at the back of the court, you've got a little timer. You've got someone doing the timer, and then you're looking at it going, Christ. But you know, throwing the ball, you know, letting the ball roll on the court is only about 3-4 seconds. So it's not long. So you've got a lot of time to try and get yourself in the right position, to make sure you're breathing, to make sure you're concentrated, make sure you're focused. But you've got, what I do is I always focus on the quality of the fight rather than quantity, because in quantity, what happens is I lose focus and I know I've got to go there, I get there, and when it doesn't do very well, or it doesn't go where I wanted to go, or because my setup might be wrong. So the quality is that I'm in the zone, and all I'm doing, I've taken a few breaths, I've got my belly in, I'm set up in my setup, which I do, and then sort of follow through. So I do practice one and then go for it. But it's always about breathing, it's always about trying to control the nervousness and trying to control the frustration, because if you show your frustration, your opponent will definitely feel that tension and use it to their advantage. So you've got to poker face all the time.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting how you talk about like the speed of how you play it, because certainly from my own experience, when I first started the sport and when I was kind of moving up the ranks, my biggest problem was I'd throw 6 balls in 30 seconds, a minute.
Yeah, that's what I did.
And then suddenly that can be very problematic, because you throw the 6 balls, realise you've left a massive opportunity open for your opponent.
Yeah.
And you're almost like, what's just happened?
Yeah, that always happens in hindsight.
Yeah.
When you're looking at it, going, oh.
Yeah. So
I think still, yeah.
And it's taken me a long time to grapple with that demon in myself that just wants to speed up. So it's interesting you talk there about the quality of how you're throwing rather than quantity, because that's kind of like a big way I've shifted my training in recent times, is rather than going, today I want to throw 500 balls, I'd much prefer to go, okay, today I'm going to throw as many best quality balls as I can, which might mean I only do a session and I only throw 200 balls in that session, but at least then the quality of them is much better.
The quality of where it goes, the quality of blocking.
I think that's an interesting thing that I've tried to think about, is since the lockdown really, is that it's important to train how you're going to play in matches.
Yeah.
So in matches, you have a 4-minute clock, you know. So I tried to say myself, I want to throw a ball roughly every 30 seconds. And then as a BC4, that means I've got 1 minute left to make decisions in that. So, you know, but then if I'm in training, I'm throwing 1 ball every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Then I'm not actually training. My training isn't actually helping me in a match.
No.
Because in a match, I'm saying I want to train at 1 every 30 seconds. So I think what I'm trying to say is that what I've done recently is think about, okay, how do I actually train to win games? Rather than just train for the sake of training to say I've thrown 4,000 balls this week or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas it is actually much better saying, no, I'm actually going to throw the quality of the balls. And I think that's kind of where I'm at in my journey, I'd say, is that it's that shift from just throwing as many balls as possible, which is where I used to be at. And actually, at some point in your journey, I think I needed that to just throw balls to get that baseline kind of level. But now it's really, like you say, just about how do we make that as consistent and as good quality as possible.
Yeah.
And I think that is a really interesting shift in your training and in your mindset to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But it's brilliant that, you know, we're both kind of saying the same thing, although we're kind of at different stages of our journey.
Yeah. Well, you know, we're very similar, obviously not in looks, but we're quite similar in the way we train and the way we sort of look at things. It's funny how you say at the start of your journey you were just putting ball after ball after ball.
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all.
I was.
It might be because I'm too old to remember, but I'm definitely not losing my mind. But I remember I definitely need to be like that. And I remember Miss Webb. Every week on a Wednesday, we would have a boccia lesson instead of PE with the actual mainstream class. And I remember Miss Webb telling me, right, slow down, you've got plenty of time. And I was going, push, without even thinking most of the time. And I'm sure you've seen that in the past as well. So,
no, I think this is a good opportunity. Just obviously, both Peter and I went to the Amring School.
Yeah.
Obviously, you mentioned it there, you know, how important for you has Amring been for your boccia journey? Because for me, they've just been, you know, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't from the Amring School.
No,
they've been amazing. So do you want to just talk about how much they've helped you and what experiences you gained from the school?
Yeah. So when I first joined Amring in 2009, so long ago now, and it was mainly Miss Webb and Nat Webb just sort of doing the sessions on Wednesday afternoon and Tuesday after school as well for extra training. And because I've never done a sport before, you've got them at interview earlier, but I didn't know what it was. I just thought, right, they did throw balls, so I did that. Without even realising it was very important to throw the ball, but how to throw the balls and at what speed and how far away, how short it is and everything. So as time went on in year 7, I got more accustomed to how to do the shot, what setup is needed, and of course Steve Richards, who is now Louis' coach, I think, and
Steve coaches and takes me on competitions.
Yeah, he's when he does turn up like 10 minutes late or whatever for every lesson, he's always done that, hasn't he? But when he did turn up in the end, it was always looking at everyone individually, even though we are playing together as a team or training together as a team. It was looking at us individually and sort of go through each one of us and sort of say, right, you're doing well over there, you're doing well there. Sort of try and build us to be best we can in a team environment individually. So we've done that shot well. Okay, what's next? And sort of go through the line and see what they can improve on their shot that you just made. Rather than doing an individual and then Steve playing with you, the actual playing against other people who you may not play with in the future if you're in different categories. But it helps us to sort of improve your game against other people that are stronger than you in your category, maybe. Especially if it's a BC3, because they're very accurate, aren't they?
No, they're great, and I think that's a really important point, actually, because of the history Amring has had in terms of getting people through the pathway into the England squad, but also the sheer number involved. Certainly when I first joined, just playing boccia, you know, at kind of local, regional level, but all the way up to that, you know.
Everyone's very much involved in boccia, and the fact that there is probably, I mean, I don't know, when I was there it was all about boccia. I don't know about now, but back then it was all about boccia. There wasn't any sort of alternative sport we could play, was there really? I mean, we did it probably.
But I think I wouldn't say that, because I think people did other sports, but I just say at that time there was just boccia was a focus. I'd agree with that.
Yeah, it was
because of the individuals that we had at that time. But for me, because I obviously I was like the last one into that year 7 when you had you guys there, you know, all playing, and I think just seeing that was something I wanted to be a part of. And then the way the school kind of gave us opportunities to play, you know, taking us to the Lord Taverners competitions, putting on extra, you know, opportunities for us at lunchtime after school to train, plus all the additional stuff we were speaking about, the hydro, the physio, you know, and then also just that experience, because you've had, you know, Steve and Miss Webb, really experienced, and then the other athletes who were there, you know, experienced too, and it just was an amazing environment.
Yeah, and it was brilliant in fact that there were always older people in that session with you. I don't mean the teachers especially, but I'm talking about the people that were in sixth form, or actually former students that were there before us came back into training with us, like Tim Hayes, who did very well internationally at one point, and then Matt Berry, basically, he still comes in for training, didn't he?
Yeah.
And all that. So there's always a load of former players or the former students that would come back and sort of train with us, because they're the ones that have gone up there in the boccia world, and we're sort of down there. So it's nice to see that progress, and of course to train with them as well.
Yeah,
their brains.
100%. I mean, I think we've kind of digressed a little bit. So, I mean, it's great to talk about how awesome Amring is, but I think it'd be really interesting to speak to you in a little bit more detail around how you manage yourself in a competition. You know, so what's your perspective on the call-out room, on waiting in between games? You know, and I don't think we got too long left. So if you just briefly summarize, you know, how you work in the competition environment.
Yeah. So, around the competition wise, is obviously getting no sleep is the best thing that you could do for a 4-day matches. You know your timetable, the day before, well, it's normally middle of the week that they release the timetable, so you know how much you've got. You sort of don't panic when you go to bed, so it's always very good to sort of keep my mind's blank all the time anyway, but when it's always like that, leave it. I'll say, well, I'll do that tomorrow, and then when it comes to the day and you're at the venue and you've signed in and everything, and you say, well, I've got half an hour before my next match. We'll do a little bit of training on the court that is on the other side of the room with the call-up room. So if there's any free space on the court to have a little go, I do, to sort of get used to the floor. The floor is an important part of any boccia game, because every floor in every venue is different. But I mean, it all might look the same, you know, modern floor, but they've got a different sort of smooth texture. You know, the cleaners might not wiped up properly or something. So it's always very good to sort of train, if you can, before a game, to sort of get used to the floor and the power and how far you've got to go with the ball. So because not every service is smooth, so always be at training before call-out room, and obviously, well, half an hour before call-out room, I can remember 15 minutes, something like that. You're going to call-out room. A lot of people tend to listen to music to sort of get them into. What do you do? Yeah, but I don't have that. I do, but I don't use that sort of thing. So I'm always sort of controlling myself, putting me in the mind of, right, I've got this, I know what I've got to do, I've been looking at the floor, I know how to do this, let's get on. And of course,
So
the opponent comes in, and then, I do end up talking to the actual opponent, which is, some people might say it's not right, but...
This was for you.
Sorry?
So you say in the call room, your focus is just trying to remind yourself of all the work you've done,
yeah,
so you feel as confident as possible before you go into the match.
Yeah.
No, that I can understand that. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. What about you? Have you had some experience, and how did you manage to prepare yourself mentally and physically before a game?
Yeah, I think one thing I've had to kind of like deal with and work out is that you don't, I used to let my quality of my warm up dictate how well I play in the match. So if I'd warmed up well, then I'd be really confident, really ready to go, play well in the game. If I warmed up badly, I'd be like, oh no, frustrated with myself, I'm not so good. Then I'd take that negative mindset into a match. Whereas now, just understanding that warm-up time before a game is just a warm-up, recognizing that, that warm-up just helps you get ready, and it's using it to help you, not putting I used to put a pressure on myself that I needed to be playing amazing in the warm-up. You don't. It's just about getting ready to perform when it really matters. So I think that's something I've learned to deal with and shifted my perception of it.
Especially when it comes to if you've got a 9 o'clock match, and you get up really early, the warm-up is very good to sort of keep you awake, to sort of get you awake, to get you started. You don't want to end up you don't want to end up 2 hours in the sort of match when you...
Yeah, no, for me, the warm-up now, I just focus it on trying to feel as loose as possible.
Yeah.
So more just think about the process of the warm-up rather than the outcome of it.
Yeah. Yeah, the warm-up is just basically there to sort of help the new muscles, so you know what the feels like, you know how to do it, you know what strength you can do at that particular time of the day. Because you might end up with a 5 o'clock match in the afternoon and you might feel knackered or tired or your arms got to take anymore. So the warm-up is very good to sort of, right, I need my muscles to work again. Let's do a bit of that before the match.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And then in terms of the call-up room, like you said, just trying to breathe, relax.
Do you not take music with you?
No, I don't use music actually.
No.
I don't. I usually try and think to myself, what's like my focus for this game? What one thing? Just try and simplify the task as much as possible. What one thing do I want to do well in this match is going to give me the best chance for success? And then just kind of understand, like you said, remind myself of the work that I have done in the past.
Yeah.
Feel ready to go.
Don't bother thinking who you've got to play. Always think about your strengths. Well, I can do that. I'll do other training on Thursday. I'll prove that I can do this if they do that sort of thing. So always think about your strengths. Don't worry too much about how you're playing, because anyone can have a bad day. Anyone can, even if they're very good, they could end up giving you points, or they might end up gifting you a chance to win. Everyone can have a bad day or a good day. Focus on you in the call-up room.
So your advice, you'd say that's what you do. Yeah. That's great advice, mate. Is it just to finish off? What, in one sentence, what would your advice be to a new boccia athlete or a boccia athlete on training? What would your one bit of advice be?
Yeah, so if you're just starting to sort of get involved, or you're in the haircut club level or schools or wherever level you're in, sort of lower grade boccia, it's always train to and look for your strengths and your weaknesses. Keep an eye out for anything that you can't particularly do, and look at what you can do very well. If you know your strengths you can do, there's no point in doing it over and over again because you know you can do that. Focus on your weaknesses, one at a time. Don't try and do all of your weaknesses in one go. Go through it one, browse it, get in the track, look over there. I spend 5 minutes on that. Go through it one by one. And then at the end of that, you've got to feel a bit more confident that you've done a little bit of each and you know how to approach that for a competition or for next training. And of course, if you've got a coach or PA with you, always get them to take a bit of notes and say, well, we can do this, we can do that. And then when it comes to a competition, and then at the end of that competition, you can take away the positives that you've done in training and improve. And what about you?
Yeah, I think my advice would be just go for it.
Yeah.
Just really try and work so you can increase the commitment to the shot you're about to play.
Yeah.
And then the trust you have in it, in yourself to deliver it. Because I think that's a big thing for me is that I've got clarity about the shot I'm going to play. And I trust myself that I'm going to make it. And then let it go and go for it. So that would be my advice. Just play with courage.
Yeah, and a lot of people say have fun. So that's obvious.
Exactly. Yeah. That's it. Have fun. Go for it. Who cares if you
even if you lose like 10-0, have
who
fun.
cares? Yeah. Who cares if you lose? Because like you're saying that afterwards, you can learn from it, Yeah,
you can almost definitely learn from experience and sort of build
Yep.
on that. So thank you very much for listening to our tips, training tips and competition tips. You can use some of our tips, of course, to put in your own game as well. So it's always focusing on yourself. It's always about having fun if you're just starting. It's all about improving as time goes on as well. And yeah,
that's lovely.
I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you take a bit away. And thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, thanks guys. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah. And of course, if you want to donate, you can do. And of course, and then another link to show you how to do that. Thank you very much. So, thank you, me and Louis, for that wonderful insight into how boccia works and tips and skills that amateur boccia players or boccia players can take away from. So, donation. So, how to donate? To donate £3, text boccia to 70331. To donate £5, text boccia to 70970. Sorry. Or to donate £10, text boccia to 70191. You can also donate online for any other particular money. To go online, www.bocciaengland.org.uk/appeal/bocciathon. I'm now going to go over to Richard Mann, who is finally unmuted, and he's going to tell us how much we've raised so far. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Dan, for stepping in last time. Happy St. George's Day, everyone. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Your donations really will make a difference to the lives of disabled athletes as we get back to boccia this year. Every amount given really does make a difference. For example, you are helping to develop the volunteers who change lives through boccia. £10 could pay for a volunteer's t-shirt. £20 could cover the average cost of a timekeeper supporting a local competition. £30 could cover the cost of one person becoming a qualified level 1 boccia official. £120 could cover the delivery of one online learning session to train and develop boccia officials. And now I can reveal the total raise so far is £441. So give now so we can hit the £500 soon. Thank you so much to everyone who's been part of raising this fantastic amount, which will make such a difference to changing the lives of disabled athletes. Don't forget, there's still plenty of time to donate, although we would like to hit that 500 soon. You can give via text by texting Boccia to the numbers on the screen now. These numbers are also in the information below the YouTube live stream, along with the terms and conditions. Or visit www.bocciaengland.org.uk/appeal/Bocciathon to give online using a debit or credit card. Thanks everyone. I'll be back for another update in around 3 hours.
Thank you very much for that, Richard. Fantastic amount of money is being donated from the last time we've revealed the amount. So thank you very much, and do keep watching and sharing the videos to your friends and family as well. Okay, so the next thing to go ahead now is to introduce the extract. So it's not a full video we're going to show you, but it's an extract of an interview from Stephen McGuire. If you don't know who he is a Scottish boccia athlete who is in the GB squad. This interview, particular interview, was recorded earlier this year, so in January time, as part of a series of athlete experience interviews with people in the GB squad. We're going to watch 20 minutes of it now. I mean, if you want to watch more of it or you're interested in the interview, I'm sure we will get the link over to you on the YouTube comments after the interview if you want to do it more. He's a BC4 athlete, Scottish and a member of GB, who became world champion in 2016, and Tokyo this year will be his third Paralympic Games. Here in the interview is coach Claire Morrison asked him some questions about his experiences in boccia to date. So over to you. Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your journey into boccia and how that took on.
Well, before I start, I just want to say thank you for everybody for tuning in. I've been really looking forward to this chat, to be honest, because I've really enjoyed the last couple of Tuesday Night Lives with Derek and Aileen. I mean, I remember I bumped into Derek in Tenerife when he was there for his warm weather training, and I seen the effort that he puts into his training, and likewise Aileen, you know, we trained together down at the Emirates. So two top athletes, so hopefully I can, it's a tough act to follow, but I'll try. What was the question, sorry?
Just your route into boccia, what does that look like for you?
My route into boccia. It's, to be honest, it's a little bit cliche in that I was in the right place at the right time. You know, it sounds, what happened was Sydney, I watched Sydney 2000, I was still at school at the time, and I thought, yeah, that's something that I wanted to do, absolutely. But I was, 15, 16, studying exams, and never really took that much. I was always in the back of my mind, but never really thought, yep, I need to research that. And then by this point, I'd left school. Athens 2004 came round, and I was hooked, absolutely hooked. And that was something that I really wanted to do. So I started researching sports that physically I would be able to do. So it's not like I was saying, right, I want to do boccia. I wanted to do a sport just to get me to the Paralympics. That was my dream. And I was probably the wrong time to send all these emails away, but I sent emails away, letters away to swimming, table tennis, and boccia, which I'd never heard of. Now, all these guys had just come back from the games, so I don't know what I was expecting. Usually, you know, we all take a break at that point and put our feet up for a while. So To my surprise, it was at the end of October 2004 where Jacqueline Lynn, she replied to my email. It was a very short email, I remember it. In fact, I've just dug it out. And it says, we're holding the Scottish Championships in January, pop along. That was literally it. And then she gave me that it was in Easterhouse. So I had to sort of persuade my dad to get up one Saturday morning, wet and wild day, and I remember it. And so I went along not knowing what to expect. I'd never seen the sport played. I'd researched it by this point, but never really experienced it. So I didn't even know if I was playing in the competition. But I rocked up, it was lunchtime, and I just made my way towards what looked like the official desk. And I just said, "Who's Jackie?" basically. And she came along and she gave me 10 balls. It was about 10 balls, and she said, "Right, just throw them." So I wasn't even on a court. I was at the back of a court. So I threw these 10 balls, and I'll never forget the next words that came out of her mouth, which was literally, "We've got the European Championships in Portugal in June. How would you like to represent Scotland?" You know, so that was kind of my journey into sport. Thrown in at the deep end, absolutely. I know what you're thinking. It's probably the best 10 balls I've ever thrown in my life to be selected. But being honest, Jackie had just returned from Athens, and there was this new classification called BC4. At the time, there was no representation in Britain, really. So it's not that I was any good. I think Jackie just wanted to see if I was classifiable. And so that was the start of my journey into boccia.
Perfect. I think, like you, Jackie Lynn's got a lot to answer for many of us in the sport. So that's obviously your journey into sport. What about you as a person? Tell us a little bit about you. Obviously, a lot of the people who are watching tonight know you as an athlete, but maybe don't necessarily know you as much as Stephen the person. So what kind of things do you like to do away from boccia, and how does your network of family and friends support you with all that?
Well, I'm a Hamilton boy. I grew up here all my life. Had a great childhood. When I grew up, there was loads of kids, and sport was always a huge part of what we did, because we've got this huge park just in front of our house, and like football was the main sort of sport that we played all year round, and in the summer we used to play golf, and when tennis came round, it wasn't really tennis we played, it was rounders, but there was always something happening, and at least 20-30 kids always down there, so it was always something that I did. I was never, I wouldn't say I was ever any good as my peers, that probably due to my disability, but it never really stopped me trying, and it certainly didn't stop me getting involved. But what else did I? Because I'm a bit sport mad. I love sport, love my football, socialising with friends. That's a huge part of my life. Yeah, my family's huge. Lots of cousins, aunties, uncles. My immediate family. I've got 2 brothers. My older brother Pete, he plays boccia. Speak about him a bit later on. And a little brother Kieran, he's in drama school at the moment. He's down at Liverpool Performing Arts.
Perfect. Yes, a big network of McGuires all over the place. So moving on to you more specifically as an athlete. Obviously, as an athlete, you're a BC4, and it's obviously an incredibly tough class. What do you think it is about BC4s that make it such a tough competitive environment?
I think it was when they started the classification. It was for athletes out with cerebral palsy. So it was basically any other neurological condition which sort of fit the profile. So we were kind of all thrown in together. And since then it's just developed and not really changed that much in terms of what a BC4 is physical profile wise. So over the years we've just sort of became stronger, we became fitter, and the depth has increased so much that to be honest, anybody in the top 16 can win the gold medal. So it's quite a very tough field.
So what have you done, whether it's in the training environment, the competition environment, that means that you've been so successful in the sport for so long?
So long. 16 seasons I've played the sport. I don't know, I think as an athlete, I would say I'm driven, sport, you know, within Scotland, we've got so many high quality coaches that gave me the sort of focus and the mindset that my end goal was possible. My end dream was the Paralympics, and for me that was enough to sort of keep me really focused. What else? I would say I'm quite adaptable. You know, I've throughout my career, especially, you know, I've had to change equipment several times. I've swapped from playing in a power chair to a manual chair only 6 months before the Paralympics, and all these little things I've had. Just after Rio, the change of rule in terms of what equipment we could use. So I lost 80% of the balls that I used to use. So it's huge changes. So I think these are the kind of attributes that have helped me.
And what does your like your training normally look like? Obviously, at the moment it's a bit different, but what would it normally look like in terms of your training structure?
I would usually train Monday to Friday, 3 to 4 throwing sessions a week, and I would be in the gym twice a week with a 1-to-1 session. That would be down at the Emirates Arena, and I would do an additional gym session usually at the weekend. Out with that, there's like a physio program. I have to go to physio once a week, at least once a week. I've got a sports massage on a Friday, and yeah, other things we throw in like sports psychology meetings. So it's quite a full-time job.
Yeah, and a point just came in from Aileen Nielsen there that she used to love all the target challenges that you did in the gym with James, and obviously she used to love joining in as well. So how does that work when you're, you know, working alongside other athletes who are in different sports? How do you take that? How do you enjoy that?
I really love the Emirates actually, because it's a high performance environment. So there's athletes all there to improve. We're all there for one reason, that's to be good at our sport. But the camaraderie is good. You get to know other people, and you get to ask them how they're getting on in their sport, where they're going, and they're always really interested in what we're doing as well. So that's been excellent. And I didn't start going to the Emirates probably for 6 years ago, but before that we used to just train on our own. So yeah, it's been wonderful just to meet the other athletes and see what they do, and it drives you on a little bit as well.
Perfect. So obviously we've talked a little bit about how, you know, at the moment your training is a little bit different. So what has the delay to the games meant for you, and how have you kept busy during this time?
Lockdown. It's well, it's been all right. The first month in lockdown, you know, I really did struggle. It was the fact that we just returned from Stoke Mandeville with a friendly competition with Portugal. So that was sort of our season sharpener. And 5 days later, we were in complete lockdown. I mean, we just completed our sort of winter's technical phase of training. We had our warm-up matches, and a week later, we were meant to be in Zagreb starting our season. So to have that just sort of all suddenly stop, and so that was quite tough. But we had to adapt to this new normal. I kind of get around that by trying to change my mindset a little bit. So I bought a hand bike, which it's been huge in my journey, to be honest. Because as I said, I used to go to the gym 2-3 times a week, and to have that routine sort of taken away from you, it was great. So I've got a hand bike now. I had a few conversations with the Scottish Institute, sort of performance lifestyle advisor, Nikki. She's been wonderful actually, and the Boccia UK physical team. They really helped me sort of find a focus of what I wanted to get out of this time. What else did we do? We set up a lot of video calls. That seems to be our life at the moment. But it's been really good because we're able to stay connected with other athletes and check in, really see what they're doing. We do a lot of quizzes, virtual games, WhatsApp group chats, and we're playing this virtual Boccia League app at the moment, which is I'm doing all right in at the moment. It's quite good. I've kind of thrown
such a modest competitor. He's doing all right. He's winning the league, you know. So
well, there's only one person that can beat me at the moment, so I'm not jumping the gun. What else have we been doing? I've sort of thrown myself into conditioning and work at home. There's not very much space in terms of throwing, so I've probably only got about 4 meters to throw it, unless the weather's good. So I'll go out in the garden and throw balls quite far then. But so yeah, generally just do what I can. I tend to do things which I can focus on more, like conditioning, rather than throwing at the moment.
And do you still look forward to the games as much as you were for this year, now that they're next year, or is there still a bit of uncertainty in your mind around, you know, the unknowns of the world at the moment?
I would say I'm more excited. I'm more excited. It's given me another year to prepare, and yeah, I think when we do get together, it'll be a massive celebration with all the different countries. So I'm really looking forward to that moment.
Perfect. What's the most valuable lesson boccia has taught you about yourself?
Oh, that's a good question. What's boccia taught me about myself? It's probably taught me that if you've got the right mindset, you can achieve what you want to achieve. Because when I started, I quickly learned that I had to drive, you know, to go up and down the country. So threw myself into that. So it's something that I never really was interested in beforehand. Just used to, God forbid, my dad used to just drive me everywhere. So that wasn't sustainable. So I did that, and then my dream was to get to the Paralympics. Managed to do that. It was never really to win a medal at the Paralympics originally. So your mindset sort of changed along this journey, and it developed into more, yeah, I want to be competitive, I want to start winning, and all these little stages. So it's taught me that you can achieve anything that you really put your mind to.
Nice. Just a curiosity from me, which journey do you prefer? I know obviously in boccia we tend to spend a lot of time making very short journeys, so it takes us forever. But what do you prefer? Do you prefer the one going to a competition or the one coming home from a competition?
If you come home and you've got a medal around your neck, that's more enjoyable for me. But I love traveling. I love visiting new countries, new cultures, meeting friends old and new. I really enjoy that element of boccia. So I do look forward to competition, even the preparation for competition. So that's all part of it for me. So I enjoy all aspects really. But if you come home with a medal, you know you've done your job right.
Yeah. Perfect. I'm going to go into a couple of questions that we've had submitted in advance because they kind of fit quite nicely with this point. The first one's from Sean McCann, and what Sean says is when he watches you play, you always seem so focused and don't seem to get distracted. John says this is something that he struggles with. So can you give him any advice on how to deal with this and how you mentally prepare for a game?
Thanks for the question, Sean. It's something, to be honest, that's not really came naturally to me. You know, I've had a lot of help from our sports psychologist, John Marchant. We looked at strategies that help keep me focused on the match and not really what's happening on the next court, whether the crowd or any sort of external distractions. If you watch me play, you'll probably notice that I put my hands behind my back when I'm not throwing. That, to me, is just literally a physical trigger to remind me to focus on the court, and it helps me also sort of sit up straight and look like I'm engaged. I am engaged. But my advice to you would just be to try and find something within the game itself that you can focus on. That might be watching what the referee's doing. So when they turn over the paddle, you know it's your time. It might be try counting. Counting's a good strategy. But try and find something that helps you stay in the moment within the match.
Brilliant. Another question, this time from Stuart McNeil. Have you ever regretted playing a shot that you should never have played during a competition that resulted in a loss? And if you did, how did you recover from that setback and how quickly did you recover?
That's a great question. Thank you, Stuart. I would say that, well, I know that I've missed crucial shots over and over again in my career. In those moments, I've learned to sort of accept the failure. Everybody fails at something, but what I don't accept, what I don't like doing is accepting not trying again. So I like to keep trying. So, I mean, I've lost hundreds of matches. It might be pure execution of bad decisions, but the one that really sticks in my mind was back in Lisbon, 2010. Not being able to play for for a whole year. We had a reclassification issue in 2009. So 2010 was my first competition back, and my mindset at the time was just literally, this is my second chance. Let's attack it and see what happens. Somehow managed to reach the final against the Paralympic champion, Behaviou from Brazil. But it's probably this bit that, looking back, I kind of regret. So he was out of balls. The score was 5 each, and I had 3 balls left to change the situation. But where I was in my journey, I played it kind of cautiously, knowing that it was guaranteed to go to a tie break, and I might win. But if I was the athlete I was today, I'd probably attack it, because what happened was it went to a tie break and the better man won. So looking back, reflecting now, I know that I probably should have been world champion back then. But given that it was my first competition back, I was just happy to be in the final, my first ever individual medal. To me, that was like a win. So I wouldn't say I regret it. I moved on quite quickly. I try and focus on my process rather than my performance. But for example, I've lost semi-finals, but if that still qualifies you for the next competition or such like, then I try and focus on that more than the defeat.
Perfect. Another question in, this time from one of your teammates, Louis Saunders. What challenges come with boccia being an individual and a team sport, and how do you deal with those challenges?
Individually, I was probably a very selfish athlete in terms of not wanting to give too much information, what I was doing, where I was playing, and things like that. When you play as a pair, you have to share. There's no way you can play as a pair on your own. So I had to learn to lead the pair, try and share a lot more of my knowledge. And I've really enjoyed the time. Louis been in the squad for 2 or 3 years now, and really enjoyed trying to pull him along and teach him what I can. So yeah, just share what you've got.
Magic. And one more in this section from Lewis McConnell. How does it feel when you're on top of the podium listening to the national anthem? And that could be obviously when you're representing Scotland or GB.
It's a good question, Lewis. I would say that it's a privilege to reach the top of the podium. I counted last week that I've managed to do it on 14 occasions at international level. So when you're on the middle of the podium and the anthem's playing, you know that you've done your job well. And for me, it's a time when you look out and you look at the audience, and it's a time to reflect and just basically say thank you, because there's a whole huge team around you for that one moment. It doesn't come along so often, so it's good that you can enjoy it at that time, just to reflect.
Perfect.
Thank you for that lovely interview, Claire and Stephen, for giving us access for that video. Thank you very much. We are now going to hear from Georgia Moore, who runs the Gem Boccia Club, and Roy McGee, who is one of our lovely loyal volunteers, about what boccia means to them. Georgia is an athlete in the academy, and Roy is a volunteer. So over to you guys. See you in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Georgina Moore and I run Gem Boccia Club in South Gloucestershire, and I'm a BC4 athlete. I love boccia because it's a competitive sport that is inclusive to all, and it's extremely fun and sociable. Boccia has changed my life because I had to give up teaching due to the physical demands on my disability. So I was able to start my own boccia club, which gave me a purpose in life, and I'm able to bring an inclusive sport to my local community, as well as competing in the sport myself, which has also helped improve my physical and mental well-being. I have a lot of memorable moments of boccia throughout the few years that I've been involved in the sport, but I will always remember the joy and happiness it brings to all my club members, playing a competitive sport together in unison. I strongly advise everybody to have a go at boccia if they haven't yet. It's a fantastic sport. Bye.
Hello everybody, my name is Roy McGee and I'm a boccia coach and referee here in sunny Norwich. I run 3 clubs and one being a visually impaired club. I love my boccia because I can teach and train all those athletes here in Norfolk which are interested in boccia. Boccia changed my life because I'm unable to run and jump and do all the things that I used to at quite a high level. Now that I'm involved in boccia, both at coaching and refereeing for Boccia England, it's because it's so special in my life. Boccia has helped me to keep fit and active now that I'm retired. I have many favourite moments in boccia, but the most memorable one is when my #1 team entered the National League and won through the East Anglian part of it and got through to Sheffield and done very well there and repeated it the following year, and that year we nearly got through to the quarterfinals, which I'm so proud of. It really, really is. And it's great to be involved with such wonderful athletes and a wonderful sport of boccia. So thank you for listening and see you again soon. Bye.
Thank you for Gemma and Roy for their contributions to what boccia means to them. So again, donation. How to donate? You probably know I've done it already, but let me go through it with you again. To donate by the text, to donate £3, text boccia to 70331. To donate £5, text boccia to 90970. To donate £10, text boccia to 70191. You can also donate online. Visit www.bocciaengland.org.uk/appeal/bocciathon. Please donate to a worthwhile charity, and of course please do let us know on the YouTube comments where you're watching from, and of course to share selfies or share your flapjacks or to share anything boccia wise using the hashtag Bocciathon 2021, and of course tag Boccia England on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. So, the Zoom classes are still available for the 5 o'clock session with David Smith. He is a BC1 world champion, I think, in the BC1 category at the moment, and he will be giving us a wonderful insight into his career. So, of course, there will be some question and answers with David. So, if you'd like to pick his brains at something or ask him any questions, please go on the Boccia England website and get a Zoom pass so you can actually get involved yourself rather than commenting on the YouTube comments. So you can do that. And that's at 5 o'clock. So you've got 20 minutes to go and get a Zoom pass. So now we're going to watch a short video that sums up the impact that Boccia has on everyone's life. It is such an amazing sport. And I'll probably see you when that finishes. So the sport video, off you go. So, I'm going to talk to you a bit about how this event came about before something very special comes in just before 5 o'clock. The Boccia was created by myself, and I went to Boccia England in December. Boccia England at that time were looking for wacky ways of how to raise money for the income lost in the COVID-19 pandemic, like other charities in the country are experiencing at the moment. And I went to them and said, how about a 24-hour Boccia marathon of some kind? And I've done this sort of thing before. I've raised money by having a 24-hour FIFA marathon, 24 hours with my friend Patrick in Southampton. After our university deadlines have been submitted in early January, 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now, but yeah. So I've done this sort of thing before, and I went to Boccia England and said, how about a Boccia marathon for 24 hours? And they initially came up with, might be a bit too long, what about 12 hours? So I went back to them and said, no, definitely not, no. 12 hours would be such a crazy amount of time to stay up, and for me and for the Boccia England staff in the office to stay up and drink a coffee and stay up the entire time, getting those videos and the pre-recorded stuff on the screen for you guys, and that's how it was born, really. From after Christmas in the new year, a few months ago now, me and Boccia England worked very closely together to get some ideas down of what to present to you, the viewers, and most of it came back with we were thinking of doing challenges which we are going to do at some point in the next few hours, and we wanted to make it very inclusive to everyone to get involved, so rather than just sitting on a chair and looking at YouTube comments, we came up with a Zoom pass which allows you to actually enter the Zoom and join in the interactive sessions, so it's not just staying at the screen for 24 hours and getting square eyes at the end of it. So that's how it was created, and the amount of response we've had from Boccia members across the UK and abroad, and the amount of people volunteering to do those videos. We've had a lot of responses, which we are all very grateful for. And we will never forget the generosity of people giving up their time. And of course, during our UK COVID-19 third lockdown, really helped to get people together and to be able to do more videos, as we were in a full lockdown at the time of getting everything together. And we've done very well. I believe we've done very well to be able to do this for you guys today and tomorrow. And it's something that I'll never forget for a long time. And I hope all of you have enjoyed all of the Bocciathon videos and content for the last 6 hours now, coming up with 7 hours now. And we hope most of you will end up watching throughout the night as well, if you're brave enough. And of course, you can always rewind and rewatch some of the content as well. So now I think we've got another video. I think we're going to show some videos of volunteering and impact of Boccia, and until we get a buzz from a very special person who would like you to meet before David Smith's Q&A at 5 o'clock. So over to you, George, to get some videos up before our very special guest. So it turns out we don't need to learn the videos, our special guest is here. So I would like to introduce you to Boccia England's very own mascot, Jack the Bear. Oh, bless him. Look at him there. I wish we could give him a hug, but obviously we can't, you know, COVID-19 restrictions. Jack is here and he would love it if you could donate. There he is holding the lovely Boccia logo there. To donate £3, text Boccia to 70331. To text £5, text Boccia to 70970. To donate £10, text Boccia to 70191. To donate online for any other amount, it's www.bocciaengland.org.uk/appeal/Bocciathon. I can do this on my sleep in a few minutes. So Jack is there and he loves it for your donation so far, for just over £441 so far. And when COVID-19 restrictions are fully eased and we'll be able to give Jack a hug, he will give you a massive hug if you donate. So thank you very much. Look at him there. Good to see you, Jack. Ah, isn't he cute? Okay, so we've got 10 minutes. Yeah. Please do donate, he's saying, I bet. Yeah. I don't speak there, but I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying. Good to see you. Are you doing that? How are you enjoying the event so far? Good. As a thumbs up, a brilliant thumbs up there. Lovely. Now, let's go over, Jack, some of the YouTube comments, if you would like. Yeah, the thumbs up's there. So, let's have a look. Jack looks warm. He is very warm, aren't you, Jack? You are, yes. It's been great seeing so many familiar faces, including Jack as well. That's absolutely amazing. Any other comments? Good to see the office again. This is actually the first time I've seen the office, actually. All of you are based in Nottingham, aren't you? So that's a lovely. Oh, I was going to do a dance there. Huh. Anything else? Any other good? Oh, those flapjacks looks lovely. Yeah.
Hi,
So,
Peter. How are you?
Some lovely comments there, Jack, as you will agree. And now we are going to put up a little slide showing what is coming next. So thank you, Jack, for your time. And I bet it's time for you to go back to indoor polo and get some rest. Brilliant. Goodbye. Bye, Jack. And I will be back just before 5 o'clock for David Smith. Yeah, okay. So, coming up next, we have David Smith. To give you a bit of background information before it comes on in 4 minutes' time, David Smith is a BC1 athlete, boccia athlete, and he's been involved in boccia for quite some time now, and has been involved in many national and international boccia events over the last few years. Well, I say few years, it's quite older than me, so I would say it's been around for boccia, active in boccia since the 20. He worked at midfield foot since the 2000s, so quite a long time for him to be in boccia for. And I don't want to give too much away because I'm pretty sure he will mention it himself. But he recently, in the last few years, became an MBE for his services in boccia. So that's a very good achievement to have. He's an Olympic boccia gold medalist. He's I think 4 or 5 Paralympic Games. He's just been this week away at a boccia training camp since last year. So this is the first time he's had a face-to-face boccia camp, since the pandemic started in March last year. So he's just been away and he's came back from his camp this week, I believe. We're so looking forward to hearing what he has to say in this session. His desire and behaviour equals results. So it'll be very interesting to hear what he has to say. And of course, if you've got a Zoom pass, please do hop on now and we will let you in with David at 5. So if you haven't got a Zoom pass, please do get one. We've still got a lot more interactive sessions coming our way. And of course, those Zoom passes will stop being sold at midnight tonight. So please do, make sure you get a Zoom pass before midnight, and please do share this with your friends and family. If you don't have the finances to get a Zoom pass, me and I'm pretty sure some others we're giving away. We paid for Zoom passes for people that can't get some or can't pay. So there are quite a few to give away, I believe. So if you don't have any finances, let us know and we will give one to you that others have paid for others to take. So I believe David is here. He will lead a discussion about the sessions. You can dial in, you've got a Zoom pass now. Here is David, and I will see you in 45 minutes. Over to you, David Smith MBE. So, David.
Hi, Pete.
Hello, David. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good, mate. Pretty good.
I'm very good. We've been on this for about 6 or 7 hours now. So I'm getting lovely comments from people on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure they will continue throughout your session.
Yeah, you must be all zoomed out by now.
Yeah. So you've just been back from the training camp, haven't you?
Yeah, so I got back on Wednesday night. So yeah, from St George's Park. Awesome venue. Yeah, really cool. Yes, spot on. And yeah, they just posted a video of us from when we were there. So yeah, I'm sure people will see that as Boccia UK sort of shares that far and wide. So yeah, it was a really good camp, and yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to sharing that with you guys, and yeah, it's good to get everybody back together again, really.
Yeah, I believe we've got some people in the Zoom class coming in now. So I will leave you to lead the session.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
So, hello everybody. To start with, I guess a little bit of housekeeping. Feel free to ask questions as we go along, but if you want to sort of write something in the chat, you can do, and my friend Chris is going to keep an eye on that for me, and he'll prod me if I don't spot anything. So feel free to use the chat. And yeah, so welcome. So today I'm going to be spending 45 minutes of your precious time talking about a little bit of maybe psychology, a little bit of sort of behavior and stuff. So so the title of the sort of session is desire plus behavior equals results. And I'm just going to go into a bit more detail about each specific section, what that kind of means to me. And again, if any questions as we go, we can kind of look at that. I guess most of you guys are at sort of different stages of either boccia or coaching or just in life in general. So this is going to be quite generic, but kind of related to me, and I hope that kind of resonates with all of you guys. So I guess to start with desire, again, it's kind of a subjective term. Obviously, everybody's got their own different desires, but so for me, it kind of the first part of desire is sort of, I call it your why. So for me, desire, my motivation to do something, why I get up in the morning to do what I do, and sort of my drivers. So obviously, one of them is financial. Another one is sort of friends and family, and sort of trying to make them proud. And then another sort of why would be maybe to further myself, or to be the best version of myself I can be, and constant development. So that's sort of the initial part of my desire to do what I do and to be better. I guess then if we move on a little bit more into sort of motivation and what motivates me, so I have quite a engaged and I'm quite an expressive personality, I would say. You've probably all seen that. So for me, what kind of gets me going, I guess, is that recognition. So that can be a motivation to do something. So if I feel recognized in a particular area, then that kind of inspires me to do it again or do it better. Again, another one for me is again that financial benefit. So having something to be able to show for the work I put in, that means a lot to me. And then to be able to support myself and the way I live, and obviously family and stuff, that sort of financial security means quite a lot to me. And then I guess another one would be sort of making people proud of the people that are alive now or who have passed away in the past. And again, having that sort of their sort of inspiration of they might not be around to see it, but it's nice to have someone in the background just that you can think of in those situations of why do I do this, and then you kind of think to them, and that kind of inspires you to keep going, I guess, and to keep pushing through, even when times aren't necessarily going as well as you would like. And then I guess the key one to be successful, I would say, is that burning desire. So for me, I have a burning desire to sort of either prove people wrong or to sort of go as far as I can in life. I really want to I don't know, I want to kind of ignore the fact that I've got a severe disability, and ignore all the other stuff that goes with it, and just kind of be remembered in my as someone that had an impact on the world. So that's kind of my burning desire, is to keep. That's why I'm so motivated, I guess, is that I see an opportunity to inspire others, and to and also for myself to have something for my children and my grandchildren and great grandchildren, of Paralympic medals and MBEs and pictures and traveling the world and meeting different people, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's my that's kind of my sort of burning desire. And then again, that kind of then leads into nicely into behavior. So that for me then means that I'm not a planner. Like, let me just get that out now. I don't like planning. It's just not what I do, you know. But actually, the key one for my behavior is I do actually do quite a lot of planning. So I would plan my week. I plan, you know, like when I get up, when I go to bed, the parts of my day, because I know my time is precious. So I plan down to quite a significant detail, you know, and also because I know I'm so busy, to make sure that I don't end up, you know, having to be in 3 places at once, and you know, wanting to do as much as I can with the time I've got available. So that planning just helps me. In my mind, I can convince myself that planning is good because it frees up time for me. So it actually means I can get more things done. So that's how I sell it to myself. It's more about getting things done, not necessarily about the planning in its own right. I guess as I've got older, I'm more teachable than I was. So teachability is quite an important one, I think, in sport, but in life in general. And I am teachable. I do listen to people. I do have an opinion, and I'm not afraid to use it. But I will, as long as evidence is put in front of me, and it is of sound logic, I can run with it, and I will. And once I've signed up to an idea, I will pursue it 100% until it's completed. So that's my kind of that's kind of my obsessiveness, I guess. I will, if something sounds good, I will wring its neck to get the most out of it, to either prove that it works or it doesn't. And yeah, before I move on to the next task, again, willingness to learn. Again, it's quite easy, you know, it's quite easy to become complacent or smug or arrogant, and you kind of think you know everything when you know very little. I've had periods in my career where I've maybe won a tournament or two, and then suddenly thought I was the bee's knees, and then, you know, quickly get brought back down to earth. And obviously, you know, people who, you know, maybe give me a heads up before, and then afterwards I find out to my detriment that I maybe should have listened. And so again, that willingness to learn, that willingness to take criticism on board. You don't have to always agree with it. You don't have to always use it, but being able to take that criticism and to sort of add it to the toolbox. And if you can improve on it, great. If not, then it just becomes something that you heed it. And then sort of moving into sacrifices of part of the behavior. Again, sacrifices. So a simple one for me is that I don't tend to watch Match of the Day on a Sunday night like I used to. I used to love watching football, but on a Sunday night, even, I should say, because I have training quite early on a Monday morning, and I know that if I watch football on a Sunday night, I won't get enough sleep. So I had to make a sacrifice there, so I don't watch Match of the Day 2 on a Sunday night. And that's kind of, you know, that's a very simple sacrifice that I make. Obviously I make many, but that's just probably one that resonates with most of you. And so that's kind of, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. And that's one of the things. Other sacrifices, probably, I don't see my family as much as I could, just because I'm busy. And obviously that's the sacrifice they have to make as well as me, which isn't, you know, it can be a challenge. And yeah, just lots of traveling, and all that sort of stuff that comes with it, and the pressure and stuff. These are all sacrifices that you kind of have to make to go somewhere. You know, it's like one step back to take 2 steps forward. So yeah, and sometimes it's just a necessary evil. I guess another part of behavior, I would say, is that change is quite important. Not change for change's sake, but change. Yeah. So for me, I've always been quite good with change. I like change. It's something that I like to do, constantly improving, evolving. But it's almost that willingness to change. that willingness to know that, you know, for things to get better, you need to get better, and for things to change, you need to change. It's not always easy for people to make that change, to make any sort of change, but sometimes if there's something that your desire is sort of when you want to achieve it, then again, sort of going along the same lines as sacrifice, but change can be important. So for me, yeah, change is quite a big one. I've, you know, lots of changes I've made over my career that I've had to make. Either I wanted to make them or I've had to make them. And they kind of fall in separate categories, I guess. But most of them have been positive changes. And the changes that haven't been positive, I then learned from that and changed back. And not been stubborn to, right, I'm going to make this change regardless. So again, that's kind of the teachability, I guess. And then again, the results of all that, all the desire and all the behavior, and then you get the results. And again, the main result is the task focus. So you obviously, so the result is, you know, for me, it's a Paralympic medal, or it's a, you know, a tournament win, or it was passing my driving test when I was 23. You know, that was the result. And that was the goal. That was the thing that I strived for and I wanted to do. And I did it. But I guess also along with the result is the personal development, the things you learn along the way, the people you meet, the evolution of your toolbox, the skills that you learn, being able to speak in front of a camera. You know, not always, you know, public speaking just wasn't always something I did. It's just happened because I've had the opportunities to do it through my success. And that's given me another skill, I guess. So again, that was all because of, you know, everything that's come before it. And obviously then going into achievement, obviously if you make the right sacrifices, you make the right changes, and you have a desire, you will achieve. And again, I don't think it really matters what sort of person you are or what sort of skills you bring to the table. I think if you have enough of the desire and the behavior, you will achieve the results. So for me, yeah, I've done it in a particular way, but I've learned that my way isn't necessarily the way for everybody. I just know what works for me. And all I can do is share with you what works for me. And you can take the bits that you think will work for you and leave the bits that probably won't work for you. And I guess the next part of the result is confidence. When you achieve a result, whatever that is, you then get a result. Yeah, I will. I got your message. I will go into about how I got into boccia and stuff in a second. There's been quite a few videos lately of me talking about how I got into boccia. So again, I will provide a link to that so you can see that. It's quite a long story, so I know we haven't got that much time on our schedule. So I thought I would focus in a little bit more on the theory side of it for now. But I'll do a brief story a little bit later on. So again, thinking about the achievements. Again, the next step would be confidence. Once you've achieved something, you obviously gain confidence in that because you've done it once, you can do it again. And that's sort of where confidence comes from. So if someone, you know, I get quite a lot of people saying, "Oh, you're really confident," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, I'm only confident because I've, you know, earned that confidence almost, like that's come through what I've done." So if you're not feeling so confident, it might be that you need to start at the beginning and work your way through the, you know, doing things and achieving things to build that confidence up. And then once you've achieved something, it then leads to higher ambition. So you end up in that nice little circle where you've achieved something, and then there's something, now what next? And then you go back to the start, and then you get the desire and the behavior and the result. So that's just a summary of a brief summary of the sort of my headline where I was going to talk about. I will just give you a quick overview of my story. So most of you probably know who I am. So I'm David Smith MBE. I am a multi medalist in boccia for the Paralympic Games. So I've won gold in Rio. I got a silver and bronze in London, and I got a gold in Beijing. I've also currently reigning European, world, and champion as well. So I hold the triple crown, as it were. And I've been competing internationally for probably 15, 16 years. So yeah, I've been doing this a while. I'm an old hand. And then as well as that, I live independently on my own in Swansea, and I drive. So I have a wheelchair accessible car, and I drive from my chair, which was quite a big achievement for me when I passed the test. And yeah, that's kind of been my life for a long time. And recently I started working as a lifestyle coach as well. So I've been helping people over the pandemic improve their health, and just sort of share some of the knowledge that I have with other people. So that's kind of a very brief overview of my story. Oh, cool. Thanks, Ian. What was that? So how did you manage to maintain confidence after a defeat, particularly after a match you went into? Let me read the rest of that. Particularly after a match you went into expecting to win. Yeah, good question. I actually had a very similar example of that at the weekend, which I can a couple of days ago, which I can talk about as well, because it's obviously fresh in the memory. So for me, what I used to do actually after a match would be that I would go. Obviously, a couple of days of dwelling on it, because you can't get back onto a court necessarily after a competition's finished. And then I would get back on court and I would repeat the ends that I'd lost. So I'd set the balls up in a particular way. I had pretty good memory, so I could set the balls up how they were. And then I would just play the shot again to prove that I could do it better. Or if I didn't know how to do it better, I would try different ways of playing, different decisions to see which gave me the best outcome, to either minimize the score or to maximize the score. So that would be how I would go about that particular, because a defeat isn't necessarily, it's usually there's normally defining moments in a game that lead to a defeat, and it's quite easy to pick them out. So I tend to focus on those moments. The rest of the game just sort of, it is tit for tat really, and it sort of covers itself. But there's usually shot defining moments that you either hit, you win, you miss, you lose. And yeah, so I normally focus on those because they're the most important. Yeah. So that's sort of how I deal with it. An example I've got is actually a couple of days ago, we was on a camp and we were playing like a little league against each other, different cross categories, and I was playing Louis. I was expecting him to give me a bit of a beating, if I'm honest. And I had a really good start, first end. Played really well, got the point, so broke his serve almost, as it were. On my end, I'd set up a really good chance. He was down to his last ball, and for some reason I got into my head and I couldn't figure out what shot to play. And I ended up, I had about 3 or 4 options going on in my head, and I ended up playing none of them. Repeated the same mistake 3 or 4 times, wasted the ammunition I'd saved up, and he ended up winning the end. And then obviously the momentum of the game then totally shifted, and he ended up beating me 7-1, I think. But I could have been 3 or 4-0 up going into the half time, which would have, I'm pretty confident in a winning position. So I think I would have managed that game pretty well had I have scored the points in that end.
There was a question, and how many times have you won in boccia?
Yeah, that's a good question. I need to get back to that one. I need to count that in. I need to get the calculator out. But yeah, so again, that game is a good example of just, I guess that game I know I could have won. So I gave myself a good kicking. Yeah, there are key moments in any game where you think, yeah, I could have done that better. Maybe used a few less balls, or maybe played it a slightly different way. And I guess the confidence that I've got is I've got years of experience of winning. So I got a memory bank to fall back on. And when I was younger, I guess I didn't care, to be honest. So if I lost, I would still be focusing on what I could have done to win. Even if I didn't have a memory bank of what I could have done, I would, I know shots I can and can't play. So that would be my kind of answer. I hope I answered that all right for you, Ian. So how many times have I won in boccia? Now that's a really difficult question. I can't answer, to be honest. I mean, if you think about it, I play probably at the moment. I play probably before COVID was playing 7 tournaments a year, 7 matches individually, 5 matches in a team. I was probably winning individually. I'm winning 90% of them. In the team, I'm winning 65, 70% of them. And I've been playing for 15 years. And that's not including all the matches that we played in competition, in training and stuff. So I think the number is thousands. But yeah. Any other questions? Any other? Okay, cheers, Mike. So my advice for people starting up would probably be so going back to my sort of desire, behavior, results. I guess for anybody starting would be to start at the beginning, and obviously, what's your desire? What do you want to achieve? What's your why? What are you prepared to do to achieve that? And then it would be go for it. And that would be my result. I would say don't get put off don't compare yourself to other people. Compare yourself to yourself, and as long as you're constantly improving, there's not much anybody can ask of you, really. And who knows where that might take you. I would probably say don't set your expectations too high at the beginning, because that can be a false positive. Set yourself a challenge, a doable challenge, complete that, and then set yourself the next one. And just gradually build it up.
What moves would you?
What moves? Again, these questions I kind of, it's hard to answer because I throw in a particular way, because I have to, because with disability just doesn't let me throw any other way. And so I don't think I'm in a position to tell someone how to throw. I think it's up to that individual to find that out for themselves. A little bit of individual responsibility there. So that would be my advice would be get on court, chuck some balls and see what works. Yeah. So how many hours do I train per week? So before COVID, I was doing well over 20 hours a week. And now it's a lot less on court, for obvious reasons. So I'm doing on average about, between 4 and 6 hours a week on court, on a proper court. I do a little bit of throwing at home, but I don't really count that. And then a lot of the stuff I'm doing at the moment is conditioning work at home. So yeah. So I mean, in terms of the hours I train, I'm probably training as much as I was before, but it's shifted because of COVID. So court time has reduced and it's been replaced by conditioning and stuff. And then no worries, Ian. Ask away. So how do I compare the mental approach between the singles and the team game? Well, I mean, the easy thing to say is that in a singles game, all I've got to do is worry about myself. In a team game, it's a combined approach. So it's how me lands with other people. I've got to be aware of, and obviously they've got to be aware of how they land with me. So so the mental approach for a team doesn't really change in terms of the desire, the behavior, and the results, but it's a combined thing. So it's an agreement between the people involved, and that's not just the players, that's the coaching staff and the coach at the back and the assistant behind us. I think everybody has a role to play in that, and obviously different personalities, slightly different different ways of doing things, and it's about everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses. There's no right or wrong way, and it's about having a collective agreement of how we're going to do things that everybody can sign up to.
Question from YouTube: what is the best match you've played in?
Okay.
From Dan.
So, cheers, Dan. The best match I've played in recently was probably. I'm not going to count the last camp because I was on fire, and it was in training. But in competition, the best match I played in was probably in Behaviou in just before the quarterfinals. I played a Thai guy called Deep Mac, who is a brand up and coming player. He's very promising, and he'd beaten me in Hong Kong a couple of months before, and in that game, he started off really strongly, and then I put two ends together, probably the best ends I've played in my life, and scored 11 points in two ends, and just, from 2-0 down on my own serve, broken, to 11-2 up in two ends was pretty cool. And I played some good stuff to get to do that. So, that was probably the best game I've played as an individual. In terms of the best match was probably the quarterfinals in Rio. I went 4-1 down against my main rival at that point, who I'd never beaten before. I managed to put it back to 4-4 into the tiebreak, and then I won on the first ball. So again, that was quite special. Obviously, in that situation, it was a knockout. So if I'd have lost that game, things might be quite different now.
How did you feel when you first became Boccia England?
So when I started, it wasn't Boccia England, so that shows you how old I am. So when I actually won the British Championships, and then I got called up to the England squad. It was the England and Wales squad back then, and it was different. Obviously, at that point, I'd never been to invited or anything else, so that was when I first met Nigel Murray and a lot of other players at that point. And it was just, it was probably the first camp experience I had. So it was pretty cool. Being a teenager, I didn't think much of it, to be honest. I was just like, I wasn't in awe or anything. I was quite a confident teenager. So I just, rocked up, did my thing and enjoyed it. But no, so in terms of feeling, I don't remember how it felt really. I think I was just happy to be there and just, doing my thing. And I liked winning, so I tried to show off quite a lot during those camps and stuff. I did quite a bit. Naughty boy. But no, that was good. So that was my bad. I might have been showing up the older people a little bit, but never mind. The innocence of youth. So, do you mean now? So the next question is, what was my goal in Boccia? So do you mean now or do you mean then? Yeah, now. Okay. So my goal now is to just. So I'd say just. My goal is to defend my Paralympic title, and then obviously move on to Paris and Los Angeles, and to hopefully build a legacy within the sport, to become the most successful British player ever. But more than that, just to help the development of BC1s in the UK, to get Boccia more recognised amongst people in general, and to probably help inspire the next generation. I think development has been quite difficult the last couple of years. We've we don't have that many people coming through at the moment. And I think that would be quite nice to see a few more people coming through, new faces, fresh blood, just to liven things up a bit would be quite cool. So I think that's my aim post Tokyo, is to help any way I can, sort of build the profile of the sport. And obviously depending on me winning, of course, not going to be so popular if I don't win. We'll see. But yeah, that's kind of that's kind of what I hope to do. So Peter has asked, when I first became world champion at 18, whilst I was at Trelaw College, yeah, that's right. I think it's fair to say you had a downward spiral. How did you build yourself up to the best after that bad spell? And what advice would you give? Yeah, so my downward spiral didn't last very long, if I'm honest. So it was literally one tournament. So yeah, I got over it quite quickly. And I think that's something that people don't always understand. I think once you start winning, it doesn't take much to get knocked off. It only normally takes one defeat and you're back to square one. I mean, unfortunately, I lost twice in Beijing. But yeah, so I went into the Beijing Paralympics having won the World Championships at 18, probably overconfident, probably lacking a little bit of the desire that I just talked about. Probably my behaviour wasn't as professional as it could have been. And also the behaviour of, I think, the support staff and stuff, and it just didn't work with my personality. So I think there was a mismatch of communication. There was all sorts of issues going on. So I think in hindsight's a wonderful thing. I think it would have been, I think I was able to shift it around quite quickly because things changed quite a lot after we won gold in the team. The sport became professionalized. I got my kick up the backside quite quickly after that. And I moved on to Swansea University, so I was able to grow up a bit away from Trelaws, learn how to be an adult. So yeah, I think what helped me out of the bad spell was that I had no choice. It was sink or swim, and I chose to swim. So yeah. So George has asked me. So I talk about inspiring others. Who inspired me when I grew up? So I was always inspired, probably, but not by the standard people that you would think about. So I was always inspired by a guy, Douglas Bader, who is a World War II fighter pilot who'd lost his legs in an accident in the 30s, and then he actually flew with no legs, which was pretty cool. So that was kind of who inspired me growing up, the kind of notion that anything was possible. And then I guess in terms of sportsmen, I always liked Ronnie O'Sullivan in the snooker. I just like the way he goes about things. Not necessarily his interviews and not necessarily his behaviour all the time, but the way he plays was pretty cool. And I wanted to kind of, that was sort of, I could relate to how he played in how I try and play boccia. So yeah. So I've just mentioned snooker. So that's one sport I quite like. Obviously football, rugby. I will watch tennis if it's on, maybe. Not really a fan of golf. Not really a fan of boxing. And I'll watch the athletics, obviously on the big events and stuff. But yeah, so I like watching sport in general, but probably the obvious ones are football, rugby, particularly the international rugby stuff. And sort of major sporting events. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of watching boccia, if I'm honest. I'd much rather play it. Yeah. No one asked. So Pete asked if I went for boccia, what sport or career would I be on? Well, I mean, if it weren't for boccia, I'd say, sorry, Pete, I misread your question. So I don't think I'd be in sport if it wasn't for boccia, if I'm totally honest, because there isn't another sport that I could have done to such a high level, and I would have lost interest very quickly at that point, because I'm quite a ambitious guy. So if it doesn't grab me, then it's going to lose me. I think I would have probably gone down the engineering route a bit more, as long as they'd have had me. I did face some issues at university in terms of getting career placements and stuff. So who knows? But I always, I'd always had this thing for aircraft, and so my degree, I loved doing my degree in aerospace engineering. That was good fun. So I think I would have tried to made more of an effort to go down the engineering route, and hopefully overcome the barriers faced by disability employment. But yeah, so I would have given that a bit. I would have given that a harder go, and yeah, I probably wouldn't have had boccia as a distraction. So we've probably got about 10 minutes left if anybody's got any other questions. And if you want to unmute yourselves as well, if that's easier, feel free. Yeah.
Hey, David.
Hello.
Yeah. Now, I know I'm not from a question of that, but my other question to you is, why did you want to become a boccia player? Why did you want to become a boccia person?
Why do I want to be a boccia player?
Mm.
I guess, to be honest, I didn't want to be a boccia player when I was young. It just happened. It was a coincidence. Boccia just had the career path for me. So the honest answer is I didn't want to be a boccia player. There were other things that were probably looked more shiny at that point. But as you get into it and you step up through, you start, the success breeds success, and that kind of stuck with me. So, I mean, I've been in boccia for so long, this is going to take quite a while. I think future plans might be a better, and it kind of links to Dan's question as well. I think future plans is probably the better idea. I think my history has been spoken about quite a lot, and there's lots of other videos of me online where I talk about my history. So I think feel free to browse that stuff. Boccia England, I've got the video of me and Glyn doing that, and again, we sort of give history a really good going over in that. So I think feel free to have a look on that, guys. So again, moving forward, I think obviously my goal for Tokyo is to win, or to medal at least, and hopefully with the team as well. I think we want to go out there and do the best we can. We're under no illusions it's going to be easy or difficult, because it's going to be bloody difficult. But we're looking to put on a performance that will give us the best possible chance to medal. And if we fall short, we fall short. But I think that will be quite good. I got the 5-minute warning, so happy days. And then after Tokyo, I think my plan is to build on my career as a lifestyle coach. I really enjoy that, and actually, it's something a bit different to boccia. So build on that, meet new people, bring outside influences into boccia a bit more, and vice versa, would be my goals going forward. And just and hopefully, and probably build on my relationships with my friends and family a little bit more, and sort of move into my sort of late 30s in a positive way. And that's that's probably it really. And then obviously Tokyo starts at the end of August, beginning of September. So we're flying out on the 14th, I think, although it's changing constantly because COVID. We're flying out around about that time. So that's sort of Tokyo. Although I can't give you too much information on that because we're still waiting for confirmations and stuff. But and I haven't been selected yet either, I have to say. So yeah, we it'd be wrong for us to predict anything yet, but yeah, it's usually the end of August, beginning of September. So yeah, definitely not going to walk to Tokyo. It's a bit too far. I'd need to charge my chair up constantly. So we've got probably 2 minutes left. If there's any final things, and if not, it's been really good talking to you. I hope you've gained something from it. And sorry it hasn't been longer, but I hope good luck to Boccia England in carrying on this marathon event that goes on until tomorrow. Stay tuned for everybody else that's following me, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And yeah, let's get some money in the coffers, shall we, for Boccia? And yeah.
Well, thank you, David, for that wonderful insight into your career and to give some wonderful advice out there for Boccia players and people that might want to get involved in Boccia. So thank you very much for all of your support there, David.
No worries. Cheers, Pete. Thanks for helping me with that.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much, David. I believe we're going to go out with another donation page now. I believe. Again, so thank you very much for David Smith MBE for that and for the many questions that's been put on by the people with the Zoom pass and people on YouTube. Thank you very much for all of your questions. And so, to donate, again, I'll probably remember all the details now, but let's put it up anyway. So, to okay. So, sorry, we're having a bit of a delay here. We're having to reset the YouTube page. I believe that, we're only allowed to be on YouTube for like 8 hours or something like that for each live thing. Unfortunately, I don't think it allows us to have 24 hours on its own on YouTube. So we're just going to have to reset that and then hopefully get back with the statue we've got. So, keep on giving us in contact with the YouTube page. Turn this way from any selfies. Please do tag Boccia England in and hashtag Boccia